play a really defensive game. They really step back. They go straight back down the line, and they try to take advantage of mistakes. Sulfur probably could make a couple of mistakes, but I think the mechanics are going to shine through. I think Jiggy and Q are going to lead the boys. I think Sulfur's going to come on top after that.
We're split down the middle. I'm going with Salford as well. I look at this Kit squad, and I just think that a lot of what they had towards the end of the season was momentum-driven. They were a middle-of-the-pack team that sort of hit the boost and surged up, and I'm not sure if it's going to be able to take it on the field. But you know what? It's all just a song and dance. It's time to play the game. We'll see if this is correct. Welcome to Saturday, day 2 of the CRL, driven by Nissan. We've got Kit. We've got Salford. We've got a game.
One of these teams are going home today at Sheaves. Kit, they had a tough one, and both of us had commentated that game with Kit. They got close to St. Clair, but not close enough. Salford, the next opponent.
Yeah, and I think there's definitely a reason to split it down the middle. I think myself personally, I may be leaning a little bit more towards Kit SC. I really do think that Matei yesterday was reading the game incredibly well. Pad's a good put-away shooter when you got her in position. And Loris Raptor, again, I was really impressed with his positioning and his timing. And that level of consistency, I think, from those 3 players that I got yesterday is enough to put them slightly in the lead for me, at least.
And Ty Laxo mentioning the Salford not playing on the main stage yesterday and how that might factor in to this, where if they can't get this first win, that loss might feel a little too bad. And I think we've seen emotions very high this weekend so far. We've seen teams gutted after really close defeats and close games that go to Game 5. And we talk so much about the mental game in Rocket League and how important it is, and we see those emotions on these collegiate players. It absolutely is a factor in this matchup.
Currently, first minute, thankfully nothing too devastating mentally either way for either side. But definitely Kit SC, the ones pressing a little more dangerously towards the orange half drop. Down in front, nice clear from Arton. This really is just kind of the poke and prod and see what you're getting from the defense. A little float towards the back post, denied by Matei as well.
Salford do get to the blue half, and they've got the midfield for now. It's all about keeping that pressure up and actually getting to that 50. That touch by Loris Raptor is going to force Salford to rethink how to move back down the field. The corner proving a little difficult as Loris Raptor and company move. Good work by Salford, not allowing that pressure in front of the box and able to fight back to midfield.
Ooh, nice little fake. The bump actually almost backfiring. Pads, thankfully, paying attention on the goal line. A scary one at best. You were worried about that bump giving the extra power needed to actually slip by the defense.
Salford starting to get control of the ball here. 50s good enough for Kit, but again, the follow-up's just a little slow. But we know that Kit, they love to play that stingy defense. That's part of what got them so far against St. Clair earlier in the tournament. But this one dangerous, and he just got there floating right above the ground and had his flip probably at the last second.
My goodness, Pads, the pre-jump, realizing you jumped too early, throw the flip out, still get the save. That was a bonkers one.
Pads has had a great tournament so far. She was striking well in St. Clair when a lot of the talk has been about her defense, and there it was on showcase.
For sure. An impressive performance from all 3 players, really, on Kit SC defensively. And it's good to see Salford start to settle in here a little more. Now they're getting their own chances over on the blue half, really putting Kit through their paces.
Well, that's a good 50 off the bar, but again, that pressure. Kit not trying to push them all too far. The double clean off the post and into the net. Nice shot by Loris Raptor.
And a little worried that it might skip off the post and get away from him. Thankfully, just able to reach it. Cood, tough stretch. I think it was probably expecting a touch from Loris Raptor. May have been playing a block instead of really trying to go and get up to the ball because he probably wasn't sure he could make it in time. Either way, comes up empty. Kit SC out in front in game 1. Jiggy with a chance to equalize and not enough boost to get above the ball.
What a response that would have been. Hit him with the double tap right back, but Arton behind the ball. Pre-flip into it, just couldn't make contact and ended up air rolling off. You gotta take those chances against Kit. You give them confidence on their defensive rotations. We see even with low boost, they're still gonna make those saves. That shot though right in to the defender. Matei taking that one out. Loris Raptor finally get the clear.
solid boost control in the midfield for Salford. Unfortunately, that missed touch has given a lot of extra time and space to Kit here in the midfield. Loris Raptor uncontested towards the wall, and that will be an easy save for Salford, but time a factor.
Oh, decent touch. Taken away, all 3 players in the net. Loris Raptor gets that one back around. Shot is on target for Matei. 2-0 Kit.
I think they came out of the goal and just punched the last goal line player. I think, yeah, it was Jiggy in that corner. Just got bashed out of the way by Loris Raptor. Matei, I think, was definitely focused on making sure that one just got under the post.
Loved the energy from Pads. She was laughing. Like, that was great play. I love the vibes on Kit right now.
Pads opened up a big equalizer with the demo yesterday as well.
Really worked to their favor. There's another demo, but wasn't the lead guy on the offense. Matei gets bumped out of the way. And oh my goodness, from there in front of the box, and the ball goes nowhere.
Kit SC just making sure they don't get in each other's way. Want to make an errant touch, allow Salford to get back into this game. 45 seconds, not a lot of time, but certainly enough to score 2 if you give one up for free.
Ooh. Good read off the backboard to get that save. Can't get that clear out. Still a little time for Salford if they can get one on this push. No boost though. Taken away again.
Oh, what a bump.
It's going to be pushed out. Arden up for the defense, back into the corner. That's wasted a lot of time in game 1. Very clean game 1. From Kit. They drop it down around, wasting more time on the clock. Salford didn't look bad beyond the midfield line when they did get to the blue half. Just had issues generating consistent pressure.
Yeah, that's, I think, the good way to describe it, generating consistent pressure. They had a couple of really nice pushes over across, and also not really able to create the openings that they need against a team like Kit. So very consistent game 1, I would say, for Kit. Not having to do too much. Definitely just taking what the defense gives them back on the other side. Picked apart a couple of missed challenges and had to execute, get them under the crossbar or inside the post. And Kit SC a well-deserved game 1. Just keep within yourselves. You really didn't have to press too hard. It was all on Salford to make something happen there, and just didn't have an answer for a consistent defense.
I think Salford, it is just a matter of that one opportunity. That one, is it more on target? If it's not like right into the defender, yeah, exactly. Pads shutting down on defense there. Loris Raptor hitting a nice double tap, but there were also a couple other shots for Salford that were right into blue defenders, and it was hard to really force that game against Kit on defense.
How many shots did they get? 5, 7, 9 shots for Salford, so definitely no shortage of shots on target. Really just a matter of do they actually break through.
Yeah.
And I think going into game 2, trying to wonder if you really need to change the approach. Like, obviously there's concerns about the consistency and the time of total offense spent over on the blue half. You can be in possession of the ball, but not necessarily pressuring the net.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's necessarily something they need to be concerned about. 9 shots is no small number. It's obvious that you're getting shots on target. It could just be about setting up quality opportunities, making sure you're getting better touches towards the middle. I don't know if Kit SC, obviously you don't have to change much. You won the game.
Yeah, I mean, no, yeah, everything worked out. Loris Raptor gets a clutch double touch, and then you just clutch up on defense. I mean, that's worked out for Kit. It's kind of incredible how they've played so far this weekend. It can be very easy to just tilt yourself out after getting reverse swept.
Well, you saw the, well, yeah, specifically getting reverse swept like they did yesterday, but you've seen the effects of tilt in that Oakland match as well against Berlin. Started to get a little frustrated and just collapsed at the end there, so tilt definitely a factor.
I think watching Salford on their rotations, even saw in that last play, a little jumpy, trying to anticipate those quick clears coming out from Kit. Getting pushed up, still more pressure, just keeping it around, getting off the backboard, and that would have been an insane turnaround on an attempted dish, but no contact, and Loris Raptor getting kicked out of the way. Recovers well enough as the follow-up. Pretty slow from Salford. Winning the 50, missing it, and Jiggy getting the goal.
Even Pads is confused down there in the corner. She's like, how did I miss that? I don't understand.
Goes up and whoop.
Unlucky.
We've all been there.
You hate to see it. Every now and again, one slips through. And Salford more than happy to take their opening goal and capitalize off any mistake your opponents will give you.
It doesn't really matter the quality of the goal or the type of goal that goes in. The goal always feels good regardless. It's good for Salford getting on the board, and maybe they can generate a little bit more here as Jiggy pushes the ball to the corner. It's a boost steal for his effort, but a nice slowdown here by Matei. Nice going to stop right in front. Massive fake. and tried to drop the ball in front, but it skipped off of his hood, couldn't get the low 50.
Good idea. I think Salford really struggling to figure out how to approach Matej, but they catch everyone too far forward in the midfield. Jiggy on a Sunday stroll into the blue net.
Oh, pads got caught. Optimistic positioning, expecting that 50 to go one way. That's how you get bitten. And Salford took full advantage.
That's all right. You got a lot of time to work with here for your Kid SC, but now the situation pretty much exactly reversed. You got a lot of time to work with at least, but you do have to press. You do have to take chances. You got to make something happen. Salford really don't have to push here at all because Kid SC, yes, they have got a really strong player in Matej. Loris Raptors had good follow-ups, but in terms of generating chances towards the middle, it's kind of just been a product of we're in the right spot and we've boost-starved them or something. It's not like it's been, yeah, we're breaking you down consistently with mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see that, especially because Salford sometimes just pull off midfield and then get a free ball in the corner. And what a shot from Loris Raptor. Fist bumps around for that one.
Definitely not mechanics-based here. It's just a nice challenge. Matej noticing the space behind Jiggy. Don't try and force it towards the backboard where you're probably not going to have the time to close the distance for a double tap. Or if you dish it out to the corner for yourself, you're going to buy time for the defensive Salford to reset. Just take what the space you're given is, throw it out to the corner, let him try and put a shot on target. Ooh! Oh my goodness, Matej. I wanted it for you.
Oh, that would have been so nasty. I like the attempted pass here to Loris Raptor, who starting to heat up, and I think his teammates know it. They start feeding him, and that one ripped wide. Now Salford might have a chance again. You see Kid SC trying to hit that next gear. Got the boost and got the 50, but it's going to force them back to the corner.
Really like pads, turning the car upside down, jumping towards the floor to reset faster. Make sure you can get to that challenge. Dump towards the back post. They catch Loris Raptor headed out of the net. Kood will collect another one.
Oh, this is the difficulty on these defensive rotations. You see Loris Raptor coming up. I don't know if he could have avoided that, maybe hit the brakes instead, but he definitely had to avoid the demo. Forced him to go near side of the post.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to get around that demo and make sure that they'll try and have an opportunity on defense. So really nice positioning there from Salford.
Good to stop the momentum for Kit. Look at the drop, an attempted fake, but Matej not going to be fooled. Trying to box out Salford in the corner. Tactical whiff maybe, but it didn't work out. And another shot denied off the board. Salford trying to hang on, but Kit not done yet. They've regained some of that control. A couple of shots now, maybe another one as Pat squares up. She gets deleted on the play. Loris Raptor flinging one up to the board. Matej's going to get back to this. No boost, though. Gets around one defender. Salford taking their time, recognizing the space. Nice from Jiggy. Now they're starting to lose those 50s in midfield.
Ooh, Matej, got to be careful here. You got a lot of boost, but it's all about positioning, and indeed, that's the right move for Martin. Just chuck it down the other side. You need to clear the space. You need to buy the extra time. Oh, no!
Oh, Chiefs, I know. You're gutted, man. You want to see them get the touch, but this one sails right by him. See you later. Unfortunate. It's not the worst position to be in because you get that touch and you look like a genius.
And that's what makes me so sad, because I liked the long clear. You need to, it's okay. You're down under a minute and a half. Chuck the ball to the other end. Make him waste time bringing it up back the other way. It's going to cost a lot of time and resources to consistently break you down, and then you just get a punch from the opposing box and it gets through everybody, and it's just like, that one hurts. Dumped towards Matej, who's going for bumps in the net. And Kid SC still in this one, surprisingly.
You can't let it affect you if you're Salford. You still got the lead. There's less than a minute. While Kid SC have been on the push here for about 10, 15 seconds. A big clear from Salford is going to give them some time to breathe a little bit. They were working on that small pad game for a while, but now re-kitted on the boost and having to dive for the stop. Forced double commit, but a slow follow-up. Pass to Loris Raptor, denied, this time getting in front of the pass.
Really great understanding there from the Salford defense, and that pass a little too far away. Arden able to cut it down. Tay has been trying to get tricky with his approaches off the ground game with Salford. See if anybody on Kid SC can find a way through this midfield line.
Stopped again by Arden. What do they got from the midfield line? Loris Raptor dives forward. This is another chance for Matej. Flings it over. Loris Raptor's there. Back over to the corner. It's going to be difficult to work from here, but Arden's only got 20. No chance for him off the board. And coming down back is Kood. and cleared
he's
out.
back there.
And Salford, no, Mate's got the catch.
Oh, no boost, though. It didn't spawn.
Still got the 50, though. Still in play for Loris Raptor, looking for pads, and unfortunately couldn't get there. Salford tying up the series.
Well done, Salford. A couple of really nice goals here in Game 2. Kid SC trying to work their way back. Some cheeky goals of their own, one way or the other, but a nice early lead for Salford. Too much to overcome. Really liked, especially towards the end of that game, Salford understanding those passing lanes that Kid SC trying to utilize, getting out very proactive defense in front of their own net, stop some more dangerous shots on target. Salford tie up the series.
And I think for Salford, I don't know if you can rely on those Kit mistakes again. That first one right there, the miss from pads, kind of set the tone of game number 2. So if Kit can be clean on that, I mean, their passing has been great. And you're right about Salford. They did adjust. But I am worried about their ability to generate offense on their own without that Kit defense crumbling.
Well, they did have that one nice one where they did force the player to move all the way towards the near post with the demo. And it's just the product of you finally get somebody out in front of the ball with possession. And that's a tough thing to accomplish. It seems so easy to say, yeah, just get in front of the ball and get a demo, but it's never that easy.
No.
You're taking a big risk whenever you make an attempt like that, because if you lose the challenge behind you as you're going for the demo, your team's going to be in a pretty rough shape heading back on defense. So it's really a risk-reward based strategy, and Salford, right place, right time, able to execute it well, secure a Game 2 win.
It's a chance to build on the success of Game 2. Start to drive this nail into the board of Kid SC's half. Here they come off the corner. That's a good pass to Arton. Good challenge in front for Kid. How do they handle this pressure in front? That's a good touch. You see, and that third man kind of rotating where they expect that touch to come. But those extra touches tripping up the defense a little bit. Mate avoiding a demo and getting that 50, buying a little bit of time for pads in the corner.
Oh, okay. It's essentially just a dead ball. I don't think either team has enough people in position.
Very willing to pull off beyond the midfield line, but I do feel like there's room for either team to play a closer second man, because the ball is kind of just jarring loose on some of these plays, and I feel like second man just takes a option coverage position instead of optimistic or even pessimistic, then they're going to find more opportunities in that midfield, because the ball is kind of hanging by itself for a while on both halves.
Just more options in general.
Yeah.
Would put a lot of pressure if you don't go for the pessimistic approach and play a little more conservatively and defensively, because if you lose that challenge, you're going to put a lot of pressure. Like on pads right here, you got to come up with a touch. Arton will square it up and go to the back post for number 1.
Most times the back wall has actually been clean defensively for Kit, but pads, that's another miss for her. First one in front of the box earlier, but wasn't really on the backboard in the first game. It was on the ceiling. This time, getting by her, and Salford will absolutely take it.
I think there is. Finally,
they missed the ball and hit each other.
But finally, I do think you're making a good point, though. There is a lot of value. You should be able to have faith in anybody on your back line if you're going to be willing to kind of take this middle-of-the-road approach for either team in terms of that support player, because option coverage may prove quite beneficial. As there you see pads, that's the optimistic position. You're thinking that one's going to go forward and you're going to be right behind it to follow it up in the corner, put the pressure on, and lose that challenge, you waste valuable time.
That's a good tee up here for Loris Raptor. Back over to the side. And I think for Kit, at least specifically with Kit, when they get the boost, they do start to get more aggressive. You see them start pushing above the midfield line. So I think it's just about being comfortable in that situation. But you can even be aggressive in the opponent's half, even if you're sitting on 50 or lower boost as a squad. It's just about that positioning and, like we've been saying, that option coverage. Loris Raptor missed touch, and they're going to get punished. Jiggy puts it in.
Little missed play from Kid SC in the corner. Mate dumping it off to Loris Raptor. Doesn't take the best line up the wall. Of course, it's all about how you read it, and Pad's thinking that one's going forward. And to be honest, it should. Optimistic positioning there is what needs to happen, and it's all about how you handle it if you're Loris Raptor. Just a slight misplay and cost Kid SC big time.
Kit now having struggles being consistent on defense. We watched them against St. Clair. We saw nearly that amount of positioning punishment, if you will. There was a little bit of it, but it seems to be in greater effect today for the team. after that game 1. They just haven't really been able to find that consistency. Speed and shot is good for Loris Raptor, finally getting them on the board.
I really like the speed from Paz just to commit up the wall for that one, because it kind of keeps everybody's eyes glued on him. And Loris Raptor just going to jump from the midfield, and as that ball's coming out the side, if you're the defense, you're still looking at Paz heading up the wall trying to calculate, okay, can she actually reach it? And then you just get the ball put back over your shoulder and top of the net.
Game 3 tells us a lot how Game 2 has so far. History repeats itself. This might be a Salford goal coming. Good clear for Loris Raptor. Speedy
open?
Ball and maybe a shot. Yes, it is, and a save. Rebound isn't going to come. There it is. Paz the shot tonight again. 2 goal line stops as another one sends up against the bar and taken away again. Speedy defense for Salford.
You kind of wonder if there was actually a scoreable shot there for Kid SC. You feel like there definitely was, but you never know. It could have all just come down to placement, and Salford made the big save. Minute 30, though, that one does stick in your head if you're Kid SC, especially if you end up going down 2-1 in the series here on Elimination Day.
Oh, if Jiggy times that a little better.
Oh,
he gets that on the nose. Hang on a second. Mate's
open.
got it. Open. Don't beat it. Oh, he beamed it. Oh, that one hurts if you're Mate.
He's been so consistent all weekend long, and dish out to the middle and saved by Jiggy. Kid SC catch a break in their own terms, back on defense. So as far as you're concerned, it's all evened out.
Yeah, you got it. You got it back. No curse. But you got to get this ball out of your half now. Pads went for the soft touch, tried to get it over to Mate, but wasn't enough power. And now Salford shot right through them. Cood puts it in, and Salford up 3-1.
I think Cood pulled the string on Loris Raptor here, up, and then saw Loris Raptor go a little too high, rotated all the way under, and frustrating challenge to miss. If you're Loris Raptor, it's so easy to get worried about that air dribble being powered into the top of your net, and the line you take to that challenge is the most important thing. If you give up too much space, too high or too low, you do get punished no matter what. It's all about the quality of that first touch control from Salford that gives them those options and makes that approach so dangerous.
Ball rolling through Pads in the midfield. It's actually a decent touch out to her teammates. And another one bouncing off the ramp, but Salford got control of midfield. Martin was looking for the reset. That one on the board, maybe a shot, but they're going to wait for Kit to clear it right back to them. They're starting to get low on boost. Loris Raptor did just pick up a canister, but Pads and Mate on the small pad game. Kit having those struggles, big clear. Goal with time left might give them hope here in Game 3.
Missed as well. It should be the end of Game 3, unfortunately. Kid SC, few struggles here and there, misplays generally, costing them some big goals back the other way, and Salford more than happy to capitalize on 1 or 2 more mistakes.
It literally played out the exact same way.
Yeah.
You had Pads whip in front of the box, and then you had another mistake of mispositioning, and then the third goal was a good play by Salford. Literally the exact same sequence of events that we had in Game 2, and that's gotta be rough. If you're Kid SC, you know that you've had the pushes, you've had the ability to go forward. I do think they're a little too risk heavy. I feel like they take a lot of risks with their passes. They haven't really adapted to Salford in that respect, for my mark, from what I've seen.
Do like Salford's defense in general. That was the big one there. And still not quite sure if Pads could have placed it anywhere else in the net. You'd like to think so, but it doesn't matter. Cood the one to put it on ice. And still, 9 shots per game on average for Salford. Definitely out-pressuring. Kid SC struggling to maintain some pressure throughout the midfield, but you did make a good point. When they do get that boost, especially if they're out there in the corners of Salford, Kid SC has done a very nice job in general of applying extended stays of pressure over on that orange side, but that has been happening fewer and fewer times as the series has gone on, and that could just be the challenge game equalizing a little bit in Salford's favor.
And for Salford, you can feel the confidence building. Game 1 comes out, and you don't really see heavy mechanical play, but then by midway through that Game 3, Jiggy's going for a flip reset. Arden's trying to go for a pre-flip double tap. They're starting to get more confidence in their ability to get by Kit SC on these breakaways. Well, if Kit can find a way to start this out, I think it's about setting the tone for Kit. They cannot let a mistake be the first goal that goes in for Salford. They either, 1 or 2 scenarios for my mark.
some miscommunication early on from Kid SC. I think if they were trying to figure out what they were going to do.
Yeah, I think we're gonna.
So I think we're probably going to take a pause here. Everyone just holding up for a moment.
Everyone's experienced that one. Doesn't feel good, and you know, getting pulled back and forth.
That was weird. I don't even know what was happening there. I've never seen that.
It looked like the server just wanted to yeet Kood off the stadium. It's just like, oh, you want to take that challenge? Nah, out of here.
That was awkward. Definitely going to have a bit of a reset, but that's okay. We'll figure that one. I would imagine probably just start over at 5 minutes 0-0.
Yeah, nothing really happens. So I imagine that's what we're going to get.
Can't really see any reason to do anything else, but
we're not the admins.
Posted. That's true. That's not my job.
They make the correct decisions. We just speculate because we can.
Yeah, reading the rules is hard for me, so we are going to read.
They told me to read the manual, and then I threw it away.
I just accepted the terms and conditions to be on this show.
Everyone checks the box. No one scrolls. Let's be honest. Crowd out there watching this EU versus EU match. Heard them get loud a couple times for an attempt, and love the crowd we have for Rocket League events. It's always fun, especially for a lot of the fans out there that maybe they aren't really cheering for a specific team, but you will hear the whole crowd go, whoa, when something crazy happens. It's just the fun part of Rocket League.
We have had a very spirited section of people from our first day. Felt like there were only a couple people out here yesterday morning early on, but it was still, I think, loud enough to get picked up by Stumpy. So if you guys want to figure out some goofy chant just for him, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. Maybe we can lead them later, but we want to give Stumpy a nice warm welcome later. Either way, Salford.
Yeah, he has to watch CRL now.
Back to Salford Kit SC. I mean,
it's just been the.
I just think kids have to settle down a little bit. I think they're trying to push too far up, too much of the time, because it really is the positioning that I think they're getting burned on most of the time. Besides that whiff right there, the rest of it's positioning.
My biggest selling point for me was the consistency from Kid SC yesterday, and it hasn't quite been there today. And that's really where I'm a little bit surprised, because usually you would expect a team's first game in a live environment to kind of be their shakiest, like you saw with St. Clair.
Yeah.
Like their first 2 games in that series against Kid SC were real scrappy. It took them a little bit to really settle in, and I kind of thought since Kid SC went out there yesterday and looked real rock solid in their first series, it's like, okay, I don't expect them to really do anything different here, but a couple of whiffs, not quite executing on some of your touches and getting caught out positionally. It's the consistency that I was expecting has more come from Salford's side in terms of how they want to approach the game. So it's been tough, and if you're Kid SC, you know that you don't have to change much. It's literally just you go in there, you tighten a few screws. It's not like you have to completely reimagine your game plan. You're just mis-executing on a few things, and it's costing you big time in some tight moments.
That's right. Every time we have you guys on camera, I want you look at the camera, smile. Look at that. I hope that pretzel's great, man.
I hope so.
He says it's great. All right, perfect.
I'm glad it's good.
I might have to get one of those later. But you saw on the Salford side when the cameras were on them, they're all smiles over there. They're talking, they're joking, they're feeling really good. And why shouldn't you? You're in an elimination match, but you're the one in the driver's seat. You've put Kid SC on match point, and you've had the confidence, and now it's time to drill the nail into the wood. Kid SC going to try to force another Game 5 for themselves. It would be both of their series going Game 5 if that happens.
We've arrived, Jorby. It is
where?
Day 2. Well, this is an oldie but a goodie.
Yeah.
We've arrived at Elimination Station.
Ah, yes. Elimination Station. Classic. I still haven't decided if you get on the train when you're eliminated or if you just stay.
You're just at the station.
You're just added.
You get on the train to leave once you get eliminated.
So it's like one of those permanent places where you just stay until the next tournament.
Exactly.
Got it. Kid SC actually get a free ball. A lot of hang time. It's over one defender, but I saw the rest of Kid SC had no confidence in that push, sitting beyond the midfield line. And it's that kind of positioning for Kit. I think that they might know that they're pushing a little too far forward. This one for Salford. That one in. Kood getting the first.
A massive dunk. Look at this. Jiggy gets the reset, has to recover quickly to actually block it into the box. The double commit from Kit SC is really what costs them there, because even if they don't double commit and that first challenge pops a bit in the air, the second person could go and get it, but the double commit plus the block is what allows Salford to come through and again open up the scoring. Taz trying to get creative, open up some space with some demos. Loris Raptor's going to need some help here, and Tay just trying to cover some ground and figure out what Salford wants to do with the ball. And they actually end up giving away all the space. Oh, good job to cover the distance pads, but trying to figure out what Kid SC's game plan is at the moment.
Salford. This time it starts a little differently. They generate their own wealth with that first goal. You see a lot of speed here for Loris Raptor, trying to force the issue here in the midfield. Nice little half flip, but Pads, you got your teammate. Everything's okay. Loris Raptor back around the side wall and really developing here. Another pass in the same area that we saw earlier. Loris Raptor score from, but taken away.
Oh, nice little poke out over into the midfield. Matei really trying to put the pressure on him, and that seems to be the approach. Kid SC say, okay, pace, let's go up 3 notches. And that is going to be a tough thing to manage in terms of communication. It needs to stay a lot tighter, more clear. You have to understand exactly what is happening, or you are going to find yourselves in some bad positions.
It might actually work in their favor, though, if there's less time for you to think if you're trying to play faster.
The instinctual.
Maybe don't take yourself out of position as easily, trying to figure out where exactly to put yourself. Kid has to be able to push the ball down. Those 50s just haven't really worked out in the neutral zone. 2 players on 0, Matei and Paz. They're tough spot that one off the post, and Matei gets there in time for the rebound.
Scary one from Matei. Was trying to figure out if he actually had the time to let it bounce. Made the right decision. Huge demo in the midfield, and Arton, hello, free ball. What do you do? Just try and keep possession for a second.
Wins the 50. Free flip around the corner. That was good enough, but Paz had the back wall covered. Salford still got control, trying to control the midfield as well. Boost does swing in their favor again. They've got control in their own half. It's Jiggy, just kind of pops right over the defender in the air. And a nice little move by Matei, and he gets deleted for his effort. Pads has to respect the clear attempt and gets the read, but couldn't put it on target.
Pads was so close. Could tell that play was headed up the wall, wanted to spike it straight into the net. Unfortunately, the timing just a little off. Ball into the middle from Matei. Not a lot of boost, and he is being targeted. That's 2 times in a row now with the demos. This is by far and away the most frantic game we've seen in this series for both teams.
Yeah, Salford looked really solid on offense as well, but another clear Kit. They seem to be shoring up on defense as well. They gotta find a way to get more offense out. Loris Raptor had to body his way through, and now they're off the ball again. Pat's got the read. Pats, can she get the ball across? She's gotta wait. Loris Raptor in the air early. He's got the read.
Oh, came off so hard.
Still got it though. Shot from Matei. No, right in front of the box. Pats lose on the rebound. Sideways. Gave up possession. Loris Raptor on the rotation. Coming straight back. Kit only have 60 seconds left to get this going. Otherwise,
help.
Exclamation point, help.
That's where they're at right now. They're close. They're in the right spots, but their cars are positioned awkwardly straight towards the middle of the goal. Pads with a nice save, but Salford probably has this one on lock. Doesn't feel like Kit SC is executing in the way necessary to even get the ball out of their own half at the moment.
Still, it could only take one mishap from Salford to give him a clear down the field. Matei, just no boost. Every time he's behind the ball, he's starved, and he just limits his ability to do those things with the ball. Okay. He had a break. Another clear for Kit. It's starting to swing a little bit at Chiefs with 20 seconds left. Kit in the corner. Here they come in front. Matei has to protect this because Loris Raptor was also playing it close. Gets deleted. Now in the corner. They know it. Salford just has to wait the time, and the shot wide. An attempted pass out. 10 seconds remaining now. Okay. Matei flips it around 1. Only 40 in the tank. Diving forward on the 50 around the corner. Coming forward is Salford. Hanging on by a thread. Loris Raptor shot denied. Salford take down Kid SC. Move on in the tournament.
What a show from Salford. Close that one out. Had to stretch themselves a little thin in that game, but consistently giving themselves opportunities to reset positionally. The demos in the midfield on Matei, opening up a lot of extra space for them to operate, or at least know that there's no threat from that side of the pitch, so that you don't have to panic in that regard. And unfortunately, some of those early misplays from Kid SC come back to bite them here in the final game, where they just didn't have enough in the tank to execute on offense, and a well-deserved win for Salford.
Do agree, big agree. I mean, game 1, it was looking like it would be rough for Salford. They didn't get good control of the ball. Yeah. They weren't able to really generate any offense. But then after that, it's like, yes, while the Kit mistakes definitely enabled their ability on the offensive half of the field, by those last 2 games, it was all Salford. And they generated their own opportunities. That reset dunk from Jiggy, a big one. And it just kept happening for this team. They got more and more confident as the series went on, and the smiles never dropped from their faces until the end of the series.
Yeah, and still kept that proactive defense up throughout the entirety of the series after the end of game 1. were understanding quite nicely where Kit SC was trying to move the ball to get it into the box, executing on some of their double tap opportunities as well, because if they miss those, then they're going to be in a bit of a tough spot. But avoiding OTs altogether. In general, after game one, it felt like Salford all the way through. Kit SC just lacking that a little bit of consistency. I thought they would have the effectiveness as well to move the ball around on the offensive side. A little bit lackluster compared to yesterday, but unfortunately that's the way she goes sometimes, Jorby.
Yeah, absolutely. Kit, I mean, no one really expected them to be here or to qualify in the first place, so a respectable finish for Kit SC regardless of the result. Ty Lacto, though, with Salford for the victory interview.
Thank you, Jorby. I am joined here by Cood of the Salford Lions following that dub. I mean, tell me how that feels. A main stage dub here at the CRL World Championship.
It feels good, honestly. Like, we had a bad, day one. All of EU had a bad day one. Maybe not like Kiel as much, but it was rough. It was rough yesterday. So it's nice to get like a win, like at least on stage as well.
Yeah, let's not talk about yesterday in EU. Let's talk about that game 3, because I was watching it behind stage. I don't know how you kept Kit out. Some of that defense, how do you keep up the comms and the calmness under pressure like that?
So basically, like, in the last chance qualifier, we had some sort of way of playing where we just calm everything. But we noticed that the comms that we was doing made no sense. It was just making us panic. So basically, what we did was actually in the scrims against Portsmouth, we just decided wait, let's just chill. Let's have good comms at least, normal chilled comms, and important comms as well. And after that, it was just calm the whole series. Yeah.
Calm under pressure. This man, the performance, I watched it, that was strong. But you were very strong with your opinions and confidence back when we talked in Salford. You said it was going to be an all-EU final and we were going to wipe NA. You still as confident? No, he's not.
It's a bit rough, but it's still possible for an all-EU final. So I trust everyone in the EU now to actually clutch up now. So.
Well, of course, your next matchup will be against Canada's St. Clair Saints. We'll see that later today on this very stage. How are you feeling about that matchup, and have you got any words for them?
I mean, I'm just it's just gonna be the same as last time. It's just gonna be easy. So
it's gonna be easy. Well, I look forward to seeing it. That's for sure. After the break, our next series coming up will be an EU versus NA matchup. It's Portsmouth against UNLV. You're not gonna want to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Well, EU is here to represent why they're good, and they are good. They have different play style, they're very team-oriented, there's not so much mechanical focus, I don't think, in Europe generally.
A lot of the EU teams are slept on. I actually think that they're pretty good. And I haven't even played them yet, but I can just tell, they're not gonna be bad.
I don't think anybody's questioning who's better, except maybe specifically EU, because they assume they're better.
EU was way better than NA. It's not even close. It's not even close. So there's a few nuances in terms of the play styles of the teams, but we are here to represent ourselves. And if we do well, or even if we don't, as long as we show a decent standard of competition, we are proving a point as to why we should be there.
But if you just look at the stats, if you watch over the weekend, you'll see that EU's really got no big chance, but we'll see how they do.
I think EU definitely are the new kids on the block. However, I don't think that means that they're the worst people here. I think that they definitely have a chance to make a good showing and make a good run. I don't think anybody should count them out.
If EU wins this championship, I'll quit the game.
What are EU teams doing in the Collegiate Rocket League Championship? they're here to get eliminated.
I was put in the
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology.
But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch. I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Feel this time, choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
But you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And though you'd always take your time, you light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And though you'd always take your time, you light the sky up like and you were never far away. I know you'd always take your time. You light the sky up like the day, 'cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. I know you'd always take your time. You light the sky up like the day, 'cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And you would always take your time. You light the sky up like the
I was putting in the
Hello, friends. Welcome back to the CRL. T-Bates is always clowning around, but we're still here, and we're still doing it. I'm your host, F. Todd. Like I said, this is my man, T-Bates. Good to have you, as always. But we've got some more friends that we're going to introduce you to. Say hello, Samba. Thank you so much for joining us off the field, hanging out here on the desk.
For having me. I'm super excited to be here.
It's going to be a lot of fun kind of getting your insight, because we might have some folks that once upon a time were on the field, but you have played in this event. And so before we get into it, I just kind of want to take, you know, first CRL World Championship. This is a big oh my God moment. You know, give me the easy question. What's the feels like?
Dude, it's awesome. This is actually our second LAN as a team. We played one like a month ago, but it's nothing like this. This is absolutely insane. Seeing all the crowd, all our fans, a lot of people are cheering us on because you know, we're home field. So it's honestly been amazing. It's helping us play way better.
It's wild, you know, as commentators, when you're back here, we're backstage right now, and you feel the crowd. Just like you hear that UTA, you feel it. I see the casters get jammed up as well, so it's a lot of fun, but now we're going to put you to work. So let's do a recap of the last matchup. Kit and Salford, the European teams go head-to-head. And Rome, taking a look at this one, you know, we kind of figured that it would go in this direction. How'd you feel about the actual gameplay?
I mean, you two figured that it would go in this direction. I mean, me and Delacto, we definitely had Kit, but
Fraud
I mean,
Lacto.
Man, Fraud Lacto continues. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, Salford just came out and they looked pretty good today. I mean, at the end of the day, it looked like that rest really did them well. It looked like they went back, watched VODs, as Delacto said, and I mean, it really paid off for them.
Yeah, picked apart a few mistakes over on the Kit SC side. Some misses on the defense cost them a lot of early goals in the series and in games, and they really just could never find their way back. Didn't quite have the same effectiveness moving the ball up the pitch either. Some miscommunication and misexecution over on offense as well. So a little bit of a tough day at the office for Kit SC.
So we've talked a lot about the overall level of skill being different NA versus EU, but I want one more level of granularity real quick, Samba. Play style, you know, what's the biggest difference between our European squads versus the teams you're used to playing?
Yeah, so in NA, you see a lot of mechanics, right? A lot of NA players focus on mechanics, you know, like Adverse, you know, all the Northwood guys, a lot of mechanics. But like when we played Europe teams, they're not very mechanical. They're just very smart, very good decision making. That's what we've noticed. When we scrimmed Kit, I'm kind of surprised they lost, not going to lie. I actually expected them to win this match. We also scrimmed Berlin. And
how'd that go? They're #1.
Yeah, it was like 4-2 them, but that was like switching servers.
Right.
Oh, I was watching some of that. That was fun.
Yeah,
seeing
but
you guys.
they're very smart. They're very smart.
Yeah, I heard the European commentators talking, and they were saying that their strategy overall is really like kind of what hits the field and working out. I think it's interesting seeing two different kind of approaches and all that. So with Salford taking it and going forward, that brings us to our #2 match today, and it's time to say goodbye pretty soon. UNLV versus Portsmouth. This will be an elimination match. The team that loses here does not make it to Sunday, and so this is really where it's about, not all the marbles, but most of them. Portsmouth coming out from the European side of things, and UNLV. T-Bates, some strong teams here. Portsmouth, again, another European team that people are not really allowed to make too much fun of.
Right, they finished first in the EURC. It ended up being the great Berlin. Berlin dominated EURC the past 2-3 years probably, but Brad 2K, really solid player in of himself. He holds down the back line, but it really falls more so, in my opinion, on the Mercy and Psycho. When Mercy and Psycho are on their game, they played exceptional. Penn State played pretty dang well yesterday. Samba could probably attest to that a little bit. And it kind of maybe caught Portsmouth by surprise in that matchup, but Portsmouth, I'm expecting to bounce back. Look at Big Murray in the middle. He's ready to go. Land presence, first time ever. Samba, give us a little insight on these teams.
Yeah, so Portsmouth, I've heard they're very mechanical. We actually haven't played Portsmouth at all.
Okay.
But UNLV, yesterday, they looked very nervous against us. Game 1, we scored 5 goals in the first, like, 2.5 minutes. They were, something was off. They started kicking it on a little bit. As we went on, you know, we were just all over them. They had no team chemistry. I felt like they were nervous. And I feel like Portsmouth probably has the upper hand here.
Well, when it comes down to it, you know, we saw the first two players. Psycho is the guy that a lot of people wind up talking about. A lot of one's prowess, if I'm not mistaken, the Chiefs.
Freestyle as well, and that's always a really big, interesting thing to discuss when you get into players with a lot of mechanics. The only problem you ever run into with things like that is, do you have the same amount of time that you do with setups as you do with freestyles? Tend not to have so much in 3v3, so quality of first touch tends to be really important for players like that. I know T-Bates was talking about it yesterday. Like, that's why Joyo is an absolute monster, because he's got such good first touch control.
And Portsmouth, I mean, it's very evident. They are good at defense. That is what they hang their hat on. They led the EURC in fewest shots allowed, and that is absolutely major. And, I mean, now if we look at this one, I mean, Garen is looking extremely ready right now. Look at him. I mean, he was smiling yesterday, still smiling today, feeling extremely good.
I mean, that's what you got to look at. Garen here, when we talk about UNLV, he is the guy. This is who this team plays through for sure. Samba, I'm going to make you work for this money for sure. You mentioned you just played them this time around. You know, we all say that Garen, this is who he plays through. Give me another level. Like, how do they play through Garen?
Yeah, he's like he starts their offense. He's demoing. He's all over the place. He has really good mechanics. The whole team has good mechanics. And the next guy coming up, Nitrous, I don't know if y'all know this, he was also a freestyler. So it's kind of like freestyle versus freestyle, Psycho versus Nitrous. They were tweeting at each other. You know, I think they were ready for this. Who knows? Maybe we'll see some insane plays from them too.
That might be so. Like, you think we get a chance where everybody just watches those two go to do their thing?
That'd be fun.
I didn't see it from him yesterday, so he'll have to step up for sure.
Why we didn't see it yesterday though?
because we're all over them.
Okay.
You can't help it. You're too good.
They couldn't stop me.
They couldn't stop me.
So is that an active, like, was that an active, okay, listen, we want to target this guy and kind of keep him out of the play, or is that just how the cookie crumbled?
Well, Nitrous in particular looked very off yesterday. His touches were off. They weren't doing much with the ball. Garen was kind of doing it by himself, it seemed like.
Yeah.
Tubbs started waking up as it went on, but their whole team needs to be awake to beat the Sportmas team.
It take you a little bit of time to settle in to the live setting?
For them, yeah, not for us. We're always ready.
You're already ready to go. Yeah.
I don't get nervous. I don't know if y'all know that. I get more nervous online than on land. On land, I'm pumped. Me and Nala were pumped. Ash is laughing all the time. It's a good time.
That's the thing, you know, and I think Bates made the comment earlier that, like, as collegiate players, you know, you guys are around each other in person more often. You have just like this rapport that, like, a lot of the, you know, when we look at the professional level teams, it's a lot of online play. You guys can actually play on campus and do your thing. That's got to be a boon.
Yeah, it does help a lot with the team chemistry and team bonding, and we actually have a facility now that we can practice and play in, so it definitely helps us, and I know a lot of other teams use that as well. And yeah, I think it's definitely a benefit for most teams.
Now, I said it yesterday, I mean, you guys are extremely close to this venue right here. I mean, were you guys able to go home, get some home cooking before your meal yesterday? Because you guys came out hot, man. You guys definitely surprised me. I picked UNLV, and you guys made me eat my words immediately. So, like, yeah, props to you guys. But were you guys able to get some nice home cooking?
We all went with our families to eat at the owner's box. Had a good dinner, and then you know, just hung out around.
Nice. Nice. I mean, still being able to hang out, eat with your family, I mean, that's got to be a good vibe.
And if I lose, I'm going home. It's everyone's telling me I got a quick to go home. It's a quick drive.
It's nice.
Nah, man, it's all about Sunday. We're not aiming for the truck. We're going all the way. We're going to make it there. And with these two squads going head-to-head, Portsmouth versus UNLV, we've got another really close one that's honestly pretty tough to call. You got Portsmouth #1 in their respective region, and UNLV, a strong team, but might be a little bit off-kilter if you want to take the players' word for it, as we saw them wind up doing what they did yesterday. And so, one more time, I'm going to pose the question to y'all at home. Hashtag POR if you think it's going to be Portsmouth, or hashtag UNLV if you think University of Nevada, Las Vegas has what it takes to bring it home. We're going to go from left to right. I'm going to ask you, Rome, off the top, who's taking it?
I got to take Portsmouth. I can't take UNLV after the way they performed yesterday against this man right here. I mean, listen, Samba was able to really just pick him apart every way, left, right, and center. So I got Portsmouth coming out, taking this one pretty handily as well. I got it 3-0.
Wow.
I don't think it's going to be
I
close.
was calling the series.
I don't think it's going to be close.
You were wrong last series. You know that, right?
I did. Yeah, I did. But I got Portsmouth 3-0ing them. I really think that the LAN environment matters. And UNLV, right now, they've shown that they haven't been able to perform in LAN.
Well, that's the exact obvious reason why I went the other way. I think they just had a rough day one, had to settle in. I think today UNLV looks a lot better. I think they take it. I'd actually say 5. I think it is going to be close, but I think UNLV look a lot better today than they did yesterday.
I'm going to have to disagree with you. I want to say UNLV hopefully takes a game, just for their sake. You don't want to get double swept out of this tournament.
True.
I think Portsmouth's too strong. They could have been playing us yesterday if the game 5 went different.
All right.
I'm going to say 3 on Portsmouth.
Okay. Two for England, 1 for North America. Bates, you're up.
I'm rolling with Portsmouth, baby. You know why? I got one person next to the right to my left who took out the Tigers. That means I don't have to root for UNLV no more. UNLV, you're going home for taking out the Tigers. Let's go, Portsmouth. There's a better team, more composed. They started out slow yesterday against Penn State about the ball out. And UNLV, if they've already been nervous on stage from once before, it'll happen again.
I feel that, man, straight up and down. I have to also go with the Europeans. I think we're going to see the Spaceman sweep. I think we get game 1 versus UNLV. So I think you get game 1 out of UNLV, and then Portsmouth goes oops and just wins 3 in a row. I really think that we might get UNLV going, man, can't believe they let that happen to us. Will they let it happen again? That's the question that we're going to ask. We've got 54% on the side of UNLV. Is it enough? Is it going to be Europe, or is it going to be the University of Nevada, Las Vegas? I can hear the crowd. I want to hear the casters. Let's.
So what I've gathered, Tylacto, is if Bates is going to hold a grudge against every team that has beaten LSU in a big game, that's a long list of grudges he's going to hold for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if his memory's that good. He's going to real struggle. That list only keeps on growing. But the two teams we've got here, Europe against North America. Portsmouth trying to book themselves a second date with Penn State in the lower finals. But UNLV, they come into this series as, you know, one of the only 2 remaining teams who are yet to take a game this tournament. We know they can do better, and I'm expecting them to. I'm not as confident as the panel are in Portsmouth, but maybe I just had to learn my lesson after yesterday.
Well, the series with Arlington yesterday for the Rebels, as you mentioned, did not go well. They were swept. They were shut out in the last couple of games. First game was a shootout. A Wild West shootout, in fact, 5-3. I mean, there was not a lot of defense to be found. And then Arlington came up with plenty of defense. UNLV looking for a fresh start as they're pressed against their own back wall at the moment. Psycho, soft shot, easily sent away by Nitrous, and it should be possession for the Rebels.
Neither of these teams has been able to really perform to the level they've wanted so far. That pressure and expectation of the LAN, it got to UNLV, and of course Portsmouth overwhelming favorites against Penn State in their game yesterday. Penn State with nothing to lose. You know they made Portsmouth nervous, and they talked about it after the series. Portsmouth, they felt they were double committing too much, and they were just getting a bit too hasty, and I've already seen a couple double commits in these opening 90-second stacks. UNLV should be a little bit reassured by that.
Garen waiting for this one to come down. He gave up that midfield boost. Psycho took it from behind him, beating Nitrous to the punch. And now Tuv coming on here. Easy save for Mercy, but he let that one get away for a moment. Easily picked up by a teammate. And Mercy off the back wall. Psycho in the area, but both Psycho and Brett kind of turning off that play, opting to play a little more defense.
Oh,
and there you see the bop at the back of the play, and this is a Portsmouth team that is kind of susceptible to physical play, and UNLV has to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, talk about that physical play as another demo comes through from Garen, literally on prompt. Nobody in this tournament has demoed more than UNLV in the season other than Northwood. And poor Portsmouth, and Brett in particular, he was in the top 10 players in Europe for getting demoed per game. So I expect him to be public enemy #1 for the North Americans.
Not much of a moving target is what I'm gathering here, as Garen will need a second touch, maybe a third to try and get by Brett. Tuv coming in to help out as well. Nitrous peeling off the play as Mercy has to try and drop that to Brett. It's a giveaway, and Garen will take it. The first goal for the Rebels since their third goal in a losing effort yesterday.
Yeah, that'll feel so damn good to get that goal on the broadcast, on the main stage here. Big shot from Garen, and the man with a plan. He got all the MVPs in the season, third in all of North America for MVPs. He got 23 of them across league play and playoffs, and it's the exact man you'd want in that spot.
I know this is not an accomplishment that you put much stock in, Tylacto, but we are looking at in UNLV the #1 team in the Western Conference from the fall CRL season. I know you have your opinions of the Western Conference. Psycho shot, just missing a little bit wide, and here comes Tuv on the counterattack, cut off by Mercy. You'd like to see maybe a little bit better there out of UNLV. The opportunity was certainly there. Follow up here from Psycho, couldn't get around on the shot. Reaction just not quite there for the Paladins. Now Mercy coming on here. His shot goes in behind, and Mercy ties the game.
That's a big response as well. So much time on the defensive end, but Portsmouth come forward once, and tick-tock, it's Mercy o'clock. He gets the equalizer, and we're going to have a pause here in game 1. And who knows, all tied up.
Yeah, if I gave up a goal like that, I'd be tilted to just kind of throw the controller or the keyboard or whatever. So we'll see what exactly is going on here. It might be a problem on the Portsmouth side. So we will get that sorted out, and we will get back into the game as quickly as possible. The good news is Portsmouth just scored, so we know the goal is not in question by any means. So we know we're going to have a tie game when we resume here. It's looked like we just maybe had an audio issue, maybe it just popped off a little too much, unplugged something.
Yeah.
Be a little more careful, and now we get to continue on here in our opening game. Crowd filing in here at DreamHack Dallas. It's been a great weekend so far. We're very early on into day 2, and we were talking about it at the end of yesterday, Tylacto. We're at the start of day 2 of a 3-day Collegiate Rocket League World Championship. This just feels a little more special when you put it in that kind of context.
And it's the first of its kind. You know we're going to be looking back on this for years to come. I mean, you talk about audio issues maybe, and with Portsmouth, if the players can shout so loud that they maybe break the microphone, then we're going to have a problem as this weekend ages, let alone you breaking your keyboard, your controller. I don't know how many you get through, but as we say, it is all still tied up here in game 1. We jump back in to the action.
I was talking to one of the organizers yesterday. They said they order about 40 of those things just in case. UNLV scoring right off the restart as Garen reclaims the lead for the Rebels.
You just can't give this man the shots. He's not gonna miss in national playoffs. He shot 35% stacks, and he's pretty much probably on 100% so far this game. He's had 2 good chances, and you know he's buried both of them.
Psycho looking to answer right back, but Tuv recovers off the kickoff. Here comes Garen with the most pro experience of anybody on the pitch. Now Mercy. Intercepted by Nitrous. Psycho bringing one back in, and he's got a man downfield as well. Tuv has got to be cautious with Mercy there, and Nitrous with the save, more importantly, away from any oncoming attackers. Bread couldn't get the touch on the side, and that leaves Mercy all the way at the back to challenge Garen. Good luck there as we get to the final minute.
Patient offense from Portsmouth, but it's getting cut out. You see Tuv so aware in that midfield. He's playing facing forward. You will not take the confidence away from this UNLV side, and it's got to feel great for them after their series yesterday. Really much more a performance out of them that we'd have expected, and that they certainly would have wanted. They still got the lead heading for the final 30 seconds.
Well, Nitrous had to make a quick 180 to head back just in case Portsmouth kind of sprung a counterattack. Tuv over top of Psycho, but there is Mercy bringing the attack back into the orange zone. Another shot underneath, just a little wide. Follow up here, Brett off the backboard. It's available for Mercy, and he whiffed on it. Oh, a missed opportunity there for the Portsmouth Paladins, and UNLV escapes unharmed. 7 seconds now. Mercy into the zone. Psycho couldn't get a touch. Now he does, and he'll score off of Tuv to tie it.
1 second on the clock. Portsmouth, it was unconventional, it was improvised, but it's caught UNLV off guard, and Tuv, Nitrous, a costly miscommunication, the desperation getting the better of them, and we may have overtime in the first game of the day. Portsmouth somehow keeping their head above the water early on here.
I'm just watching Garen on the right side. He's up at the top. It's just like, man, this guy's seen RLCS play. Like, old school RLCS play. Back in league play, he subbed in for Rogue for a match. That did not look like an RLCS goal by any means. Speaking of the RLCS, how about the endpoint decal out of Bread? As Garen will take this out of the zone, and we start overtime, where yesterday Portsmouth only played a single overtime. It only went 6 seconds. They fell to Penn State, part of a 5-game loss to the Nittany Lions.
And that was a worrying one as well. That was their second overtime loss all season long, and it's gonna be another one. UNLV off the rebound, out in front, and it's Nitrous with the winner.
Yeah, this is a recipe for disaster when Psycho is just sitting there on the goal line. He has no momentum. He can't push the ball out anywhere at all. It's just sitting there like a sitting duck. Easy shot to follow up there for UNLV, and the Rebels get their first win here at DreamHack Dallas here at the CRL World Championship. They still need 2 more to get a shot at Penn State later on today, and maybe try to join UT Arlington as the other representative out of Group B. A long road ahead, though, for both of these squads as Game 1 goes into a short overtime. We had that little delay. UNLV scored immediately as we look again at the Nissan replay, and we see the unfortunate circumstance that led to the game-tying goal, and then Psycho went from the GOAT to kind of the scapegoat as he gave that one right up to Nitrous at the end.
I think if you gave a GOAT a controller, that's probably the sort of touch they would make in Rocket League. Unfortunately, it's harsh, but I have to be honest with you. Portsmouth look like they're suffocating almost under the weight and expectation of being Europe's #1 seed. And we talk about Psycho, such a captain figure for this Portsmouth side. We also used to call him Captain Clutch, but we're going to probably have to pull that title away from him temporarily. Can he earn it back? I even tweeted out where the ice machines were in the hotel. He went and got some ice for himself. It hasn't looked like it so far. Maybe it'll be put right. But UNLV, with their first game on the board all tournament long, that has got to feel great.
Oh, the shot coming in here. There is Psycho getting it started again for the Paladins.
And of course, he's in the last year of his computing degree, and he's not going to go out just like that. He heard us. A big shot there. Poor defending, sure. UNLV have let their guard down early on, maybe getting a little overconfident. It's a cheap goal to give up.
I believe this is exactly what FDOT kind of called. He called for the spaceman sweep where UNLV would take the first game, Portsmouth would come roaring back. They're off to a great start here in Game 2 on Aquadome, as Tubb will launch one centerward, but there is nobody coming on. Garen way too late to the play. Tubb will try to follow this up himself, and Mercy's got the clear away, so Nitrous is called into action to keep the attack alive. There it is for Tubb. Bouncer gets by Psycho, and we're tied.
It's a fantastic pace and shot. You see him go up for it, and the defenders just fall like confetti in his wake. Past all three of them. Tidy equalizer. UNLV with a quick response again. Their mental is looking strong.
For Portsmouth now, we'll wait to see what the issue is here as we start Game 2. We get a tied up ball game, 1-1. This is what happened in Game 1.
Deja vu.
We had a slight pause after the equalizer in that first game, and it looks like the team that scored has an issue. So we will take a moment to get this sorted out, and we will resume Game 2. For Portsmouth, though, Tylacto, this is kind of uncharted territory for them because we're used to seeing them perform at an extremely high level. This particular roster from the Paladins has not finished outside the top 4 in any event that I could find anyways.
Yep.
I mean, they are always at or near the top, and more often than not, at the top of any event they play in.
And even before this particular roster as well, the Portsmouth Paladins, multi-time domestic UK champions. This is not a struggle we used to see them going through, but you know it's going to be a growing experience. And there's so many parallels between the two teams, not just that they need a pause after making it 1-1. Actually, you know, the comeback for UNLV as well. I get they're based in the desert, but that was the driest performance of all the teams yesterday against UTA. And they've come out here, they've hit the floor running, and it's a fantastic performance so far. Garen has been at the heart of it, all 3 of their goals in the first game especially. He forced that poor defensive touch with the flip reset for the third, and of course, he scored the first 2 himself.
The overtime winner for UNLV in Game 1 has them up a game in the series, but Game 2 tied in the first minute. We'll be resuming shortly as soon as we get the technical issues resolved for everybody. Oh, look at that. Shortly, I meant now, as Tubb will have the opening shot. Remember, off the restart in Game 1, Garen immediately scored, and he's lurking, waiting for an opportunity, and Psycho will not afford him one.
Psycho will try and follow up, but Tubb, who I've been impressed with more and more as this series has played out. Portsmouth still on the back foot, seem to be just showing 1 player forward, 2 backing up. They don't really want to show their hand too much, leave themselves exposed to the counter-attack, but I feel like it's just letting them be suppressed into their own end. So much of this ball has been spending time in the blue end. You see Mercy trying to lead the way. He gets as far as the orange corner, but UNLV will just take that possession back. I'm not so sure about that. Psycho with the rebound. It will force the save. UNLV defense holds for now.
That is a similar situation to overtime in Game 1. You got the defender sitting on the goal line at the mercy of the shooter. Unfortunately, the shot not placed as well as it could have been. Here comes Garen as UNLV breaks downfield, and they score first off the restart again.
And that simple counter-attack, I mean, Psycho faked out tough. I mean, we can say Garen got the goal, but that'd be the easiest goal he'll score all tournament. Tough, picking apart the threads of the Portsmouth midfield, and UNLV making the first move again. We've had 3 goals, and we're not even 2 minutes into regulation.
Tubb with some traffic around him in the air. Mercy's got to clear this one away. And brought right back in by Nitrous. Didn't quite get that out of the corner like you would have liked, so it didn't center. And an opportunity now for Portsmouth to clear the zone. Maybe a second touch out of Brad. No, he left it for Mercy. That froze the UNLV defense. And if they can do that maybe a little bit closer to home, they got a real opportunity on their hands. UNLV could be vulnerable here as another opportunity presents itself. Tubb with the clear, and oh, he cleared that right into Mercy and another oncoming attacker. And I think UNLV right now, Tylacto, very lucky to still be in front as we near the midway point of Game 2.
Yeah, Portsmouth changing it up a little there as much needed. It was an early challenge from Brad, and at times so far this series, we've so often seen them turn back and give up the space of the field. It was an aggressive challenge. It was kind of risky as well, but he made it. And unless Portsmouth are willing to come out of their shell and take their risks, as they do make another double commit, they're not going to be able to force UNLV to be uncomfortable, because comfortable is exactly what they've looked. And Tov, he's going to take it past another player. Was that an intentional pass? I'm gonna give him credit. Let's say it was intentional.
I'm gonna give him credit. Yeah, I think he saw the oncoming defender and was like, no, if I shoot this, it's an easy counterattack. Let it go. It's a bold play, but one that I think he had the wherewithal to make, as Brett in a real tough spot had to pop that over Garen. Garen still got a piece of this, and Mercy is looking for Brett downfield and only barely reaching him. That's a clever second touch though, and that forced UNLV to go on by. Then Brett eats a demolition for his efforts. Sing me another burst just like the other one. And now it's Mercy with nothing in the tank. And Brett lurking back off the respawn, waiting for Nitrus's touch. Oh, he could line one up here, and that's in a way well defended on the back wall by UNLV. They've played with a lot more sense of urgency, have UNLV defensively. I think they realize they've been let off the hook a couple of times, and they're trying not to leave anything in Portsmouth's hands.
All of the Englishman's pressure spells have really been quite short-lived. Routine clearances, as another one there comes out of Garen. It's poked by Brett again, but it's going to take a lot more than that to get past this American defense that UNLV are putting up. It's Psycho playing it across. It's another foot race that's neutral here, out into the midfield, which UNLV have controlled all series long.
Deep into the zone again. I mean, Portsmouth can get to UNLV's back line with some regularity. Problem is they can't sustain any pressure there. That's a great center ball, but nobody coming on for it. And so it forces Brett and the entire Paladins roster back deep into their own territory. Mercy's got to stay at the back for this ball. He can try and launch them downfield again. Got the midfield boost. He can go downfield a little bit, but now has to come back because that counterattack didn't materialize as quickly as he would have liked. Mercy now having to turn around here with about 20 seconds left. Nitrus to intercept. Everybody forward, nobody's home, and Nitrus will put it home.
And it's easy as well. He makes it look so mechanically clean. Portsmouth getting a little desperate. Those aggressive challenges in the midfield, and at times they've worked for them, and at times they've made them pay. That the latter. There will be no late equalizer, barring a miracle for Portsmouth. And my goodness, Stacks, we are staring down the barrel, being a game away from Portsmouth, the European champions, going home from the World Championship without a single win.
Well, Brett trying to at least get anything going here with minimal time left. Got to score with at least 1 second on the clock. They do not. And UNLV is indeed 1 win away from redemption.
What a redemption it would be. They would get to play Penn State in the Group B decider match. Last spot, of course, to the playoffs tomorrow, and I'm sure they can already smell it with their noses. They got more than just their noses in front right now. They got a buffer of 2 games. Can Portsmouth really reverse sweep? They had a 5-game series yesterday against Penn State. They can play it the distance, but even then, when it went the distance, they weren't able to see it out. We're going to have to see something new out of the Englishmen as we see back from the goals of that game, thanks to this time replay.
Yeah, and UNLV, you see the goal there from Nitrus. As Portsmouth, you called it out. They had to chase the game. I mean, you're on the brink of going down 0-2. You got to throw caution to the wind. We say it time and time again. Who cares how many goals you give up if you can't score any of your own? So they give up the goal there. The 2-goal victory for UNLV. 3's been the magic number, as they scored 3 in Game 1 yesterday against UT Arlington. They got a couple of 3-goal performances here today that have them 1 win away from their 3rd win and a 3-0 sweep over the Paladins. DF8 Stadium, the iconic backdrop for Game 3. Could be the last game for the Paladins in this tournament. It would be a shocking exit that they'll try to avoid with Psycho leading the charge.
Really would be shocked, the only real way to describe it, but giving the credit to UNLV is what we should do. I mean, you saw in the break there, the Wheat sub and of course coach of the roster. Of course, he was playing on the roster when they were champions of West in Fallers. Another crossbar shot from Portsmouth. You start to think it might just not be their day, and yet with Tov and how great he's been this series, it has been a growing experience for UNLV all season long. And for them to start peaking and hit a high like they've not hit before today, they could go all the way if they keep looking this strong. And with Tov, of course, only joining this semester, you never know how great they could really become.
Nitrus avoiding Brett coming on there, looking for just a hint of revenge after he's been demolished time and time again. Garen will try to lead the charge downfield alongside Tuv. And there is Nitrous with the demo on Psycho from Garen. Mercy right at his goal line, clears that away. And Portsmouth on the brink of falling behind early in game 3. Come up with a big defensive stop. Brad looking to counter, and Garen just beat him to the punch.
Mercy will make that challenge in the midfield, and Portsmouth are going to have to contest that if they're going to be able to stamp any sense of authority on this series. And when you need 3 back-to-back, that is the call of order. That is the objective. And if Bread isn't make contact on a ball like that, it's a routine hit for him usually. You can see and you can feel the nerves. I'm getting like second-hand stress from watching Portsmouth play.
I mean, especially stressful for you, and you're watching the EURC teams kind of fall by the wayside here as Psycho up the ladder looking for any help at all, and none coming. There's Mercy though, stayed on the ground and it worked out. Nitrous just left it in the air, had to hang around long enough to stop Brett's effort. And Portsmouth doing just enough to stay alive on the offensive end, but they're not getting anything threatening at the net. Feels like it's more of a pedestrian attack, almost like they're just throwing a couple of token challenges, trying to keep him honest, and then Nitrous caught him sleeping.
Look at that punch of a goal from Nitrous, trying to punch his ticket to the lower finals. A haymaker in the midfield, and Bread is a spectator to that one. UNLV ahead again.
Trying to move on into that deciding match to determine who will join UT Arlington representing Group B. Will it indeed be 2 North American squads?
Has to be.
Psycho coming on just off the crossbar, and Brett's got to stay back because here comes Nitrous. Mechanics on display, Tough trying to help out as well, and it was guided wayward. It was well defended anyways. Everything was covered. An opportunity now for Portsmouth after a couple misses at midfield. And somehow Nitrous through traffic clears this out. That's a good read by Mercy. That hits Psycho. Opportunity again to stretch forward, but again, Portsmouth gonna have to kind of chase the game, and they almost gave one up there. Psycho coming back to bail them out.
If I had a penny for every time Portsmouth hit the post or crossbar, I'd be amassing quite a handsome sum right now. Seems to be the story of
that
their
is your tournament for this event, so I
so
hope you're
far.
happy with it.
Yeah, it's already 3P this game. I'm doing pretty well for
There you
myself
go.
as far as I'm concerned, as Mercy sprinting downfield to try and get the center. 2 free jump from UNLV. The door slammed in their face. They've got this lead, and they want to keep it.
Indirect pass off the ceiling. There's nobody there. That's been the problem for Portsmouth. The center ball is available, but everybody's back so far. Either they're recovering from a demo or they're trying to get boost. And Tuv needs no recovery at all. Lands the double tap. Bang, bang. UNLV in front by 2.
And on the day of obligation, out from the shadow steps Tuv. It's 2-0. Portsmouth coming up empty this. What a result this is for North America. Portsmouth against the wall here. 90 seconds. Can they really find 2? They haven't found 2 in, it seems like, hardly any game this series. Maybe 1 as it's into the corner, trying to force the issue, but the shot again just off the mark.
Barring the comeback from Portsmouth here, we're about a minute away from setting up a matchup to advance to the top 8 tomorrow between 2 schools or 2 teams that are kind of fighting for a lot more support from their respective schools. As Tuv's shot, or Tuv challenge, almost led to another goal.
That's in.
And then Tuv will score on the counter. They came so close, Dialecto. You saw it off the crossbar. And then this has to be heartbreaking.
You just cannot defend Tuv right now, Stacks. You know, better luck trying to stop a ghost going through customs. Everything he touches is ending in the back of the blue net. Portsmouth, I ain't got nothing to say about this. You see the mid-boost cheat. They are desperate right now, and yet they just could concede another. It is falling apart for the European champions.
Yeah, this is where a team's going to start to pad their stats a little bit. Garen adding his 4th goal. You got 3 out of Nitro. You got 3 out of Tuv. And it's all going to add up to a 3-0 sweep for the UNLV Rocket Rebels. As Garen trying to slow down Psycho. I mean, now it's just full speed ahead, right? Doesn't matter if you give up 8 or 9 goals. You just got to throw everything at the UNLV half of the field. Opportunity there, cleared away by Garen. How about this performance, though? Coming back after a disappointing first day for UNLV, the Scarlet and Gray getting it done. not wearing the scarlet and gray. You can see the Sunless Con shirts there. It's a little styles contrast to the slick jerseys of Portsmouth. But those t-shirts are going to be visible a little bit later on today when the UNLV Rebels take on Penn State, with the winner going to Championship Sunday of the first CRL World Championship. Redemption indeed for the Rebels.
A parade in Game 3 to tie it up, a cherry on top of a handsome sweep for the North Americans, delivering Portsmouth their early plane tickets home by hand. What a performance from them, and talk about Garen. He was at the heart of it. He'd been all that I had expected, but tough. The performance from him exceeded expectation. It was an explosion of the exceptional from him.
And what a bounce back for UNLV. Outscored 9-3 yesterday against Arlington. They come back with a vengeance. And in the end, it looks like they outscore Portsmouth Castermath 10-3. Here's what I've got on my tally here, as the Rebels very excited to move on in the bracket. They get to live to fight another hour or so. As
True.
Yeah, they will be back in action in just a little bit against Penn State. So step 1, survive, advance, cool. Step 2, they've got to find a way to get to Championship Sunday.
And despite a myriad of chances for Portsmouth, every single one that looked hopeful just came rattling off of the woodwork. I mean, consolation, of course, for Mercy. He's in between scrims all week long. He's been revising because he's got an exam a couple days after he gets back. He's been managing responsibilities, but nothing and no one on Portsmouth could manage what UNLV brought to the table this series.
And the final tally turns out to be something along the lines of 3 goals and 5 assists out of Nitrous in this series. He had a couple helpers in that clinching game. Yeah, I mean, it was a 3-headed attack for UNLV. There was no one standout player. I mean, yeah, Nitrous filled up the stat sheet, but you had Garen with 4 goals. You had another 3 out of Tuv. He had a couple of assists. They just had everything working. And now we're going to send things over to the stage. Dazarin is standing by with the victorious Tuv.
That's right, Stacks. I'm here with Tuv from UNLV, and he's got the crowd behind him. Tuv, congratulations on the win. I want to talk to you a little bit about yesterday. Obviously, it was a kind of a disappointing performance for you guys, but you ended up battling back today. What changed between yesterday and today?
I think it was honestly mostly just we were finally used to the on-stage experience, because playing in the practice area compared to the actual stage is a lot different. So I think we played better.
That's good, that's good. Now talk to me about this matchup here, because obviously you guys took it in a sweep, but game 1 was a little shaky. We saw Portsmouth score late in game 1 to force OT, but you guys ended up taking that. Walk me through what happened in that moment.
Well, I may have owned gold game 1 to send an OT, but I think overall our rotations and comms, we were just doing a lot better. So I don't think we were too nervous with it. We still felt confident, even though we kind of choked game 1.
Well, thankfully, you didn't choke. You ended up closing that out. Now you face Penn State next to make playoffs. Talk to me about how you feel going into that matchup.
Penn State has been beating a lot of good teams, and they're playing really solid at this event. So I think it could be anyone's game, but hopefully we get the dub.
Okay, well, before we let you go and get ready, anything you want to say to any of your fans you have out there?
Shout out to my parents who are here, and all the fans watching me at home and here too.
Big shout outs to Tuv and UNLV. Congratulations on the win. We're going to cut to a short break. You don't want to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
I was put it in the
to show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger. Before school's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna. I was putting in the. I was putting in the hours.
University of Nevada, Las Vegas are able to go ahead. What is this even? Oh, what are you doing? All right, welcome back, folks. It's the CRL World Championship, and we are 2 matches down into Elimination Saturday. I'm your host, F. Dot, joined here by Tyler Bates, and of course, we have Lemon, Kiwi, and Tylacto down over at the end. Lemon, you seem excited? Talk to me.
UNLV. No, I got the, I heard the chants. I was ready to get out there, but I got to save my voice for the no. It's going to be a big day today. Yeah, but if UNLV from day 1 showed up to UNLV on day 2, I got to say, even as a UNLV fan, I wasn't going to pret that match, but UNLV looked in top shape, especially
Can I say something?
No.
Can I say something? That was painful to watch. If you're a Portsmouth fan, Tylacto, I don't know how you casted it. There are so many unforced errors, so many crossbars. It reminded me back in the old days of CRL. Hit underneath the crossbar, Portsmouth. Somebody said the Portsmouth post. That's all they're aiming at. Come on, man. And UNLV, you got to give it tough, played exceptional. Yeah, a couple double touches, a couple counterattacks, and Garen really led the truce. But my goodness.
It's okay, pal. That was going to be okay.
I mean, don't get used to it, but this is, you know, one of the times I'm in complete agreement with T Bates here. That was, I don't want to take credit away from UNLV, but that was a haunting performance. I don't want them to have nightmares about that for too long to come, but that's a loss that's going to stick with them for a long time.
Yeah, you think so?
Very. I've never seen them play like that, and that might be the last time we see this team. Psycho, it's graduating.
Oh,
I don't think I've seen you happy all weekend.
What do you think?
I don't know. I have a guess.
That's just his face. Group B here, we saw UTA take down Penn State, putting Penn State in the decider match, and UNLV trounces Portsmouth. So we know who's going to wind up. It's UNLV, an interesting match for sure. We'll take a look at later as we decide who winds up joining us. Here's Group C. Kiel is waiting for the winner of our next matchup. We go all the way to, well, we're staying here, but Germany came all the way to Dallas, and they're going to be playing, that's Hamburg, and the team from Quebec, Valley Field. We going head-to-head, and one of these teams do not make it past this point. I'm going to go right back to you, Lemon Kiwi. Talk to me. I know you want to lean towards Valley Field, but can you?
All right, boys, we got to step up. You know, when I got to say the one French word, we got to go Franglish a little bit. It doesn't seem like Valley Field is performing very well against EU teams, as evidenced.
But it was the same about UNLV. You never know.
You know what? You know, I like that you're more on my side of things. We're turning things around day 2. We're evolving. So I got to, but they did face a, you know, Kiel, would you say is better than Hamburg, right? And
they're definitely in better form. Hamburg wouldn't like it if I said that, but at the end of the day, Kiel beat them in lower bracket at URC. They cannot argue with that.
This is why we're paying you the big bucks, to drop us the EU
I mean,
fast.
you heard Stacks. I got a penny each time Portsmouth hit the crossbar. I got 5p thanks to that series.
Valleyfield got to be in top shape if they want to win today, and if they struggled against Kiel, like 3-0 struggle, then what are they going to do against Hamburg?
Yeah, I don't really know what to expect. Hamburg did look relatively strong in their series in the upper bracket. You know, they got themselves a game, which is more than can be said for some. And sure, it's another EU loss, but I'm expecting them to be happy. And more so than anything, they are desperate to play Kiel. Hamburg and Kiel, one of the few sets of teams in EU that are really not friends with each other. But Valleyfield are going to stand tall in the way, and I'd be surprised if they move aside anywhere near as easily as yesterday.
I've gotten a fair amount of time to get to talk to Calix. I really like this young man. I think he's a smart guy, and he is one of the most comfortable people at this entire LAN. I asked him about LAN jitters. I asked him about stepping on stage. I asked him about your trip to America. He was like, hey, man, kind of a lot of firsts. I don't care. I'm chilling. I'm ready to go. And I think that's a big deal, having them feel comfortable. That might be what they need to take advantage here. But we'll shift over to Valley Field and Tokyo front and center.
Tokyo, I believe Tokyo is one of the few people in A, respectively, who are out playing till 7 p.m. last night in the venue, really grinding, trying to work on the mechanics. Most of the European teams sat back there and played till 7 as well, and that didn't work, unfortunately. So we'll see. We'll see how much this is worth. But Tokyo has the mechanics. He's really good. And Valleyfield, yesterday they played a pretty okay series. They just kept missing their shots. Other than that, their series was actually pretty solid, and they could have won that one, but it was just unfortunate for them in the end. Miss Canada.
Yeah, Miss me. Oh, that's nice.
How do you feel about your Canadian?
I would say, yeah, I think what's always held Valleyfield back is like mechanics. They seem like a very smart team, one that stays composed and one that really grinds and works hard. So as soon as those mechanics just level up day after day, like we always kind of depend on Broken to be that star performer for this team. But day one was a little shaky, just like a lot of teams, whether with the nerves, the travel, the jet lag, just a different environment than playing in your bedroom, playing at your college with people next to you. Well, yeah, you're still next to you, or depending on what your situation is. And Broken is going to be the guy I'm depending on today.
Well, the Black and Gold, they've got 3 strong players on the field for sure, but they have a 4th behind them. Coach Ethan, I think, is going to be a big deal for them. Not only does he have some experience, he has specifically EURC experience in Birmingham City, and so that might be some insight into Hamburg that these guys can really, really use.
And I'm actually unsure about the UNLV coach behind them. I do believe, just to correct, that Ethan's coaching Kiel. Yeah, actually, I want to get that one spot on.
Mistake.
But, I mean, behind them, they want to make sure that Valleyfield are comfortable, because the thing for me, we did highlight Broken, and I think rightly so, because he didn't look comfortable yesterday. And on his cam, he looked frustrated. There's no Quebec flag on his back coming out today, maybe focusing just more on the gameplay, maybe thinking maybe he can't exactly come out all guns blazing after that performance yesterday. But if he can be that kingpin for Valleyfield, then Hamburg are going to have trouble on their hands.
Going to be a tough one, I think. One more time, the Europeans have to go across the sea. And again, like, this is the big deal when we talk about world championships. Yeah, a lot of these European teams have experience against other European teams. A lot of North American teams have a lot of experience there too, but when you start crossing the pond, teammates, I mean, that's a whole big deal. I'm going to ask you to put your player hat on. You know, you obviously know a lot about the squads. Playing against a team is so different. Playing against a team on the field is so different than watching tape and reading the stats.
Right, because a team might look slow when you're watching them. It might look like they make a couple more mistakes, a couple more errors, but when you're actually going up against them, they're speeding up. They're moving a little bit more quicker. They're moving more uniform. They're making plays that you don't necessarily see. They're taking advantage of mistakes that you also made. A lot of players, especially when they're playing, especially when they're watching, they think that, oh, I could do that. No, maybe you can't do that. Maybe you would make that same mistake at that same moment, especially when you're on the stage presence, going all the way across the pond. You're representing Europe. Hamburg, you really got a lot going on, a lot of stakes in this matchup, because EU at the moment, Telacto, y'all are struggling.
I get it. You know, the second you say them 2 letters, I know what's coming. I brace, you know. That's how it is. I get it. I'm basically Yummy Cheese Man on the desk right here, representing a region that is just not performing, I'm afraid. But maybe that'll change right here. Hamburg, you know, they've got that experience against a Colombia team in the upper bracket, who yesterday Colombia were on point. They were a Colombia showing up. They were hitting their shots, and my goodness, were they hitting their double taps to boot as well. I don't know if Valleyfield are going to be able to suppress Hamburg back that same way.
I feel like, just as a general note for this tournament, that a lot of the underdog teams that showed up actually are performing really well, and maybe even above the expectations. So no, you know, you were like, oh, Team Berlin, but you know, teams like Hamburg and Penn State and even Valleyfield are doing pretty well. So I don't think you can underestimate anyone in this tournament. And you know, the top dogs are still at the top, but you know, there's a chance for Hamburg to do better than maybe the higher seed ones.
I mean, I'm happy that you say Valleyfield are doing well, and someone here's got the rose-tinted glasses on, because they are the only team left in this tournament that haven't taken a game yet. So I don't know which games you're watching, but I am down, because I do agree they're going to make it more than competitive.
Shout out Kendo Slice. He's wearing the rose-colored glasses. But as far as our matchup here is concerned, I think this is, again, one of the more close ones, and so I want you out there. Tell us what you're thinking. Hashtag Ham if you think it's going to be Hamburg, or hashtag CDV if you think the squad from Quebec are going to take it. Oh, man, this is one of the harder ones for me to call, in all honesty. I guess I'll lead off, because I've been generally going from the other side. At the end of the day, I look at the way Calix has just been acting. He's so calm and cool, collected. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to take his team to that next level, but if both of these teams are even, that might be the decider. So I am going to go Hamburg here. I will say, I'm not putting all my money on this one. This is a tight one. It's going to be hard to call. I will lean towards Hamburg.
I'll say that just needs a win. Y'all just need a win. And somebody's got to do it. Valleyfield, they were on the stage yesterday against Kiel, and they just kept missing. They kept missing quite a lot. UNLV also kept missing yesterday, but UNLV came out today. I think Calix is the best player in the field. I'm going to roll with him. I'm going to roll with Hamburg, and especially just got to see Kiel versus Hamburg to qualify.
I just have more faith in the region in general. I'm just saying NA is just better performing than EU, and I think you don't make the same mistakes you did on day 1 and day 2. Everyone is having a good bounce back, so we'll see if this sticks true. I'm going with Valleyfield. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's understandable.
Sorry.
I'm a little scared, and at this point, I can't predict any EU team to win with confidence and conviction, but I am predicting Hamburg.
No.
It's just not with confidence and conviction. You know? No, I can't pick Valleyfield. You see that performance yesterday? I hope they put up a more performance just so Hamburg gets some decent practice.
You don't get it.
All right, well, we are locked in. 80% of the fans at home think it's going to be Europe. I would love to see that happen. As Tyler said, we have some fantastic stuff going forward. You can say whatever you want. I think it's time for the players. Jolly and Jorby are on the mic. Let's go.
We're in Elimination Station all day today, and another one up in the Raptors and down onto the field, Jolly. Hamburg trying to get by Valleyfield.
And EU, I've been cheering on EU, okay? There have been opportunities that they've had, and they have just slipped through their fingers. I think this is one that they can absolutely clutch up, but we'll have to see. It's another best of.
I was talking to Calix this morning at breakfast, and he was trying to teach me German. It didn't go well, but he told me that he's feeling pretty confident. After I said he's calm, calm, and collected, and I have to agree, Calix absolutely is. But you know, it'd be great if he could join the field.
Yeah,
Calix, where are you?
We need the whole team in general, actually, on that side. And honestly, the biggest thing that I think I want to see out of this series is I don't want any more 3-0s for the day, okay? We already got the 3-0s, all right? We got the teams that didn't perform well yesterday showing up today, kind of taking us by surprise. But a lot of the matches that we have scheduled are relatively tight ones when we get into day 2, when you don't have those top 4 excelling teams that we have to worry about here. So fingers crossed that it's all best of 5s going all the way for the rest of the day. And this one in particular, I would not be surprised if we even got some extra minutes on the clock.
Yeah, the big difference for me between Hamburg and Valleyfield is Valleyfield here, as late as they really could be, scrimming, trying to make sure things are going and good and going. But I mean, Hamburg, they're definitely a lot cooler here and feeling confident in themselves, even though they got swept by Columbia College, and it wasn't the prettiest series for them. Valleyfield kind of echoing the sentiments on the desk, which is just a lot of missed chances, a lot of missed opportunities, and kind of alluding to what Lemon was talking about. Some of those teams that underperformed on day 1 have shown they still got it on day 2. Now, we've only had a couple matches so far today, so I think the buck's still out on that one, but you have to feel at least a little better about Valleyfield, or maybe Hamburg as well. I think Valleyfield staying here scrimming all night is something that I massively respect, and trying to get that grind going. Your hands are fresh. So we'll see how much that benefits them.
And if there's going to be a team that has that big improvement from yesterday, it's got to be Valleyfield, who didn't take a single game. And we're talking about how confident Hamburg look. You know, they're laughing, they're chilling, they're leaning back in their chairs. That doesn't necessarily mean on the side of Valleyfield that those stoic faces are a bad sign. That means they're in the zone, they're ready to go, and they have a lot on the line as we hop into the game with all 6 players.
Everyone on the pitch. Game 1 finally underway.
Already a shot on goal, look at that.
Already cleared out. Calix racing out. He's just gonna let that ball sail by the corner, and Valleyfield will get another quick clear for them. Quick demo to go around the box.
No
Tokyo
way!
scores first.
All right, I was gonna say, okay, Tokyo and Vegas, I was calling this as the broken game, right? Yesterday, the angle, as they were going up against the high opposition, it's the broken angle. Tokyo and Vegas, I wanted to see him step up. All it took was 18 seconds, and Tokyo's gonna put the first on the board. That is a good sign.
There are a few things scarier than the go-ahead demo guy barreling down the net, knowing that, oh, there's only a few ways that I can avoid this. I'm squeezed against the back wall. Valleyfield definitely taking advantage of that. Hamburg trying to control this ball out of the corner. Valleyfield might just gave that one up. Calix wins a big touch. Backboard is clean out, but still cleared.
It's a good thing because Hamburg was set up for an offensive play on that one. Still, control not really being held by either player. Valleyfield with the opportunity for another shot, a little bit of a disruption there. Big save coming out of Calix, and the clear to follow it up means Hamburg can attack now on their own.
That's a nice 50 from Calix as well, but cleared out. And Hamburg trying to get set up. Hartman, see him trying to use that wave landing to maintain that speed. Hamburg unable to hold on to that midfield line. Struggling to move forward, but that Hartman Devo gave Calix an angle. Not a lot of boost to try to make it work on the flick.
Not a lot of boost for either team there. I actually thought Valleyfield might have had an equalizing goal experience right there from Hamburg, but a nice quick save. And the saves are kind of stacking up for Valleyfield right now. Very fast play, and that is something that they were lacking in yesterday for sure, that they needed to improve upon. And Hamburg is going to have to respond to that pretty quickly and adapt accordingly.
Pushing up pretty far. Hartman, no boost. Calix, another shot. He's been behind the ball in a couple of those opportunities. Now Hamburg starting to control the midfield. You see him taking that advanced position. Even Calix not rotating back until the last moment. And can't get the touch.
No.
It doesn't matter if you rotate back. You gotta make contact with the ball.
Jorby, I almost don't want to watch this replay. This is a rough one, and we're gonna change. Oh, we're gonna change the perspective. It's Calix, it's Hartman who just goes a little bit too far to the right on that shot. And it was good patience coming out of Valleyfield to get the acquisition towards the right 90.
And Calix was in a tough spot. He's got to protect that ball on the back wall. You want to be able to control that touch instead of just sending it right away to Valleyfield, but just didn't have the read on that low bounce in front. And you can only blame his teammates so much for that. It's a routine touch he's got to come up with. It's Valleyfield looking for a clear out. They're happy Hamburg have given them this 2-goal lead. Hamburg has more pressure here in the corner. We'll see what they can do with it.
And a lot of these plays, too, I'm noticing are finding more success closer to the ground. There have been a lot of teams that prefer these aerial plays, these off-the-wall passing plays. Valleyfield is finding themselves a lot of opportunities by just causing some vehicle disruption on the defenders and then sending a shooter forward. Relatively, seemingly easy shots. It's working out, and they might have another opportunity here, but it's going to be taken up and around the corner by Calix. Still has a bunch of boost left in the tank. Broken snags that one away, sends a clear pass back over to Vegas. The touch wasn't quite the right direction. Valleyfield still has a chance.
Hamburg feeling more pressure. Rotation's still clean enough, but they're all running a little low on boost. Valleyfield has full control. Another shot coming down off the bar for the save. And Jazo able to get that first touch out. Calix pushing it around the corner. Might be an opening starting to develop for Hamburg, but they're forced laterally in the orange half, and now they're back to the blue.
And this midfield control has kind of been going back and forth. You can see Jorby. Valleyfield constantly stopping it out. Calix with a nice attempt at a swish pass there. Valleyfield has a nice clean rotation. They've got 2 members on the front post. Is it enough? Yes. The save from Tokyo. The follow-up from Broken to transition this one over to the blue side of the field and an empty net, but not the boost to the position for Valleyfield to follow it up with a shot.
Yeah, I think Valleyfield were a little worried about that midfield challenge, and they just wanted to beat that last player to the ball. I mean, Hamburg, they get these pushes down to the orange half, but then it's actually getting those quality shot opportunities that aren't really forthcoming. Valleyfield have done a good job forcing the play to the corners and getting a quick clear. While Hamburg can get control of the midfield, it hasn't been a consistent effort for them, and Valleyfield have held on to this 2-goal lead. I'd say fairly conservatively. They haven't really pushed the mold too hard on Hamburg to try to retain the lead.
They haven't. They get yet another shot on goal. And something that I'm actually noticing is normally I get concerned when a team is using all of their boost on these single plays. Everybody goes down to 0. But Valleyfield is focusing very well on putting the pressure on Hamburg by stealing these corner 100 pockets and ensuring that at least one member can recover on a defensive or offensive play. Very good to see with only a little left on the clock.
I think that's actually the first time I've heard the canister referenced to as the 100 pocket. Kind of like that.
I call the little ones pennies.
But it's 12. It's like a dime.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but it's glowing and it's orange.
It's,
okay,
it's the flying cars hitting the ball around.
It looks
None
like
of it
a
makes
penny.
sense.
It looks like a penny.
Less than 30 seconds remaining for Hamburg. They're getting shut out right now by Valleyfield. Not a lot of shots coming. Again, transitions have looked good, and the pressure has not. Calix forcing the 50 out. And Jazo trying to get that ball back out. A pass maybe developing. Hartman was waiting for something to develop. Nothing did, and there it is again, Valleyfield. The ball hit right into Vegas. Another one sent up if they get a shot with time left, but I think that's going to do it for game 1. Valleyfield take a comfortable game 1 lead.
All right, I like to say what I'd like to see for the next game, right? And I have kind of a, you know, an inkling that for Hamburg in general, there was only one name we were really saying. It was Calix. When it came to, you know, offense, defense, it was pretty much Calix. So we need to see the remainder of the team step it up and try to follow up on some of these Calix plays, because there were some rebound opportunities or some chances that the rest of the team could have surged forward. Yes, it's risky at that point to move the rotation up a little bit, but they still had the midfield control. So I want to see a little bit more pressure, just a little more confidence in Calix's setup.
No, I actually think you make a great point with it as well, because there's so many times in the midfield we'd see Hamburg cut up, and we've seen this with a couple teams this weekend where that second and third man are following so close together in midfield, and you gotta have somebody protecting the back line. It's okay to have first and second man, be a little risky, but then once you start committing second and third man, that risk-heavy play style comes with a lot of, well, risk. Yeah. And you're getting burned for them more times than not, so it's about adjusting and maybe loosening the rotation a little bit. Valleyfield came out and literally punched Hamburg in the chassis, deleting a player off the field to get their first goal of the game, and that set the tone for the rest of game one.
Yeah, it only took 18 seconds, I think, is what we were saying. In Valleyfield, they kept the pressure on, which is another good sign, because Valleyfield is one of those teams where if they feel off for the day, it can affect their mental. Yeah. And I can tell that extra practice time that they put in yesterday, the extra hours they spent here at the venue to ensure their hands were ready, it was time well spent.
We'll see what Calix and company can get going here. Valleyfield have to be feeling quite confident after that first game. Talk about a lot of their missed opportunities yesterday. Didn't see nearly as much of that. Now, the one thing I think that you have going for you if you're a Hamburg fan out there is that the offense did kind of peter out for Valleyfield about halfway through the game. Hamburg did a good job managing the ball on defense, getting transitions. The only real problem for Hamburg was the offense and the positioning when they got on offense. So I think they can really build on that. I feel like I still think they have a great chance here in game number 2.
Yeah, I sincerely think that just changing the mentality of saying more confidence in Calix will actually go a big distance, because the rotations, the midfield control had to do with the fact that 2 defenders were on the midfield. If you have the opportunity for a follow-up shot, you can't keep 2 back. You have to send at least that second offensive player forward to follow up on Calix, who can then grab one of those corners, one of those hundreds, and make his way to the opposite side of the field. There's so much opportunity here. I just want to see a little bit more faith in these individuals on Hamburg.
Tokyo up for this ball, got over 1. Got enough boost to drop down, but again, backboard defense good enough for Hamburg. Broken, unable to make contact, and it did freeze Hamburg on the line, and it might actually give Valleyfield a goal. Tokyo scores off the tactical whiff.
Oh, assists all day long for Valleyfield as well. The setup from Vegas right here. Broken actually had the initial touch on it, and that is a teamwork play. This is the high risk, high reward you were talking about. That was 3 members of Valleyfield into the corner of Hamburg's side. They knew that they had it, though, at least on the 3rd touch.
And MJza was respecting the touch on the back wall, and you saw him position himself on the back wall to get that quick clear when that touch came, but then the player just dropped down around the ball, and then you see him come down off the wall. He rotates in an awkward spot out. Valleyfield taking another shot, that time Broken. Just picked up on the save by Calix.
And shots on goal were relatively even when we looked at the stats for game number 1. While it felt like it was all Valleyfield, especially given the 2 shots that they had in Tokyo with the follow-up. Tokyo, where were you yesterday?
He's showing up today. That one high off the backboard, and again, Hartman caught on the back wall, really awkward on that play, had a lot of boost in the tank, and it's just about finding that read. Where the ball was placed up high, when you're sitting on that back wall, it can be really awkward to feel where exactly that ball's gonna bounce off the read, and clearly wasn't confident in it, so just came down off the back wall and tried to make the save in front of the net. It is such a tough position to make a save when you're just sitting in the middle of that back wall and you can't generate any kind of momentum. So it's 2 times now Hamburg have been awkward, but they finally pick up their first goal. MJza with the score.
MJ has locked one in, and there's still 3 minutes on the clock, Jorby. Plenty of time for Hamburg to recuperate on this one. And again, adaptability is one of the biggest things I'm looking for. Hamburg, they're showing it in game 2.
And you wanted to see Hartman and MJza step up. Exactly. It was all Calix in game 1. They're the 2 who link up on that play.
Love to see it. Love the assist plays as well. Valleyfield has really been utilizing those. And I talked about the mental of Valleyfield, how it can technically be easily broken, right? This might be a strategy. Hamburg just keeps the pressure up at this point. As long as they've broken 1, they can potentially do more.
Momentum is a fickle master. That one put off the board and almost into the net, but what more could you do on that shot? 2 actually come out, first from Broken, then from Tokyo. Well, that second shot, really just a pick-me-up as Calix got a little bit of boost. Couldn't quite get the control and challenged out. Whoa, that pre-jump would have been nasty if they got the dunk. It's another potential clear here for Hamburg. MJ's keeping it close. Maybe starting to heat up a little bit, but there's another challenge for Valleyfield.
I do like this transition. I was talking about game number 1, how it feels like the plays have been close to the ground. Game number 2, they're like, all right, let's keep it up in the air. Let's do as much as we can. Let's expend as much boost to get some of these plays, some of these flip resets. As long as we can get a shot on goal, it's worth the risk.
Up high again here for Broken. Valleyfield, a little bit of pressure starting to build. Good challenges in front as well. Broken setting up something in front of the box. Hamburg have just gotten into position at just the right time. Tracking on the back wall, keeping it close. A nice pass, but too close for Vegas. Gets chipped off the play. It's still Valleyfield ball. Pass over the box and taken away by Hartman.
That was a lot of vehicle disruption coming out of Hamburg, and that helped. I mean, just preventing Valleyfield from successfully making these passing plays. And passing plays are something that we've already seen in game number 1 that is working well against Hamburg, that Valleyfield is able to execute on. Tokyo and Vegas in particular have a lot of duality here today. Tokyo with another whiff in the air, and I shouldn't have asked him where he was.
A little slight off the midfield line. Hamburg positioning well on defense. Hartman can't get that dunk. This is a good setup, though, for Hamburg. Gets the demo on the back side. Maybe if they can wrap around it, but the rest of that Valleyfield defense in the air. Calix missing that read a little bit. He didn't have a lot of boost. Took the jump a little early. How did he got that touch? That would have been a big pressure play for Hamburg.
Speed still barely in favor of Valleyfield, only slightly, because Hamburg is expending a lot of boost on a lot of these plays. Calix, though, manages to find a shot up high. Tokyo sends that one away. Hartman with the carry forward. Tokyo again finds the challenge and some success on it. MJ maybe trying to set this one over the top of the goal line. Valleyfield attempting to clear it out around the corner. Hartman, a play off the corner. The pass over to MJ. It comes off the ceiling directly to Broken. Calix keeping the play alive, though. It is going to be a little bit too high, and Tokyo sends that one away for the rebound.
Calix using the rest of his boost to try to get that dunk, but Valleyfield on the transition off the wall and taken away by MJ. So not a lot of time left. Hamburg spent about 20 seconds in the orange half and didn't really get any quality shots on target. Vegas sends one flying. Now Hamburg got to do it in the air. They get the bounce on the ramp, but the challenge is there. Valleyfield crushing Hamburg right now. One more to sweep.
Okay, one more to sweep. You know what? You know what we're having for lunch today?
What's that?
Catering. We got hamburgers. Okay, so I have a feeling maybe that might give a little bit of a boost over to the guys on the side of hamburgers.
What's above well done for a hamburger?
That's, I mean, well, above in
charred.
terms of good is less than well done.
Oh no, I want to say not good. It's charred right now.
It's charred. It definitely feels like it's been on the grill just a little bit too long.
You bite in the middle of it and it's still black. Like, this isn't even a hamburger anymore.
Yep.
I'm just not trying to rinse Hamburg too hard here, but Valleyfield, you got to give credit where credit is due. They faced a lot more pressure in that game from Hamburg, but they did a great job again on defense, managing in the corners, winning those 50s, and it was actually the aggressive challenges when they did get to the midfield. They were always there. They know how Hamburg want to play this. Calix, several times now, has gone for that first touch, tried to follow it up. He doesn't quite have the air dribble on lock, and so they're just able to get to these balls. Calix isn't able to follow up those 50s fairly well. I thought Hartman had a bit of a better game this time, but still it's just the brokenness of their rotations aren't really working on offense. And they have to find a way to get that follow-up guy in position on offense to actually win these challenges against Valleyfield.
Yeah, and it's at least not all Calix, right? We were saying everyone's name. MJ had some great pop-off plays. Hartman had some great pop-off plays. But I think at the end of the day, we saw so many whiffs actually come through as well from Hamburg, where they used half their tank of boost and didn't even get the connection on the ball. Oh my gosh, that's it. Hartman got the first one. 4 seconds, baby. That's all it takes.
Calix is very thankful for Hartman's presence here. Gets up and oof! Timing a little off on that one from Calix, but he got the bump anyway and gave Hartman the goal.
Beautifully done. Again, a couple seconds. Hey, if you can get those assist stats padded, you might as well do it. And it's working for Valleyfield. It's going to work here for Hamburg. A beautiful start now for the team that is currently facing match point of the opposition. Beautiful.
That was a great stop in midfield. Calix had a direct line at the net. We saw him dive back to make that stop happen. Nice work by Broken on the play. Valleyfield trying to take back control. It's the first lead for Hamburg in the series. Calix trying to little scoop that ball. Have you ever seen a shovel? That's about as close to a shovel grab as you can get off the ramp.
Broken, looking for some of these aggressive plays. Broken is I mean, an absolute standout player is CRL in general. Definitely one of the most improved that we have seen in this season. Not going to be able to make a play off of that one. Broken very far back, actually, but he's going to be able to save this one. It does hit the crossbar. The follow-up comes through, and Hartman puts another on board for Hamburg.
Great placement here by Hartman. Calix gets it set up, and you see the defense, they freeze. Broken and Vegas, they didn't know who was going to go for that ball, and they shaded it so well, and it gave Hartman that opening, and he still had to place that well. There was still a defender in a good spot in the center of the net. Well done by Hartman.
And I don't even think Broken needed to actually get the touch. If I'm not mistaken, it just hit the crossbar, meaning Broken a little bit presumptuous on that play. And again, Hamburg has the capacity to kind of throw Valleyfield back on their heels, disrupt their gameplay a little bit, and they're going to find a lot more opportunities and chinks in the armor here of this team. Again, match point, there's a lot of stress as well on them, both of them right now.
Valleyfield trying to move down the field now. Have set the tone each time in these games, but game 3 has gone a little differently. See how they can respond. They do have a quick pass in the midfield. Starting to press, actually, all three. They get the opening on the board, and Broken puts in the first goal.
Oh, beautiful speed on that as well. The redirects are something to behold from Valleyfield.
Nice on the rebound. You see them again. MJzo got harassed in net, so he was trying to figure out where exactly that ball was going, but he couldn't exactly commit. His lane cut off and just got frozen in the net. Well done by Valleyfield, taking advantage of the free rebound.
3:33 left on the clock. Plenty of time for Valleyfield to take this one. Hamburg, though, I want to see a game 4, Hamburg. All right. I don't normally vote against NA, but
they look better. They look better than they did in game 1. I think it's certainly possible.
It's adaptability, right? That's something, again, especially for collegiate teams in particular. These are players who are trying to become pro. One of the best ways to do that, stand out as an individual, is to show improvement on the pitch minute by minute. And that is certainly something that we're seeing from Hamburg right now.
I think for Valleyfield, one thing that I was really impressed with last game, again, was their quick challenges, not letting Hamburg control the ball for free in the neutral zone. And even right here, again, they're in an attacking position in midfield, even on defense. Once they get that confident positioning, gonna be tough to beat. 1 touch, 2 touches, a third, maybe no, taken away, but the rebound is clear. The shot's on target. Goal!
And again, we see a member in the defensive box causing disruption on the defenders. Broken recognizes there's a shot opportunity here, so he goes towards Calix and throws him off. Then you don't even know which direction to head for as a defender, and these fast shots are working for both teams, but now it's equalized. Hamburg, they were ahead by 2 goals, and if Valleyfield can secure 1 more, the series is over, and they're out of the competition in general.
Yeah, momentum can flip so quickly. Hamburg, quick shot, but it's wide. Rebound actually comes for free. They're gonna kick it high, and that's a good read there. Tokyo to get it downfield. Hartman looking for Calix, maybe on the wing. He's got the reset. Calix off the post and in! Hamburg deliver another creative play.
Watch this stall from Vegas, who realizes in slow motion, I'm sure, exactly what is about to happen. Vegas says, I can't, forward, backward, forward. Nope, there's no possibility to get into a good position for that. He was also completely out of boost, so Hamburg taking advantage of these openings. They got to keep doing that.
I still don't know if that first goal that Hamburg scored where Calix and, oh no, MJzo barely gets there. I was gonna say when when Calix and MJzo were shading the ball, and they're like, who's going for it? I still don't know if that was intentional or not.
Yeah.
But that next one was definitely from Hartman, and Calix just rips one from the side. Look at him go.
And again, this is Valleyfield having defensive positioning and not really knowing what to do. Broken ends up going too far forward. Should be expecting these shots to come through when you have speed on players like that from Hamburg. Still, 2 minutes on the clock. We've seen Valleyfield come back from worse. Not yesterday, though.
A lesson for Valleyfield there is why you got to control that ball out of your own corner. Just giving it up to the sideway. Valleyfield slowing it down. Got the 50, and third man waiting in midfield. Underneath, got the first one, and it's cleared out by Hamburg. Gotten those 2 goals out. Valleyfield feeling that pressure, even getting bumped off that challenge too. And that has been the difference for me, is besides the creativity from Hamburg, it's the challenge game. Valleyfield aren't winning those challenges as handily.
There it is.
But when Broken is hitting the shot like that in the top shelf, it's looking good.
And it's another assist play that we see coming through. A beautiful clear coming out of Broken. Tokyo tries to follow it up, but the distraction that Tokyo caused right there meant those 2 defenders for Hamburg were not trying to get to the back post and front post. They were going for the opposition.
That communication is key there as well. You got 2 players going back. I mean, someone's got to get up for that ball a little earlier. Letting it fall back to the wall, certainly a chance. But when you have an attacker there who's going to challenge you, trying to get that advanced position on defense. People a little bit of a better spot when you've got 2 guys back, but they got another clear out and just missed the redirect. It's still off the post and in. MJzo picks up 1 for the team.
All right, how many points did Hamburg put on in games 1 and 2? They currently have 5 goals right now. Valleyfield's defense has been disrupted. It's been broken up, and Hamburg has taken advantage of it. Look at the smiles on these guys' faces.
Calix is like, look, even when I whiff, we score. I'm pretty sure Calix has just not touched the ball, and the assist, you're not going to get credit. The game's not going to give you credit for not touching the ball. Calix, whether he's doing it on purpose or not, sorry, Calix, I can't give you that credit, but that I'm going to give you credit for. MJzo, big save.
Huge save. That was a team effort as well coming out of Hamburg. They created a little bit of a blockade there, putting bumper to bumper, and that would have, or could have potentially been a game changer on the other side. Calix says, let's put some nails in the coffin for Valleyfield. Only 51 seconds, 3 points down.
Given a free try at it, a good catch and flick, really easily done from Calix. And this one has definitely gotten away from Valleyfield, and Hamburg feeling quite good after, like you said, they only scored 1 goal or 2 goals in games 1 and 2. Yep. So tripling their goal output in game number 3. Don't score them all at once. Broken gonna get the clear out. Valleyfield just gonna try to rebuild some momentum. And you're not exactly thinking about game 4 just this second, but we certainly are. In Hamburg, it's a good return to form here, off the bar and taken away.
I was going to say, if you're a true believer, someone's like, it's possible, right? The tie is possible. I don't know if I'm a true believer on this one. Especially not with that 7 now. Calix, oh my gosh, popping off.
That's a nice one from Calix. This time he's got all the space, gets underneath on the reset. I don't even know if he got the reset, but the redirect put it on the side, so
didn't need it.
He'll absolutely take it.
Did not even need the reset. I think the recognition was there too. And that has a lot to say about the patience behind these plays now that are coming out of Hamburg. Even knowing they're at match point in a situation like this, they can take a step back, reevaluate positioning, and say, hey, we've got openings, let's take them.
Valleyfield getting caught out on a lot of those. Calix wanted another one. Added to the 8th, but Valleyfield gonna have to go back to the drawing board here in game number 4. Not finding nearly as much success now, and Hamburg have starting to flip the script. Can they keep that going, though, heading into game 4? I think Valleyfield going to be able to reset. You still have the lead in the series. But Hamburg, big win to prevent the sweep.
It was the hamburgers. It was the mention of hamburgers.
So they weren't charged.
I guess not. No. They were better, right? They were
better. Just delayed. We were still waiting. It was going to be like a 30-minute wait.
Right. There's an opportunity for a reverse sweep here. We saw a couple yesterday. We had some chances here today, but we got a game number 4. That alone, I am very happy about. And the confidence that I'm seeing from Hamburg right now, I'm also happy about. It's not enough to sway the mentality of this team. And now moving forward, we have to kind of look at the defense on both of these teams and how that's panned out. The adaptability has to come in play for both offense and defense. Hamburg was making some clutch saves, whereas Valleyfield was kind of dropping the ball, no pun intended, on some of their own defensive plays.
And there's credit to Hamburg to be given. I mean, they had a lot of feints and things that they were shading the way they were approaching the ball, and sometimes you thought, like Valleyfield, they have to respect first man is going to touch the ball, but when first and second man jump like two ways in front of the ball and neither of them touch it, like what are you supposed to do in that situation?
Hooey! This is what I wanted to see.
Yeah, Calix is looking good.
No saves from Valleyfield is what I just saw there in the numbers. There's no way that was the case, but Hamburg, as we say at Valleyfield, they don't want to be outshined that much. Tokyo, first 3 seconds. Last game, it was 4 seconds. This game, it's a 1-up.
And a quick pause into slow-mo. Figure out what exactly happens there. That's the replay. I'm the dumb one there. Excuse me.
I have the same. No, I have the same.
I was sitting. Now the ref is going to pause the game, and we'll get everything sorted away as the admins figure it out. Players ask for the pause, so we'll figure out what's going on, and we'll get right back into the action soon. But it was a good start for Valleyfield on that kickoff. We'll see what exactly the issue is and see if everything stands. But I do think for Valleyfield, the solution when you have to respect the first player behind the ball is stop respecting them. First man on your team don't respect the touch anymore. Just go up and challenge it.
Yep.
That way you force Hamburg to have to touch that, to have to get those touches. If you just give them the space, then they could do whatever they want behind the ball. They don't have to touch it, and they're going to make you look silly if you're going to try to play the outplay every single time to try to control it.
Yep, and the concerns that I had too in games 1 and 2 from Hamburg, you know, boost control, some of those whiffs that I was talking about, really target acquisition in terms of going on the ball. I saw none of that in game 3.
Yeah.
It was so well cleaned up, and I think that really threw Valleyfield off. They're like, hold on, this almost feels like a completely different team that we're currently playing.
You see that guy in the crowd, as the camera zooms in on him, he just gets that slow smile on his face. Like, I see what you're up to. I see what you're up to, camera guy. Shout out to the crowd out there. They've been great cheering on
Yeah, cheer yourselves
everybody.
on. Yeah,
It's been awesome. There's been support for every team here, even for our European teams in their inaugural CRL LAN debut. And it's been a tough one for Hamburg so far, but they did start to build momentum their way. A 7-goal game is certainly a way to respond after being quiet in the first 2.
It's huge. Honestly, that's a massive improvement right now. And we are, does sound like, gonna head back into the game, but we're starting things at a clean slate. Goose egg on the scoreboard, that 3-second goal. We're gonna have to see if Valleyfield can pull it off again.
Yeah, no goal on the kickoff for Valleyfield, so things will reset. That is a bit, you know, barring what exactly happened, you know, it has to feel bad still if you're Valleyfield. You start the game off, you think you get that goal, and you think, okay, we can level again, everything's good, but now you got to restart again, and you're maybe still thinking about that game 3, but you got to have a short memory.
I feel like at the same time as that happens, you're like, oh, that was easy. Oh, that's why that was. There's a reason that was so easy. So, hey, it's a little bit of a hiccup, right? You come back, Hamburg taking the timeout as well, hopefully recuperating, figuring out exactly what they need to do to move forward into this and push it to a game 5 and the opportunity for a reverse sweep. That's the situation if Hamburg is able to take game 4 here.
And I think both teams, when the desk was talking about day 1 versus day 2 performance, I think both teams are performing better than they did on day 1. Valleyfield look a lot cleaner, and Hamburg also, while at times you wonder, what were you doing on that play? They still make it work, and then the real shade started coming in, and I really like Calix in this series because he's been kind of that enforcer almost. He's been the first man, the disruptor behind the ball, but he's also disrupting the players on the field, getting those bumps in net. You got to look at Calix. He's sitting in the center, keeping his team, keeping the vibes good. Hartman, he's had a glow up in the series as well. And it's just about keeping that going. I do think there's some holes. I think MJzo on defense has been uncomfortable. And if Valleyfield want to pick on somebody, then maybe going and deleting Hartman or Calix to put more pressure on MJzo to play good defense could be a way to take them out. But it's hard to say because if Hamburg are clutch up, or if Hamburg clutch up, it's going to be difficult.
I mean, there's a lot of difficult situations right here.
Everyone wave to the camera. Everyone, there you go. What's up out there? I hope DreamHack's been treating you kindly, and I hope you've been enjoying the Rocket League we've been having today. If you've been enjoying yourself, let me hear you cheer.
I don't know if they're enjoying themselves.
I love it. Yeah, maybe a little louder. I love it. I love the crowd out there. What's that? Oh, nice little German Shepherd.
I'm a fan.
Beautiful dog.
I got one of those at home.
You do?
Yeah.
Like that exact one?
Yeah. No.
What are you pointing at him for?
He's
oh wait.
wait,
no, I wanted to know. I wanted to know. Let's go back. What was he pointing at? He's what? Hey, yeah, you know, look, you gotta loosen up those knots in the shoulders. You understand? But we'll get back into the game as soon as everybody is ready. It looks like admins are checking both sides and making sure everyone's good to go to get back in the game. All the players are happy with where we're sitting in the server, and we'll get underway here shortly.
One of my favorite things about these events, too, there we go, all right, instant reaction, I love it. One of my favorite things that we end up getting here, oh, of course, all right, we got,
look at Comp.
This is
Comp,
the group.
You're too wholesome, man.
Nah, this is the group of players, they're like, we don't have to play today, we get to chill out and do nothing because we won yesterday. We're 2-0 teams. We get to wait until the winner's day on Sunday, but actually leading into that is one of my favorite things about these series is having day 1 as an opportunity for these players to say, we know it's double elimination. This is kind of a time for us to test our nerves. A lot of these players, individuals, teams haven't had much stage experience, and it really does impact the nerves of some players. Some players, it actually improves their performance because they thrive on that kind of environment, but you have to assume with a lot of these international teams that haven't had much coverage that maybe there's a few nerves. So day 2 coming into this, knowing even if you have an 0-2 day, number 1, you can come into day 2 and say, okay, we've warmed up, all the jitters are out, shake them off, and let's go now into the last part of the series potentially for us with our heads held high.
And both teams getting game wins, so no one is going to leave winless here no matter what happens in the series. You do get a couple of those game wins. Love that cowboy hat, sir, and the glass. Look at that.
Those are the rose-colored glasses.
See, that's you take advantage of your camera moment like that one. Take some lessons from him.
Yeah, if you see Kendo without those rose-colored glasses on, something's up.
Shout out
wrong.
to Kendo Slice. But players still getting things figured out, and we'll figure out what exactly is going on and get back onto the pitch as soon as possible. But MJ's content to get up, take a drink of water, wave to the crowd. Say, come on, cheer for Europe, please.
True. Hey, there's only a few more opportunities, right, that Europe has here coming into today. And when we look at the top 4 teams that I was just talking about, those are NA teams that have made it on. So all of our European teams really have something to prove because they're at the chance of elimination.
And we'll see our younger fans out in the audience. You gotta love that. You know, a lot of young kids out there playing Rocket League and probably looking up to a lot of these players, maybe thinking, you know, that could be me one day. But hope everyone out there are enjoying themselves. I can imagine if I was 8 watching Rocket League, I think that was the craziest thing ever.
If my parents brought me to a video game event, I think that alone I'd be like, oh my God, you guys are the coolest ever. So hopefully those parents feel good about themselves too, right? Because if the kid is having a blast, you know that you're supplying a lot of that for them. And we love to see all ages, all colors, all faces out there in the crowd supporting absolutely everybody here, whether you really want them to win or not.
I think we are about to get started here. Well, I was just informed. We are a little bit away, so we appreciate your guys' patience at home and in the crowd for waiting while we get Game 4 ready and underway. For those of you just joining us back at home, Hamburg dropping the first 2 games of the series to Valleyfield, one of the few European teams remaining, but Game 3, they clutched up and won handedly 7-3. So Valleyfield still hanging on to this lead, but Hamburg trying to continue this journey of the reverse sweep.
Yeah, maybe this is some false tech issues so that both of these teams can say, okay, we need a minute, What's
don't
going
do that.
on
There's
here?
already too many people in the community who think players pull their Ethernet, Ethernet cable on purpose.
Okay, you guys want to watch the games. These guys want to play the game so much more than any of us want to watch the game. They want to get this down and over with. They want to prove what they have and what they can bring to the pitch as individuals and also as a collective team. And for players like these European members, we also have to consider some of these teams that played yesterday, they didn't even get the chance to change into clothes. They literally came off the plane. They had to sprint down to the convention center, drop their stuff off, and get right on stage. You also consider jet lag, things like that. So day 2 tends to be a lot cleaner for these guys.
And Hamburg didn't even play on main stage yesterday. This is their first appearance on the main stage. So that absolutely has a bit of a factor, but like you were saying earlier, that could really energize a team. And while it didn't really look like it was energizing Hamburg early on, see if they can build that momentum. But you're sitting on your hands here for a long time on this pause. And you look at Game 4 and you can't really take Game 3 as a momentum builder anymore. Things kind of stall out.
Yeah.
So if you as a player, in these moments where you're waiting for things to get squared away, if you're not the player that's having the issue, got to get into free play. Keep the hands warm. The last thing you want is to enter the kickoff and then have your hands cold because you've been sitting for 5 minutes waiting for the game to get started.
And then you got to consider the disadvantage on the other side of that one player that is having issues, kind of panicking, maybe a little bit of nerves going on, especially knowing, hey, the enemy team is just able to go into free play, right? They're still practicing. They're still on the pitch right now. They still have hands on controllers or KBM. I think we got a couple KBM players out here. Maybe not today, but still, you have both sides of that coin, right, that you have to consider. It looks like maybe we're testing things out. That's not the best face that I'm seeing.
I love when the admins are figuring out the issue. They start to form like a diamond formation.
Yeah.
And it's like they start to fuse together, and everyone just like making sure everything's okay.
Like all the doctors coming around.
Yeah, we don't want our players to have issues. We want to make sure that everything is good to go. Double, triple check everything. That way the rest of the series goes smoothly. The players feel comfortable moving forward, and that way you know at the end the result is something that you can trust.
Yeah, the last thing that you want is for either yourself or one of these players that we're watching to not be able to perform at 100%. That's what they came here to do, and if there's something that is prohibiting them or kind of holding them back from being able to really show off, it hurts them as an individual, as a player, right? So we're going to get that all figured out as quickly as possible, make sure that everybody's on the same playing field, no pun intended.
And the crowd might be getting a little cold out there, so just want to talk to the crowd for a little bit more. Look at this. Everyone's turned around. Who are they cheering?
Hold on, what's going on? We can't.
Everyone's turned around. Who are they cheering on? I don't know if we can see them, but they're really happy right now. Oh, it's Complex Cops back there. I think Copple's turned around too, though.
It's an exciting time out there. I mean, you can see, we're not just looking at the crowd, right? We're looking at the actual event because this is just one part of it. There's 3 massive stages going on. There's going to be music playing here later today. You can see a lot of these folks have all kinds of food. I need to go get myself some Dippin' Dots
There was a guy eating a really delicious pretzel earlier. I was like, man, that pretzel
popcorn.
looks delicious.
I cannot walk towards the bathroom without just, I mean, sticking my nose in the air and smelling. It's just the sea of popcorn out there.
Well, I do want to know. I want to know, for you out in the crowd, okay, we got 2 teams up here, all right? You might not be a hardcore fan of either team, or maybe you are, and that's great. But I want to hear, all right, Hamburg first. If you want to see Hamburg win, let me hear you cheer. All right, decent volume, decent volume. What about Valleyfield? And that was a little louder. Hamburg, you get one more try, Hamburg. Oh, wait, we got to wait for...
Oh, hey,
okay.
yeah!
All right.
Whoever that was, you're my favorite.
Hey, take it from someone who is loud. It doesn't take a whole crowd to be louder than,
It's
10 other people. You could do it yourself.
It's true. We know as casters, I'm sure this group of us could probably out-cheer the crowd out there. We're going to have to test that out.
I think T-Bates could beat all of them
alone
by himself.
It's true, actually.
He's like that OP anime character, but his weapon is his voice.
Yeah, he's got a built-in amplifier somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, super vocal cords.
Yeah. Well, I think we are about to get underway here. Thank you guys for waiting. We appreciate your patience. Players are ready. They've entered the pitch. Game number 4 about to get underway.
Heck yeah, we are back in it, starting again. 0-0 on the board. Game number 4, Valleyfield sitting at match point Hamburg, looking to push this one out to a full 5-game series.
Another pass in front of the box. Calix dove, but Valleyfield was there for the save. Valleyfield are going to have success. You're going to look at their challenge game. That is what helped them win those first 2 games. In game 2, Hamburg, they had started pushing the nose on them a little bit more, but it was those challenges that got Valleyfield the advantage over them. A long clear for Hamburg, right into their net. Calix throws it long field.
Wow, this I need a slow motion replay. Literally 1 quarter all the way to the end. The goal goes through. Vegas was close. He was close, but when it's coming that fast, when you have that much velocity on the ball, there's no way to really redirect yourself properly in a situation. So it's kind of a Hail Mary run.
Not how you want to start if you're Valleyfield. A long, clear goal from the corner does not feel good, but that is nice shade. I love the idea there to try to pull down. That's something we saw Hamburg do a couple times last game.
And it works beautifully right there. I thought that was going to be one, and that's something that Valleyfield has experienced with another shot on goal here, is the patience on these plays, waiting until the last moment to make sure that you bypass the defender. Hamburg and Valleyfield are doing a really good job of that, so nice to see that. Oh, there was no slow and pace. Hartman with the redirect to make sure that was not even close.
Oh, a shot from Broken. He had a chance. He knew he had to hit the left side of the net. Calix had about half of it covered, but he ripped it so wide, and that was an opportunity for Valleyfield, but they just gave it up in front of the box. Hartman scores again.
2 down for Hamburg. Now consider, before we had that quick break, Valleyfield was like, hey, we got a great start to this game. We got a goal in the first 3 seconds. Now they're on the exact flip side of that coin. They're like, okay, we're 2 down. We've got almost 4 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time to recover on this one, but Hamburg continues to look cleaner and cleaner.
I am starting to get worried for Valleyfield. As you see that confidence bristling in Hamburg. Got shot off the bar and in. Broken nails that one.
I want to see this one again. It does come off the top bar. Calix really trying to navigate this one out, but the assist plays are what are working well for Valleyfield. A nice attempt. You had 2 defenders, but it was so beautifully positioned that that's almost an impossible one to redirect.
It's becoming a series of non-touches, finding openings. It's both teams respecting the ability of the player to hit the ball, and then when the player doesn't hit the ball, well, that just kind of throws a screw through everything. It works well there for Valleyfield. They're going to try again here. Nice pass in front of the box. Vegas still denied by Calix.
Calix on point with these defensive plays. Hamburg still stuck in this position, though. That's going to be a demo. Calix takes out Broken. You got a couple seconds of a man advantage, but it's still the blue side of the field. That means Valleyfield has the upper hand on this. Broken with an attempted redirect. Calix interrupts that one. Stalled in the midfield line. Broken gets another shot on goal, and it's tied up with 3 minutes on the clock.
Broken's just sitting down there waiting for something to happen, but this play, all thanks to Tokyo, setting up Broken for that play. Completely stunned Hamburg on the midfield line. He was expecting just to carry that ball, get a soft touch. He didn't know he had to dodge into that for a 50.
I love when you see a team make a goal and there's zeros across the board in terms of boost. That's how confident they are with the setup, with the follow-up. All three members of the team getting a touch on that one.
Valleyfield roar right back into it. I'm not worried anymore for them. Oh, back flipping out of it. Might work out here for Vegas. Calix gets a nice touch out. Oh, he squeezed it out from off the post. Hartman almost picking up his second goal, but now a transition the other way off the ceiling. Broken got the 50 in front. Loose ball shot off the post and out. Rebound off the bar and out. Oh, Valleyfield couldn't buy one there.
Hartman with another fantastic save. Both of these teams, all 6 players right now, as another shot goes through. The improvement that we've been able to see here, Jorby, is miraculous. This would be normally weeks worth of notes for any other teams, but these players on stage are finding their groove, and that's going to be one from Tokyo, the slow roll, and MJ. It was a good attempt.
Big 50 there from Tokyo. Calix, again, have to manage that ball in the corner. He ends up giving up the touch, and then Hartman whipping off the back wall creates the opening. That's a difficult spot for the third man to be in front of the box, and Valleyfield take advantage.
2:19 still on the clock. Of course, we've seen way crazier things than a couple of goals in that much time. In fact, Valleyfield was able to lock 2 down within a minute. And, you know, I mentioned it feels like everyone's hitting their groove. That's definitely the case for Valleyfield right now in the last 60, 70 seconds of this game. For a moment, felt like maybe they were a little bit off kilter. Hamburg took advantage of that, but they recouped. They figured out what they needed to do, and now they've taken advantage of some of the pressure that they can find on the offense. It's going to be another shot. Shot save stats. I need these numbers at the end.
Building them up for Valleyfield now with 3 unanswered goals. This one pushed out to the side. Hamburg pushed forward. First on the 50. And a touch out over to the corner. Calix was expecting something else. He had jumped about the time contact was made on the ball. Valleyfield starting to feel a little pressure. Hartman doesn't have a lot of boost on this play. Just take a pot shot. And then the demo from MJzo onto Tokyo, trying to stick the defensive rotation. Tokyo's missed the ball. It's a low bounce off the post. Vegas gave it up, but he made the 50 happen at the end of his flip. Valleyfield hanging on there to keep the lead.
The timing on that was perfect. The respawn coming from Tokyo out of that demo put him in the perfect position to redirect that one to the left-hand side of the goal line. The rest of Valleyfield able to kind of improve their positioning. Tokyo finds another shot. Hartman tries to get the touch, but it's in the bottom right 90.
He just couldn't catch up to it in time. It was a little bit faster on the play. Tokyo puts it on the far side. Hartman does get a piece of it, but just can't stretch it. Got caught out.
It's always unfortunate, too, when you see the ball clearing towards your goal line and it's got that streak of your own team's color, knowing it was probably a pinch play or redirect that just kind of went awry, and then the enemy team's able to take advantage of it. There's 60 seconds on the clock. Again, Hamburg, they're only down 2. They made 7 goals in the last game. They are more than capable of securing this.
You're gonna need to get that clock started soon, but Valleyfield are hunting. Here they come for another one. Oh my goodness. All right, guys, we're playing Rocket League, not pinball. Settle down. Calix, wait, he's got a good mover on the corner, and he side flips off the ball. Was hoping to get a redirect, slam that off the back wall, getting a rebound to his teammate. Instead, the whiff puts him right back on defense.
That's a rough one, but it doesn't end the game for Hamburg, that's for sure. Carry up and over. Hartman's going to be able to try to turn this one in. Vegas with a beautiful touch sends it into the corner. Boost advantage, heavily in favor of Valleyfield. At the moment, Vegas maybe with another opportunity. Calix sets it up. It curves around to the front of the goal line. Broken not able to get the touch he wants, but the rest of the team's still there. They're actually going to back off this one. They know they've got the game. They know they've got the series.
5 seconds left, and Valleyfield mount a 4-goal comeback to take down Hamburg, eliminate them from the CRL World Championship. Valleyfield roar back in game 4.
I was excited about this series, right? I didn't want to see a 5-0. We got kind of close. But again, the improvement that I saw from all 6 of these players, I would love to watch these teams rematch over and over and over again and just watch them climb in the ranks.
Valleyfield getting the chance. Keep it going.
They need it.
A quality win for them. I think that, at least for the desk, you know, we're pretty confident in Hamburg to be able to take this one. But Tylacto, he couldn't pick his Hamburg team. And you kind of maybe see why. I mean, Valleyfield, they were able to clutch up, and also credit to Lemon, who said, look, day 1 versus day 2. It comes to effect again. These teams that are underperforming in the first day, well, Valleyfield did not underperform in this series.
Yep, we just saw maybe the trend will continue. And there's another trend that's continuing, and that's T-Bates being wrong.
Ooh. You're right. You're right. Wait, I'm sure that FDOT's got like the hashtag baits sometimes wrong, like queued up. You won't believe, there's like 30 cards back there. They got so many written, but
Look
Valley
at the
Field,
shot.
yeah,
Shot numbers,
Yeah.
just insane on that one. Of the saves, it wasn't really the saves so much. It was hitting the crossbar, right? It was getting these redirects or stopping the ball at the midfield line. So I am such a fan of what we just saw, and I think we're going to be able to talk to one of those members.
Yeah, we're gonna go over to Lemon Kiwi. She's with Broken for the game-winning victory interview.
I'm joined here with Broken, I should say the Unbroken from the Valley Field, representing Canada. What a series. I know there were some doubters out there, but I believed. And then let's start with, how did you keep your head in the game after the long pause and maybe some games not going your way?
We kept in training. We were doing our thing. We said we don't want to get our heads out of the game, and it worked. Last game, we completely dominated them, so.
You got the fans cheering for you. NA is looking great. I know Canada was in shambles a little bit day one, but turning it around, how does it, I gotta tell them the truth. We gotta be honest a little bit, but we bounced back in day two. That's all that matters. You are one step closer to making it to Championship Sunday. What is going through your head right now?
That it was all planned, and we are there to take down 2 EU teams.
And let's talk about that EU team. The Kiel Krakens are your decider match going on later today. Tell me, what is the team telling each other going up against Kiel next?
My team is telling me that we are better than them.
That is it. Thank you so much, Broken. Let's get a flag wave for the crowd. Give it up for Broken from Valleyfield. All right. That was great. So we'll see you guys after this break for more Rocket League.
I was putting in the
You lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think that we are bulletproof. Teens with thicker skin, now we just bruise. We were hopeless and we're hopeless now, but I remember we threw our face in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to Yeah, I remember. Now, but I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care, and I remember, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold.
wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh,
I was putting in the
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Collegiate Rocket League World Championship driven by Nissan. I'm F. I'm joined here by the closers in Rome over there. We've got some esports to break down, baby. RL Nation, it has been a fantastic Friday, moving on into Saturday, and now we're ready for our fourth matchup where we're saying goodbye to folks. Real quick, let's take a look at the rearview mirror and talk about what just went down, because honestly, Valleyfield took this one, but that game 3 was really scary from Hamburg.
Yeah, and you looked at that game 3, and Hamburg came out, and I mean, 7 goals from them was absolutely incredible. I'm wondering, okay, is this going to be the start of something here? But what it looked like was, you know, Hamburg, they found the form, everything was kind of going well, but they got into that game 4, and then that's when Valleyfield really turned it on.
Yeah, and I mean, Valleyfield was really able to lay down the hammer in that game 4. They were not trying to see that game 5 whatsoever. I mean, Valleyfield right now, I mean, coming off of yesterday, getting 3-0'd in pretty dominating fashion, being able to bounce back like this, that was impressive.
Absolutely a big deal here, and you know, a lot of people were out here rooting for this squad out of Germany, but they did not pull it through. Well, y'all will get a second chance, and I'll show you in a moment. Valleyfield, it takes the 3-1 over Hamburg, and that puts Valleyfield against Kiel, a squad that they didn't do well against last time. That was a 3-0.
Yeah, and it's, boy, you talk about going out of the frying pan and into the fire, right? That's going to be a fun matchup, though. I think these teams have kind of saved their best for last. Valleyfield finally got some flow going. You know, I kind of like their chances a little bit later on.
It should be interesting. Should be interesting. Groups A, B, and C are all filled out, and we only have one more TBD to get down, and that's what we're doing. Coming up next is Berlin versus Stockton. So like I said, y'all out there that were rooting for the German team, you didn't get a chance to do it. Now you get another one. Berlin, the Phoenix, in the red and gold, going up against Stockton. We'll see if these boys pass their German opposition. When it comes down to it, Stockton, one of the more impressive teams for my money. Top Cheese, Trepigno, and Bussy. I've really liked what they have had to say all season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this squad right here in Stockton, I mean, they are a problem right now, and they are mad. Let me just say this. The way that they lost yesterday to UCF, they were very upset. They were slamming the desk after the series was over. Like, you could physically see.
Good. Can I say that, by the way? Like, I love that style of passion.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I mean, the thing is, they were tweeting out last night how they were VOD reviewing. You could see them in the hotel. They weren't out partying, having a good time. That's what you want. You want to be able to really focus and lock in on the biggest stage, and you can tell they really want to come out today and have a different turnout than yesterday, because yesterday was definitely a little bit of a disappointment for them. I mean, realistically, most people had Stockton making it out of this group pretty easily.
Yeah, and when this team hits a rough patch, I don't think there is a harder working team in all of CRL. When they need to put their nose to the grind, they do so. They don't let anything get in the way. I mean, I remember we tried to get them for like pre-show interviews during the season. They're like, nah, dude, we got to scrim. We got our most important match of the season coming up. And that's 2 weeks before the end of the season. They know that there's a sense of urgency there, and they're ready to play.
I love this quote taken from Bussy a little earlier in the year. He said, listen, everyone on this team wants to be here, and none of us are on scholarship. We just want to win, and if we don't win, then it's just not good enough. I really think that kind of exemplifies the type of attitude Stockton takes to the field. They're #1 in a slew of different stats tomorrow, and watching them perform is really, it's just a lot of fun. I'll be straight up and down. But now we switch over here to Berlin. This is the #1 team in the EURC, the European equivalent of the CRL. And I was about to say that.
That's a lot of shine.
Quintessence out here in the all gold everything.
Listen, he can have that shine as much as he wants to, but it needs to shine on the field. That's exactly what Berlin needs, because right now they're in the worst spot possible, right? Lower bracket. That's what I mean, because they have to win 2 if they want to have a chance to make playoffs to get out of their group.
And they've got to bounce back after having maybe the most heartbreaking loss of anybody yesterday. They give up the 0-second goal, and then immediately, 3 seconds into overtime in Game 5, They give up the goal there. I mean, you could see Quint was almost disconsolate after that series. They need to have a big bounce back early in this one.
I'll say this. They are lucky they didn't have to play an elimination match yesterday.
Fact.
Seeing how disappointed they looked after that game, you could tell they needed to have a night where they could reset, refresh, and recoup, and it looks like they're back in a good form.
Well, listen, I mean, rarely do the admins get shouted out, but I think that's a good point about the format is day one, everybody kind of gets acclimated to the situation, and then day two, you got to put up or shut up.
I mean, that's what we just saw with Valleyfield. You know, they were able to take that day of rest, you know, regroup, regain. I mean, it happened with UNLV too. I mean, it's just happening with a lot of teams, so that's why I'm absolutely loving this format, as you stated. And, I mean, right here, right now, on LAN, let me just say this, all right? Now, I know that there's a little bit of interesting things going on with the Stockton roster. So, you know, recently watching them at the last LAN a month ago, like at the CECC LAN that they had, you know, I was talking to Top Cheese, Busty, and they were saying, you know, Drip kind of underperformed at the LAN, and we want to see, you know, if he's going to be able to really pick it up this LAN. He knows what he has to do. He knows he has to step up in this one. And yesterday I'm hearing that it's some of the same problems on LAN, so I'm not sure if it's an online versus LAN thing for this squad, but right now I want to see Drip really step up today and make an imprint on this series.
That's going to be tough. Listen, I'm not here being Mr. Positivity, but I don't like to rag on these players, but I just want to provide some context. When you look at the other two players on the squad, they're #1 in a whole bunch of stats, and then you look at Dripinho, he's the second lowest in shooting percentage in the entire league. This squad has a lot of heavyweight on two of the players, not the third, and I think Drip, that's going to be the key point, is him stepping up and being a part.
I think that's possible, though. I mean, if you think about it, like, you have so much pressure as an individual that once you start performing well, it just kind of feels like a weight lifted, not off of yours, but everybody that you're involved with shoulders. And seeing Drip come into form, I mean, if he starts popping off, I mean, that energy is going to carry on. That momentum will carry on to the rest of the team, and then you'll really start to see that stock that you're looking for.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Once Top Cheese and Busty are like, oh, Drip, you're on today? Bet. We're clicking. It's over. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. And, I mean, let's see if Stockton can do it. Let's see if that day of rest can help them the way it's helped the last two teams.
All right, Rome, let's do it. Let's toss out the question in the audience. Hashtag SU if you think Stockton University are going to be able to take it, and hashtag Berlin if you're going to be saying Dankeschön for the win after this one. Up and down, I'm going to start over. You know what? I'm going to start down there with the man in the tan suit. Rome, you lead us off. Predictions. Ready, set, go.
Listen, I'm looking at this matchup right here, right now. Stockton and Berlin. This is definitely going to be the most anticipated matchup out of these first four. And coming into this one, Stockton, the way they performed yesterday, it was a heartbreaking loss for both of these teams. But at the end of the day, it's a team game. And I don't know if Drip is going to be able to step up today, man. So I got Berlin coming off of that heartbreaking loss. They're going to be regrouping, regaining. Shout out to Tylacto. I got faith in EU being able to take this one. I got Berlin over Stockton in 5.
Why are you surprised his colors his suit matches the colors?
That's true, actually. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. You know, mine's going to match my vote here because I'm going Stockton on this one. I think Stockton can really bring it back here. Obviously, you know, it was a tough loss yesterday, but I think that really it just comes down to the stage. They got to get ready, and I have a lot of faith in them.
All right. Listen, I asked Bates, who should I pick? Who's going to win?
Why'd you do that?
He said Berlin. So, I got Stockton. There's absolutely no way that Berlin recovers. Stockton works harder than anybody. I got Stockton surviving and advancing.
I think it's going to be rough. I'm with the team game comment. I'm not going to put it all on Drip's shoulders, but at the end of the day, Berlin were #1 in their region for a reason. I think yesterday, that was an okie doke. Today, they are going to take it. I am emphatic in my Berlin pick. I think we're going to see maybe even, I can't say 3 games, at least 4. I just want to see a whole barn burner.
Yeah.
61% going Berlin. So we have the EU fans out there in the wings. I want to hear them scream. I know we got a couple in the audience as well. One more time, NA, EU, it's CRL.
Still here at Elimination Station, and this time a region versus region matchup. Corelli, Stockton, and Berlin. I think both teams have at least gained favor from the talent and being like, you know, they could go pretty far. How do you feel?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of disappointment from what their previous matches were. I mean, again, as Ades pointed out, these were teams that were supposed to be winning their first round. And I think for Berlin especially, I think they felt like they were a team that were supposed to be the best coming out from EU, and losing your first round against a team especially like Oakland, who was a very low seed, came out of nowhere, really. was very demoralizing for Berlin. And as Des mentioned, I think them taking that, having to sleep on it and not having to play their second game, I think might help them here coming into this matchup. I think the desk also didn't point out Top Cheese. What a season he's had on Stockton. He's really the guy to look out for if you're talking about a guy to pick it up as a shot rings off there of the defender of Drip. Nagflo getting the first attack here on Stockton.
Absolutely. I agree with you with Top Cheese. He's been, I mean, how many times we have him on the highlight reels during the
He is the highlight reel.
He literally is the whole highlight reel for this team. Berlin trying to get something set up. They got a couple of 50s in front. I do really like how Stockton have looked overall in the course of the season. And it's funny because the story of this team, especially back in fall 2021, they really had a stinker of a season. And you wondered if Stockton would be able to get back to the form that they previously had. Then spring comes around, Stockton start looking good again. And the desk we're talking about, that grind mentality. Stack's never being able to get them for interviews because they've got constant scrims. And that kind of grind, I mean, it shows you the results they've gotten. They've gotten to the world stage.
And Stockton definitely a team that has evolved over the years in CRL. So we've seen many different variations. That's a great shot as Berlin. They've had all the pressure here so far against Stockton. It's been a lot of control on the blue side and a lot of Stockton playing defense, having to make some tough saves, as still Berlin trying to poke through here.
And Nagflo, felt like when Berlin were in control of that Oakland series, Nagflo was a big reason for it. He was really good on the striking. They're going to need that same form. Tigre as well, kind of looking at these two players as the ones to drive the offense for Berlin. They have taken a couple shots on net. Stockton had to make 2 difficult saves so far. Now Berlin starting to get pushed back, demo by demo. That one flying up high for Stockton, trying to keep that ball out. Quick shot out for Berlin, and we're kind of trading hands here a lot.
And, you know, it's not surprising to see Berlin have the pressure that they do. Not that Stockton hasn't had pressure in CRL, but Berlin certainly big shooters, big goal scorers here, as this one sitting inside of the Berlin box. Tigre on the fast break here has one to beat. Can he get back to it? He pitches it across the net. A great backflip save there from Drip to help it along. Berlin still trying to threaten here as they await Top Cheese's touch, and it comes out to Tigre and didn't connect perfectly on that one.
Tigre saw that developing really well too. He knew exactly where Nagflo wanted to go. Just a matter of the quality shot not being on target.
But Berlin, I mean, in URC, we're averaging almost 3 goals per game. 3 goals per game as a team.
That's insane.
Shooting almost 10 shots per game, which is on par with a lot of the top CRL teams as well. So they look, these guys are no slouches. We all know that they're the best team coming out from Europe here, and they're trying to prove it against a very stingy Stockton squad.
Both sides proving stingy right now. Is midfield really been contested well. Top Cheese light shot. Stockton will continue to stack up the corner here, trying to keep that ball away from Berlin. Berlin not really starving for resources. Actually, Stockton are starting to deplete themselves a little bit, but they're also preventing Berlin from moving to the midfield line. That's going to make things a little difficult. But they get a big clear. Might have caught them out off the post and saved.
And that's just luck there from Stockton. That was a great challenge. Another one going towards the net. Lots of shots coming out from Berlin, whether it's from their own side or chances they generate themselves. Here's Bussy into the air. And he's not going to beat out that first man, but the follow-up there is from Top Cheese. Stockton trying to ramp up their offense.
Ooh. Bussy really wanted that redirect. Ended up dropping it. Really traded, maybe 1 or 2 touches downfield for one team. Then they're challenged, cleared away. Right here, the midfield line looking for a pass. Stockton moving hard, hit off the backboard. Bussy lets it lay. He's gonna have to rely on his teammate to buy some time. He will. Stockton controlling the midfield, but Bussy actually getting a canister at the end. They needed that time, and it bought Bussy enough to get the boost.
And it's really not the most lethal attack from Stockton right now. Berlin have looked way scarier, yet we sit tied up as the chances have fallen for both sides. Stockton, though, trying to get something going, but Berlin, look at all the space for Nagflo looking for the backboard, and it's easily taken away by that man on Stockton. And here comes the counter.
Berlin thought they'd tried to stack the neutral zone, but then they pulled off in the last moment. Just ripped the ball away from Stockton. Okay, where's that follow-up touch? Well, there's a good 50. Gets dribbled on the other side of the corner. Quintessence, one more chance down the field. He's got a winger on the side. Bouncer, clear out. Gotta be careful if you're an Nagflo here. Protect the ball, don't give it up when it's off the wall. Maybe a shot comes light in front of the box. Overtime.
I've been watching the cams throughout this entire series, and everyone's just been stoic. Full concentration here in game 1. Overtime is exactly how you draw it up. Can Bussy get it down? Stockton, maybe their most threatening touch there towards the Berlin side. Berlin now trying to threaten the first 15 seconds. Both sides having opportunities.
Another challenge here for Berlin, but it's a pass.
Whoa!
And a shot. Oh, off the post and saved. It was going to bounce out, but Quintessence rather have that ball in the corner than out in the middle, and another one denied off the corner. No rebound this time for Stockton, and they just stopped the transition. Bussy happy that he didn't have to block a redirect there, and now here he comes across the side. Nagflow has got Quintessence behind, but lets the ball come back. Creates a little space for Berlin, and it's kind of dead in the corner here for Berlin.
Stockton looking for a way out. They almost just ended this game, but Berlin now looking for two with Tigray, and two players on the back wall from Stockton turn it away. Now Quintessence, can he get over the first one? He does, but it's crossbar. Follow-up is there, but still the defense holding strong for Stockton.
Tigray couldn't get back to that ball, and Stockton stuffed Berlin again.
And you can't say that either team haven't had their chances, Jorby.
It's certainly been there, and the transitions are quick, too. Hang on. Off the backboard and defended. Not sure Tigray with that angle. I'm not sure where exactly he ended up landing on that play. Another 50 in front for Drip and Bussy. Stockton feeling that pressure. Awkward off the back wall. Still made the touch.
And you can see the pressure from Berlin. Unrelenting, perfect rotations here. It's been so tough for Stockton to break out. You're seeing a lot of times they bring that ball down. They either don't have the boost or options to come out from their own side. Berlin winning the challenge game and just much more in control at the moment.
Drip pushing that ball out. Berlin diving regardless of resources. Nagflow and Quintessence on small pad duty right now. Stockton run into each other on the play, but another 50 kind of prevents them from getting out. And now the reset. Here comes Top Cheese. He wanted to drop it down with no boost. He was challenged away.
And I think Berlin are a little lucky that Top Cheese didn't have a lot of boost there. With that much space given to him, he could do a lot more damage. Unfortunately, having to use all of his boost to get up to that one. Berlin, low boost themselves, trying to break out, and they'll just throw it downfield.
Nice lock here in the corner. Drip ends up losing the ball. Busty tried to follow it up quick. Berlin pushed him right back. Top Cheese trying to keep that close, and the little pop actually worked out. He got deleted. He wanted something a little cleaner.
It looked good, but he couldn't hold on to it. Beat that first man, and sometimes that's all you need. Stockton now want to find some offense.
Nice
Still,
catch.
it's just so tough to break down Berlin. They're so organized here today.
I mean, he carried the ball the whole way down. You saw no one from Stockton was even willing to commit on the play, just trying to let him drive it to midfield. That's the kind of respect. I mean, Top Cheeses have those carries. Quintessence can't even carry this one out. Now Stockton putting on pressure, let ball taken away.
And you can see again the control, the communication coming out from Berlin, even on a backflip on the goal line, easily able to sweep up the mess. Berlin get out.
Scrum in the corner, ball loose out. Quintessence trying to find Nagflow. They've been linking up a lot on these pushes, but now Tigray's on the wing. This is dropped straight down. Quintessence and Tigray working forward, and now Nagflow, third man, gonna buy some time, maybe some more, but the 50 driven to the corner.
Smart tackle there from Nagflow, just staying behind the ball, making it tough for Stockton once again. You're seeing Stockton really not be able to hold on to any possession. You see Busty barely getting past his own box here as he's stopped by Nagflow. He's already rotated back, winning more challenges. Berlin threatening here. Tigray looking for one off the ceiling. Follow-up not there from Berlin, and Stockton know it as they slowly approach that one and clear it out.
It looks like Tigray was waiting in midfield. He didn't really have a lot of boost either, so he couldn't commit to that play as early as maybe he would have liked. That's kind of been what's killed a lot of these pushes is the boost game. The boost. Oh, wait a minute, the flick saved by Tigray. Almost developed out of nowhere there. Busty setting this up off the corner. Non-touch, Berlin looking for a clear, but it's still Stockton control. And there's another touch for Berlin, forcing Stockton to go lateral, making the 50s work.
That's a tough read from Tigray. And he did make it. Drip wants to pass over. Top Cheese, it just wasn't far enough. Top Cheese wanted a piece of it. Stockton here, looking the most threatening they've been in, I don't know, 2-3 minutes, as the pressure's been unrelenting.
Berlin just haven't had that kind of force. I mean, they started this game with 2 quality shots on net. Stockton having to guard the top of the net. They did so both times. Another clear for Tigray. Can they get this midfield challenge? Nagflow trying to read, and he just couldn't figure out the distance there on the challenge. Thought he was beat on the play.
You can feel how tense this game is. Game 1 overtime, you're almost at 5 minutes. Both teams so focused in keeping this one going. Nagflow with a flip reset. Berlin, though, still not super threatening here as Stockton are just going to throw it downfield. It's a good dunk by Top Cheese as Stockton move up.
You gotta get worried. One player who's got boost in space, that might actually be the difference. Both teams have the mechanical ability If they're given the space, actually a free rebound, but Nagflow, not the touch he wanted. He hit it right into the defender. A good dunk, though, from Tigray. Might set something up, but you see the rest of the rotation, we're still catching up to the play.
Yeah, I think Berlin didn't want to commit too hard on that one. That first shot, though, had to be on target. This one popped up by Quintessence, but still no follow-up coming in from Berlin. And once again, Stockton, really their only choice in a lot of these plays, just to throw it downfield. Tigray off the busty and in. You can see how happy Berlin are. They take game one.
That had to have been the most stressful 10 minutes and 28 seconds. And game one sitting on the main stage. But nice shot. Good enough. Enough lead to force.
It had to go in eventually. One of these chances had to go in eventually for both sides. Berlin certainly, I think, had more pressure than Stockton, even in that overtime and regulation. But Berlin coming out on top makes sense here. Their pressure, the communication, the control they had in this game, even when it was back and forth, even when it was still close, felt like Berlin was mostly in control here against Stockton.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Stockton, they did have some dangerous transitions. The one that really sticks out to me near the start of that overtime was Top Cheese. He got a clean reset, but then he didn't have boost because he wanted the fake. That could have been the game changer for them in that game.
And again, we talked about Berlin just being so organized on offense because of the pressure that they had, but a lot of it too was defensively. Remember, we go back where they had a backflip on the goal line, easily taken away by the man on the back or on top of the net. So Berlin have just done a great job. The communication, I think, has been a big turnaround for them. As yesterday, I think they were just nervous, honestly. Like, I think it was a little bit of nerves. You can see how excited they are. They're yelling at each other, saying, "Yeah, you know what? We are the real deal. Look at those shots." Nagflow had 10 alone.
Ridiculous, actually. Didn't even feel like 10. I mean, that game was like, they just had lulls where no one was really gaining control, but Nagflow got 10 of them. All right. I mean, Berlin, they have to feel a little pressure here, right? Their EU teams are getting knocked out.
Yeah, right.
Like left and right. All of a sudden, you're like one of two left, and what are you going to do?
Yeah, well, you got to win. That's what you got to do, and they come out on top here in game one. You're right, though. Not only do they have the pressure of, I think being one of the favorite teams, even if they're not the highest seed from Europe, they also have now the pressure of European teams dropping out so much. Yeah. Being one of the last survivors here so far. And against a team that is beatable. Stockton, they're not a perfect team, had a great season, but not a perfect team here. Winning 11-4. The CRL League play finished third. Only losses were Northwood, Vespa, Indiana, and Florida. So kind of some head-scratcher losses for the caliber of team of Stockton.
That was kind of what we were talking about with that team during the season, though, is didn't really understand some of those losses because the teams they would beat would almost always be teams that were above them in the record. When you play those quality teams and you win, then sometimes you get the goal as Drip picks up the first in game two.
Well, this was the guy that the desk was pointing out. They wanted Drip to step up, and this was a great challenge there from Bussy, forcing Quint to just kind of go down, and Stockton were able to come out on top of the challenge. Great follow-up from Drip and Stockton. Look, they spent 10 minutes in the last game. It took them 30 seconds here to finally get there first.
Now they manage on the kickoff, actually winning the cheat up there. Giving control back to Stockton. Here he comes. Oh, misses the double, but the goal still comes. Drip gets his second.
And now the offense is rolling for Stockton, and it's this man behind the ball, Top Cheese, to beat the first man and keeping it on the goal line, keeping it dangerous, and Drip with the follow-up again. Stockton double up on their lead.
Top Cheese, simple air dribble, and a simple two-goal lead for Stockton early on. Like I said, that offense was really not forthcoming in that first game. Now they've opened up.
Yeah, it was lacking from Stockton, at least the lethality of it, right? Not putting away the shots that they had. Granted, they didn't have 10 shots like Nagflow did, but still, Stockton generated enough chances to score a goal, and they weren't able to here. Now you can see the offense going in game two. You're seeing Stockton kind of come alive, I think play with a little bit more speed as well.
Clear here for Berlin. They do have a go-ahead man downfield. Now Quintessence up for this. That's a good shot, but saved again, this time by Bussy. Nagflow working his way around the corner, as difficult as it's going to be. And two solid 50s for Drip. Midfield line, he's got the boost. Getting harassed.
He got it out.
Avoids two, but then, Top Cheese a little too far out and is defended by Berlin.
And Top Cheese didn't have boost anyway, so there wasn't much he could do, but I think he was a little shocked, though, that Drip was able to pull it out in the end with a pass. Now Top Cheese, he'll lose possession, but he'll take out the man. Now a good pass to Tigray. Back post shot, it's just too wide. As Berlin now need to ramp up that offense, need to convert a little bit on a higher percentage here, and it might be Tigray. Got to win this challenge, and Bussy to clear it away.
I think it was smart not to rush that from Tigray. He's picking up a lot of those small pads on his way back. Good work in the midfield as well. Buying time for the Berlin rotation to stabilize. Buy themselves some more time. The more you can thwart that Stockton transition, the more confidence you're going to build on your ability to push downfield. But They're still missing those quality shots that we were seeing from them in game 1 as Nagflo gets pushed off the ball, but a pass just a little too far for Tigre. Still going to make the catch. No boost and couldn't get the 50.
Still good pinch here from Berlin. Looking for their first goal. Stockton have locked it down, and they just prevented a lot of Berlin's offense. Tigre trying to get physical there, landing on some players in the Stockton goal line. Still a good pass out. Can the shot come through? It was wide. It was cut off, though, by Stockton in the end. And really a good touch here from Quinn. Now he's able to have another chance. Berlin trying to threaten. Tigre will go. Drop it. No, off the crossbar. The closest Berlin's been here in game 2.
Tigre's accuracy has been questionable in these last 2 games. Earlier on, he also kind of really ripped wide on an attempted shot. And even in game 1, some of his opportunities just went wide. So Tigre, if he can shore up the accuracy a little bit, he can be part of that force-on offense. But they actually get 2 whiffs and a back pass. Leaves the net almost open, but a great save from Top Cheese.
Nagflo almost had that redirect there, the read, rather, on the backboard. Now Tigre. Got space over here for Nagflo, but unfortunately not able to hold on to it. Does get the demo, but the follow-up there from Top Cheese. Wants to take the challenge. Stockton. Can they capitalize on the space given over to him? Bussy, I think, wanted the pass. And instead, gave it over to Berlin. Berlin, though, a little confused on what's happening here in the corner. Top Cheese backwards will take the challenge. One out by Tigre.
Got to push downfield, but another 50 just gets cleared out into the orange corner. Stockton have done a great job wasting all this time off the clock. Berlin felt like they started to stabilize at about the 3-minute mark and maybe even get some offense going. Quintessence just couldn't wrap it around. Nagflo also getting tied up with him off the back wall. Good read from Top Cheese. Only 18 in the tank here. Flips it over 1, but Tigre's there. Hard shot towards the net. Forces 2 to commit. Now in the corner, it's a loose ball. Comes straight down. Nagflo pops it up. Oh, off the bar and out. Another chance for Berlin. A close one, but Ironsides gets them.
That was the best look for Berlin with the shot there. Off the pinch. Now Nagflo, space to work with. Top Cheese going to cut him out. Berlin throwing everything at Stockton. And right now, Stockton standing tall defensively. 40 seconds left. The pass wants to go out, but a good tackle by Drip. It goes all the way to the Berlin side, and luckily wide of the net as Berlin tries to transition.
They can't, though, because midfield has been impossible, but finally they win a good clear. They might be able to force Top Cheese into a tough spot, but the pinch goes wide over to the corner. I mean, Berlin are almost out of time here. Scoring with at least 10 seconds on the clock to give yourself a chance, or maybe 2 for that second goal as they try to push. Another 50 goes out, but Quintessence has to stretch again. Stockton, excellent defensive performance in game number 2 to tie up the series against Berlin.
Yeah, I think Stockton very happy with this game 2 performance. You could kind of see it in their faces after game 1, a little disappointed going to that overtime. Of course, we knew this was going to be close. I think this game is a little bit more of what Stockton expected, getting a lead, holding on to it, and just playing a quality game. It wasn't perfect from them, but it was good enough to prevent Berlin from breaking through, because the offense was there from Berlin, and Stockton's defense stood tall.
And it was your guy that you mentioned at the start, Top Cheese. He set the tone of the game, setting up Drip for a really solid goal. And while Drip did get the very first goal of game 2, I think Top Cheese in that air dribble really felt like it stretched the game for Berlin, and they just weren't able to get anything going after that.
Top Cheese certainly a big part of it. Drip, though, you got to give him credit.
Absolutely.
Following up on all these setups from Top Cheese, that's a great pass down. Great work there from Stockton on offense. And, you know, I would never really recommend any team to just kind of like sit on their lead. You don't really want to do that in Rocket League. But I think Stockton, that was a great example of just holding on to the lead, not letting Berlin have anything there. You can see the fans out in the crowd. They're getting up. They're excited about it. And, I mean, look, back and forth series here so far, Jorby.
Everyone having a good time, and you know, you really don't know which way this was going to go. We were all talking about this series yesterday, and I'm like, oh, Berlin, Stockton, this is going to be a close one. And I think a lot of us were, at least internally, going, well, I could see how Berlin could take this, but I've seen a lot of Stockton. It's really hard to pick against Top Cheese and company, but Berlin are playing this real tight.
And I think we also said, man, it's going to be a really exciting match, but it's turning out to be more of like a chess match, which is exciting, but it's been very, very close, right? That game 1, 10.5 minutes of elapsed time. Game 2, Stockton got that 2-goal lead, but Berlin was on the Stockton side for a lot of that time and created a lot of pressure. So you're just seeing kind of these teams going back and forth, battling it out. Both have gotten the better of each other now. And in game 3, we're here to break the deadlock.
I'm putting the highlighter on Tigre. There weren't a lot of chances for Berlin in game 2, but he had 2. Couldn't create those pressure opportunities with high-quality shots. I still think if the accuracy's a little better for him, maybe it'll get better, but Top Cheese has something to say about it. Stockton score first.
Well, there's a reason he's first in the CRL in shots per game at 4, and he just creates them out of nowhere, and it's that speed that comes out and produces for Stockton. They're up 1-0.
3 unanswered now for Stockton between these last 2 games. Contestants, Nagflow, Tigre trying to figure out how exactly to work by the Stockton team. These passes are fast. Even if Busty's defended there, he does get a solid touch onto the ball, but now a breakaway happens. Slips underneath on the 50. It bounces up high on the ramp. That's not going to be in Berlin's favor.
Busty, haven't mentioned his name too much here in this series, but he's been doing his job.
Sometimes it's a good thing if we're not saying your name.
Yeah, it definitely is for the most part.
Oh, the miss. Oh, Quintessence. I think he was
faking it.
He really wanted, I feel like the shot might have been open for him there, but he still had a defender. It was kind of rough. He didn't have the boost to kind of wrap around it, and the speed. It's going to be hard.
The reset here from Top Cheese to the right corner. It's 2-0 Stockton.
Oh, this is so clean from Top Cheese. Gets the pop-up. What are you going to do? You're watching him. See you later.
Man.
Got it right off his bumper into the top right corner. Jeez, Top Cheese.
He's been a breakout player for Stockton. I think everyone knew that he was good, but when we first saw him here this season, boy, he was something different, and Stockton better for it. You're seeing the chances that he creates. Got the first 2 goals here. Stockton looking good on offense.
Berlin now looking at almost, well, it has to be 7.5 shutout minutes. Not been able to get that offense going since game 1. Stockton still pushing. Here on the orange half, up high, making it awkward. 2 touches just above the bar. Quick transition for Berlin, a hard touch, forcing Busty to make the touch, but again, Busty getting the job done.
And I do think that's a spot where Berlin can really take advantage of Stockton, the quick transitions downfield. Stockton sometimes are a little bit slow getting back on their defense. And Berlin, though, just haven't had that outlet player. As you can see, Stockton knocking on the door here against Berlin, but Berlin holding strong.
Coming in front. Quintessence gets the first touch out. Tigre over to the side, but that gives Nagflow a chance. Forces Top Cheese to go to the corner. Only 8 boosts for Tigre. Rips it up off the ceiling. Another challenge for Berlin, and they have to pull off on the play, but it benefits them. Here he comes, barreling forward.
Whoa.
No, he doesn't get the second touch, but it's a loose ball. Tigre shot, saved by Top Cheese.
Another one.
Here comes another. Saved. Somehow they get in front of the ball again, and Stockton deny Berlin the goal.
Even with the double commit, Stockton able to build up the wall in front of the net. And now Busty able to break out for Stockton. He wants it himself, using all of his boost. The flip reset there. Top Cheese was waiting, but Tigre will have none of it.
Berlin, I think they felt the heat on that last push. That transition is speedy. They just need a couple more of those. And I was talking about Tigre earlier. That shot from him earlier that Top Cheese had to save, that's the kind of accuracy I was looking for Tigre. Now he gets the demo in front of the box, but somehow Drip gets in front with 2 players barreling down on him.
And I think it's getting a little bit frustrating here for Berlin, the way Stockton's been making these saves. Here's a flip reset. Quinn all the way. It's a save off the crossbar. Still threatening, but a bit clear for Busty.
How does that stay out? The transition blocked by Tigre. He's got no boost. Drip in the air. And there's another save for Quintessence. But not over. Stockton got a pass in front. No dunk. Transition for Berlin. Drip, a soft touch. He actually gets in the way of Quintessence, or Nagflow, excuse me, as Tigre pushes it across Berlin. Despite winning these 50s and having that speedy transition, they're still scoreless. They still can't get into the Stockton box. And even right there, where are you going? And Top Cheese is all over the place.
This is what I was just talking about. Berlin, they have to be frustrated with the way the defense has gone for Stockton. They have just blocked everything, and it really hasn't been that pretty. There's been a lot of double commits on the goal line. There's been a lot of opportunities when Berlin's numbers up and putting quality shots on the Stockton side, but somehow Stockton are able to turn it away.
Another block. Now 9 scoreless minutes for Berlin. Stockton underneath with Busty. Around the corner, around the box. Nobody was available for a quick follow-up. Top Cheese will take the boost regardless. I love that pass over from Nagflow to Quintessence. Flips it over Drip, gets bumped out of the way. And Busty, a really difficult touch. It's always dangerous when you have to clear it out towards the middle of the field. But look at Stockton still getting in front on the 50. Berlin swarming the corners, and that's not the touch you need. Quintessence finding Nagflow, and the touch keeps the ball locked. Shot from Tigre, way too light, but they bump in front of it. Stockton all locked in the net. Here's Nagflow again, and another 50
Crucial.
for Busty. Big clear.
Big clear, because Berlin, again, you saw that perfect rotation every single touch. There was a Berlin player there to stop Stockton's out. A second touch here from Nagflow will put Berlin in right behind Stockton.
Not quite over yet. Nagflow puts this one on his back. Nice little touch to keep it close and force Drip into an awkward situation. If that shot is on target rather than to the back wall, Drip is going to have an easier time just hitting that ball up to the board, relying on your teammate to follow that up. Excellent first touch there from Nagflow.
So what comes out on the kickoff here? It's a little bit awkward for Stockton. Here's the chance, and the demo, it's too high. Someone's got to get to the ball. Quit the pass over to Tigray. It's still up. Follow up there. Somehow Stockton stops it. Berlin's still going to keep it up to keep it alive, but Bussy wants to dunk it down, and he will for Stockton.
What a finish! Somehow Stockton kept that one out, and the pass to Tigray looked like the ball touched the ground in the last second,
I don't know how
and
he
he kept it up. And somehow Top Cheese finding the touch, and Stockton. Well, you're not feeling so comfortable after that game, are you, Corelli?
No, not so much. But I mean, but to be fair, that's what Stockton's been feeling the entire game. It's been a lot of pressure and control from Berlin. Stockton, they get their first two goals, and they've just been able to sit on it. And again, I don't think that's by design. I think that's more Berlin putting on the pressure. But right now, Stockton very happy with the chances they're putting away, and they're very happy with their defense. Regardless of how pretty you think it is, plays like this are going to put you in the lead.
And what I loved to see was Berlin returning with their own right there. What a save initially, though, to get that ball out. And I just love it when one team gets mechanical, you got to respond with mechanics yourself, right? You got to show, yeah, you can do the flip reset thing. That's cool, but we can do it too. Stockton just gets the last laugh because using the post their advantage, picking up those saves. They like Stockton's defense at the top of the net has been pristine.
Yeah.
Like they've just kept it difficult for Berlin, and the shots have been quality.
11-6 in the shooting department in favor of Berlin, shooting 11 on the side of Stockton. So for Berlin, again, it's about the conversion rate. When you have so many chances, I mean, even in that last 8 seconds, it looked good from Berlin. The second touch from Nagflow falls through. You have a good kickoff, able to capitalize, and I think a slow start there from Stockton off the kickoff. But for Berlin, you've just got to put it away. You have the opportunities. There's no excuses. You've got to find the hole on the Stockton defense.
You need to find a way to cool down and create some ice. Stockton have kept the field nice and warm so far. Berlin, since that game one, it took them 9.5 minutes to finally get a goal on the board. Crowd starting to get behind Stockton a little bit. That bounce off the ramp going to get away from Stockton. Tigray will take the benefit. Really do have a quick transition game, but then they just get stuffed. Like either Top Cheese, Busty, they catch the ball, and it just stops anything Berlin are expecting because you're hoping you get a mistouch on that quick transition. You're hoping that they can't catch it. But Stockton have been so consistent in that respect. Really thwarted that transition.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think both sides have done a great job of stopping the transition.
Yeah.
Even Berlin, who I think have had more transition opportunities, Stockton have been able to get back so fast. And at least at that point, Stockton have been winning crucial challenges, though I think the challenge game certainly going in the favor of Berlin throughout all of these games, win or lose.
Another hard clear. We did see a lot of this in the first game. 2 quick touches, hard clear. Let's see what you got. This one going to stay close to Nagflow, wants to control. He's looked good in this series. He's setting up for Tigray. Got the 50 underneath, and he's got him beat, and Stockton got the lead.
How did he do that? How did he come out on top in that exchange? What a challenge, and the second touch to beat the last man. Top Cheese can do it all, and he's put Stockton in the lead once again.
It's just every time Stockton needs something in the tank, it is always Top Cheese. In CRL, we've had players like this that they're just the clutch factor. They show up when they need their team, or when their team needs them to show up, excuse me. Top Cheese is that guy.
And it matters even more here in this era of CRL when we have a stage this big. It's great that you can play at home in your dorm or whatever and play great online, but when you fly out and you come to a stage like this and keep performing, that's when it matters, and that's an open net for Nagflow. Berlin able to tie it up.
It's exactly how you respond to a great play from Top Cheese. Look at Quintessence get under this flip reset, beat Drip to the ball, forces Top Cheese, who's already floating down from the back wall, and a bit of confusion as you have to commit to that play. You know the shot is going to come, and sending 2 in front on that one is fine, but Berlin got you outplayed.
And they're able to break through early here in Game 4, and I think that's important for Berlin. They have to put the pressure on Stockton and not just let Stockton turtle up.
Stockton push that ball back around the corner, and Quintessence push that forward. Maybe get a couple more in there on the Stockton defense. Maybe Tigray trying to find the bump and taking a parabolic trip around the back wall. finding no contact, and we're in dead ball zone again here in the neutral zone.
Again, this is an elimination match. A huge match for both sides, especially here on this stage. Loser going home, and Stockton 1 game away from doing so. Berlin trying to fight back, and they certainly have the skill to do so as Dagflow's touch. Still awkward here from Stockton. Bussy put it towards his net. Drip doesn't find the touch. It's getting a bit dicey here for Stockton. Berlin, though, I think we're also a bit confused and waited to see how it panned out.
Yeah, Drip had actually caught his wheel on the crossbar on his way out on his launch, and it really made him awkward. That could have been really dangerous for him, but he had his team backing him up. They're having struggles getting the clear. Top Cheese going to keep it close, but he can't get back to the 50. There's no follow-up coming for Stockton. It's just rotate back to the corner. It's not working. They're able to cut in, forces Drip to use more boost. Look at the boost on Stockton. Top Cheese finally got a corner, but they were starting to get starved, and he makes a great touch in the midfield to relieve some pressure.
Still a tie game. That's a great challenge from Top Cheese. Another one to keep the ball on the Berlin side. Now a great cut to beat the next man. Can he get through Tigre? At least going positive here for Stockton. A tough ball here for Bussy, as Top Cheese took on all of Berlin to keep this one in the attack.
He was just swinging his sword left and right there. I wasn't sure he was ever going to lose a 50 again, but oh no, they got caught up.
Oh, he put it in.
Drip, not how you want to touch it.
Wow, another big long clear coming up for Berlin. We've seen a few of these get over the head of the last man of Stockton. Again, off target, but Drip to help it in, and Berlin happy to see that one go through.
Drip, I mean, what do you do in that situation? You see the ball sailing over your head, you just hope you can jump at the ball and it bounces out on you. Maybe you slam it against the post again. Didn't work out for you. Now Berlin, with a minute left. In the lead, and it just got saved by Tigre.
Game 5 looming here as we approach the final minute. Bussy trying to change things. That's a good fake past the first. Beats the second. Looking for the outlet pass. Follow up from Drip. It's not hard enough. And Berlin able to get back in front of their net.
He caught it under his wheel. It was first Top Cheese winning all those 50s, and Bussy creating the opportunity with the disruption on the 50s. They're going for the lows. They're not dodging into every ball. They're letting Berlin come in and dodge into them, but putting their car in position to win those 50s and keep control. But Stockton still need that goal. While the control's been good, the shots still aren't coming. Berlin hanging on in the final 30 seconds.
Oh, good speed from Drip. And a touch out.
Not what he wanted.
Berlin, though, able to recover, and now Quinn gets past one almost, but Bussy somehow is able to still read this. Berlin still threatening. They just want to close this one out with another one. 15 seconds on the clock.
Trying to get back around the corner. Drip got another clear. Stockton just need one good 50. Drip might have given them a chance here in the corner, but it's a race. And taken away. Oh, it popped up weirdly. Bussy's not in position. Time running out. Quintessence staying on top of it. Oh, with the bounce. Hits the ground, and Berlin have forced a game 5.
Wow, and that's off of the own goal from Drip there on the long clear from Berlin. That's the go-ahead goal and the game-winning goal in the end for Berlin. And you could see the celebration for Berlin when they won this game. They knew that they're back in it. And honestly, again, I think a sigh of relief for them with the pressure that they've had, the shooting that they've had, to finally come out on top here after the last couple games is quite exciting for them.
See the seats starting to fill out.
Yeah.
Looking at the game and like, whoa, there's some crazy action happening over here. And of course, we're going to get treated to a game 5 in an NA versus EU matchup. It has not gone Europe's way in their inaugural World Championship collegiate event. But Berlin looking to make that argument of don't count us out. They got to get by Stockton here. This was a good momentum builder in game 4. What about you, Corelli? How are you feeling about both of these teams?
Well, that's what I think this is for Berlin. If you're looking at a team that's going to make the run like this and have to go to game 5, they're the team that I put my money on to say they're going to win it. And especially in the series, the way it's come through, the context of this game, Berlin, again, have looked more in control. They've had a lot more shots. It's just putting the shots away. I know it's very surface level analysis, but there's so many shots coming out from Berlin. They just got to convert.
You were talking earlier about Stockton's record and some of the teams that they lost to in the Eastern Conference and had some head scratchers. And we haven't really talked about it, but this is kind of one of those matchups where you think Stockton should have the edge. They should be able to pull out this victory, but Berlin just kind of sneaking around. They've shown good ability, good mechanical ability, good team ability. I'm not trying to undersell Berlin. I think they're a quality team, but just saying Stockton have kind of been here before with other teams.
Sure. And again, the Stockton team has evolved. The Des talked about them, the way they practice, the way they've practiced here, the way they've practiced online. It's paid off to get to this point. this is one of those matchups, this is one of those games where we really see if the practice paid off, because you go into a very big matchup.
Well, we're here. Game 5 on Champions Field, driven by Nissan. Our first Game 5 of the day. Berlin fought back to get to the decider. Stockton, can they keep pushing against these orange cars? Top Cheese has been a big scorer, a big value creator for Stockton. They're gonna need him and a little bit more to get by Berlin. Crowd chanting, Top Cheese wants it. Love him getting behind Stockton. It's one of the better chants we've heard so far this weekend.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that Top Cheese wants it. I think all of Berlin wanted to. Again, we talked about their frustrations in day 1. And I think they've taken out some of their frustrations here against Stockton. So now, a couple of tackles here in the midfield, comes out to Drip. Top Cheese going to take it away. There's a follow-up opportunity here. Bussy had players in front of him. That's a tough shot to hit from Drip, and it skates across the box of Berlin.
Now Berlin get out of what was an interesting sequence of touches. Couldn't trip a defense up when the ball's just whipping around back and forth in front of the box. Drip, another push in front, stopped by Tigray. Here comes Top Cheese, he gets bumped.
Great bump.
Can't get back to it. Berlin will get by the midfield line. Nagflow and Quintessence working on it, trying to get downfield. Another clear out for Drip. Now he's got the reset, gets underneath one. Quintessence is there, just lobs it back downfield.
A quality reset there would have bought more space for Drip. And now Berlin, this one coming across the box. It'll be Top Cheese. It's over to Nagflow. He's got options below him, Quint. Nagflow go all the way. He got 2 to go, and a good clear here from Stockton for the moment. Now Tigray, he's got full boost to work with, but not the best first touch.
Touch puts him out to the side. Top Cheese forced out on the 50. Berlin starting to win the war of attrition. That's one off to the corner for Tigray. And you see Quintessence got demoed on the play there by Bussy. And stopped their midfield presence. Now Stockton have been given a chance here with Top Cheese. Looking for a dunk. He's not going to get it. Forced out to the corner. And he won't even get his boost. In fact, it was Bussy getting demoed by Nagflow after protecting that boost. Berlin get another clear.
Good first touch there from Top Cheese, but now the follow-up, that's 2. Looking for another touch. Nagflow, but it's on top of Drip. Huge save on the goal line. Top Cheese gets back. Berlin still threatening. Stockton somehow again come out with the save.
50 stopped by Top Cheese here. Nagflow waiting in midfield. He beats Top Cheese to the ball, but there's Bussy again to pinch it back over to the orange half. Tigray with the initial save. Nobody from Berlin gonna follow this up quickly. That's been really the story of this series. It heats up and then it cools down immediately, only for this to happen. Here's underneath Top Cheese. Really trying to get mechanical there.
Ran out of boost. Tigray will throw it downfield as Bussy. That's not the touch he want. Berlin was there. And somehow not able to come out on top.
Drip getting stuffed in the corner. Tigray trying to force the issue. Top Cheese, his challenges have been excellent. We're here working around Nagflow. Doesn't get the touch against Quintessence. Even Bussy having some trouble. Quintessence, no boost. Pass over Tigray's head. He's got to pull off. And the ball kicked out. It's going to work for Nagflow. Off the read on the side. He lets it drop. The shot is taken and saved.
Wow.
Somehow Top Cheese, patient.
Now Bussy, he's just got one to beat here, and he's just going to take it straight into him. That's a dangerous bounce off the wall. No follow-up from Stockton. Drip backwards. Trying to control this one, as he does get by the first man. Looking for more. He got to the back wall. Berlin. Rare to see them let something go like that through their net. Or through their box, rather. It's back the other way. Huge save by Drip once again.
Another touch up, just trying to keep this ball away from Stockton. It's been awkward a couple of times. Everyone low on boost, working on small pads. Finally, they pick up canisters in their own corners. That's going to give them some relief. Now the transition. Bussy looking for the dunk. He's not going to get it.
It's
but
Top
it's a
Cheese.
forward touch from
It's Top
Tigray
Cheese.
off the post, and he just missed it.
Drip still can keep this one going, but it's going to be a solo effort. Maybe the best look that Stockton had there from Top Cheese. It was just wide. Berlin looking shaky on defense here in Game 5.
Thought that pass might have had it, but Berlin do get there and cut off that pass attempt again. Berlin have done a great job passing and even hopping in front of the passing lanes of Stockton. Keeping that defense clean, winning these 50s, but the follow-ups are slow. Drip on the control. He gets a favorable bounce out over to his teammate. Now Bussy, here he comes on one touch. Top Cheese waiting in the wings. He's got the touch off the back wall. Up high is Drip. He's got another one, 2 touches, but nobody's following it up quickly from Stockton. No one really expecting that
Still
touch.
Awkward.
Popped up. Oh my goodness,
it's post.
the post. Top Cheese! He does it again!
does he make it work? Every time for Stockton. He's got to come up huge.
He's magical.
And he does it again. It's the speed, Jorby, to the post to beat Berlin. 17 seconds left and maybe a final kickoff.
You can't teach the clutch factor. It's just something you're born with. And Top Cheese, he's had it all day long. Puts it up. Another save for Top Cheese. 10 seconds left for Berlin. They got the demo. When Quintessence has to get down, he's got it off the corner. Where's the push from Nagflow? He's got it. Tigre, denied. Stockton, down the field. Do they get the touch?
Wow.
Done. Berlin eliminated. Stockton, move on.
Sent them home. Stockton coming out huge in Game 5. It may not have been pretty, but they clutch it up, Jorby.
Wow, Berlin forcing that Game 5, having that speedy transition, and you thought maybe, just maybe they were going to eke out the victory, but then who happened? Top Cheese happened, got in the way of every single opportunity, and you know, you can say whatever you want about how the goal went, but the reality is this man was excellent on defense, excellent in the midfield, excellent on offense. We saw one sequence where he won 5 challenges in a row all by himself.
Which is insane.
Like, I mean, you couldn't ask for much more. The kid's full of ice.
He is. He is. We talked about him. We talked about him at the beginning of the series. We're talking about the end of the series. All over, I think Stockton, that was actually a great team effort. I know Top Cheese definitely came out on offense. I think Drip did a great job on defense as well. Busty had a fantastic job up and down the field, winning not only crucial challenges on the sideline, but keeping the attack going for Stockton in a lot of these plays. But you got to think about Berlin, all the pressure that they had, all the shots that they had here against Stockton. We mentioned it every single game, but it's a very real talking point for them because it felt like they were much more organized. They had a lot better communication. Their offense, I felt like, was in a lot more control, but yet again, could not come out on top in the scoring department.
Yeah, they just, I mean, even some of those shots, they look good, but I just give credit to the goaltending of Stockton.
And it could be that, right.
In some of those games, I just think about Top Cheese and how he's like, oh, I got to stuff this ball into the top corner, and I'm coming from, like, the other side of the back wall. I don't know how I'm getting those saves. But we have Busty over there for the post-game interview. Let's go hear what he has to say.
What's good, friends? It's F. here on location, standing next to the main man, Busty. Straight up and down. Stockton, one of the best teams on the field. Y'all already knew that. Did you expect to play on Saturday?
I did not expect to play on Saturday at all. So, like, we came into the World Championships, like, expecting to beat UCF, and we ended up losing. But it feels nice to be able to send them home, so.
So what was the feeling? All right, you didn't expect, oh no, we're here on Saturday. Did you guys come in with high hopes, or was it a negative feeling in the locker room?
It's high hopes, because at the end of the day, we know if we're playing our best, we could beat anyone here. So if anything, we're happy you got to play today, so we're warmed up for tomorrow.
Love that. It's about keeping the momentum rolling. I want to switch gears here and talk about your opponent real quick. When it comes down to it, this is one of the best teams in Europe. Be real. You don't have to be nice, but you don't have to be mean. What do they have to offer? What does European CRL look like?
I think there's a lot of potential. So, like, NA's had time for people to transfer and go to schools and set up, like, you know, really good teams. You know, they're there at the same school, just kind of like, oh, CRL's a thing, let me play in it. And then I feel like they kind of egoed NA, thinking they can come in and roll us. So, yeah, that's why I'm happy that we beat them.
How many more years till EU matches NA's CRL prowess?
It's never going to match it, but I think they'll go from, like, being like a 2 out of 10 to like a 4 out of 10 or something.
Well, the crowd liked that one. Last question before I let you go, man. Up next, you got to deal with Oakland, another strong team, but y'all got a lot of faith in yourselves. What's that? What's going to happen against Oakland?
I thought we had a bye. I didn't know we were playing Oakland, honestly. Who's Oakland?
I think that's where we're going to leave it. Busty, thank you so much for your time. Stockton looks great. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CRL World Championship. Considering EU didn't really bring anything on day one, I figured I'd bring in a bit of culture, experience, and some nice cuisine that my good friend T-Bates can experience.
Unlike EU, NA actually performed on day one. This is actually pretty funny. On your screen right now, you're seeing some beans, you're seeing some toast, you're seeing some hot sauce and some eggs. He was adamant that nobody in EU eats this.
But in Britain, we can appreciate true fine food. Some baked beans and some nice toast, but it is traditional and it's easy and it's fantastic. It's comforting. Okay,
right,
that's fine.
Do a little bit of that. Do a little of that. Oh yeah, we're good.
This is what keeps me going day to day. Oh. Psionic's baked beans. I don't think we do baked beans in the item shop, but we should do. Do we get like?
You're done! You're done! You're
There's
done!
plenty more in the can. What
we're
you talking
done.
about?
If that's the case, I need more hot sauce.
What are you doing to those eggs?
There we go.
I
Look
mean,
at this.
I would
Look
like
at
some
this.
egg.
I'm Gordon Ramsay. That's who I am. Gordon Ramsay. Call me Gordon Bates. Okay, let's flip the plates here.
I'm actually about to put this in my mouth. I can't.
I gotta wait. Hold on. Don't eat yet. I gotta watch you do it.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh
okay,
my
you go
goodness.
first though. I gotta see your face. What is wrong with you? And it's not that hot.
It's not hot. It's not hot. It's disgusting.
Whatever.
What's those
Look,
bones on
I'll
chicken?
actually give the little beans on toast a fair chance, unlike you. This is like a midnight snack.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best.
That is
guilty
breakfast.
pleasure. That is not breakfast. You don't have hot sauce for breakfast. You cannot have hot sauce for breakfast.
Chat, let us know, is hot sauce on eggs better than baked beans on toast? We're probably gonna have a pull up or something like that. You let us know, and actually tweet at us too, so we can see it on the broadcast. We'll see you then.
I was putting in the
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch. I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
back to the show and we'll fly. Yeah. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. For somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. I was putting in the
What's good? Welcome back to CRL World Championships, driven by Nissan. It's the boys, it's the desk, and it is the second half of day number 2, Elimination Day. We've already said goodbye to a couple of teams, and now we're going to keep on keeping on. Guys, looking at that last one, it went 5 games, Tylacto. Did you get the result you wanted?
Well, before the series, I was kind of saying that I do think Stockton were the favorites coming in just from how they performed in the upper bracket matchup against a stronger opposition in terms of UCF. But watching this series, you're damn right. I mean, Berlin got my hopes up. I was believing. And then they broke my heart again in Game 5. They had so much offense, but credit to both teams. As far as I'm concerned, this was the highest level game we've seen all tournament long. The display both teams were putting up was fantastic, and it was always going to be a shame that we had to say goodbye to one of them.
Yeah, you're right, and this one was really close. A lot of people had this one going 5 games, and boy, did it do that. And you could see the nerves on the field, but you could also see Top Cheese sending it in for Stockton. This team came together when they needed to, and now they stay alive in the bracket.
Well, this is what Group D looks like, with Stockton moving on above Berlin. As I said, we say goodbye to Berlin. Unfortunately, the #1 seed out of the EURC is now finito, and Stockton moves on to go ahead and try to deal with Oakland. That leaves up with us with Group A, where we saw Salford already take down Kit earlier this morning, and now it's St. Clair, the Canadians, against Salford out of EU. So now we get a chance to take a look at the Saints versus the Salford squad. And Tylacto, you started us off this segment, but I'm going to hit you one more time as we start talking about Salford's opponents here. St. Clair, you know what? I'm going to shift gears and go to Stacks. St. Clair, talk to me about the green and black.
Well, yeah, this is a team that they've kind of had this Cinderella run going through here. I mean, both Canadian squads have been excellent stories coming through this bracket, just the way they both qualified to get in here. And Comp has been a fun story, too. I mean, you talk about the personalities in this collegiate league. Comp's one of the better ones. He's all about the dubs. He's ready to go. I love the players bringing out the flags as well. Jay's got it going. Let's go.
You know what I do love about Comp, though, as well? Listen, all these young kids want to make content. They want to put on a show and all this. Comp is fine being confident and everything, but he's a sponge. He's here to learn. He's asking a lot of questions. He's really inquiring about a lot. He's getting involved, and I think that's an important part.
This guy's got so much experience, too. Sorry, Daz. I mean, Comp's got so much experience. He's been grinding since way back in like 2017, 2018 in these small-time like Toronto tournaments. He's no stranger to playing on a stage.
For me, I think like looking at this team, especially looking at Comp here, I think yes, you're absolutely right with that experience. But as we kind of turn the page and go across the border, so to speak here, looking at this other squad, I really think, Tylacto, that there's still kind of a fighting chance here for Salford.
Strangely enough, I think you're right. Salford has shown us something coming into today that they are very much not sort of the tag-along for EU. And I know, F. you feel about this team the same way I do, and the performance they put up, it looked good.
Yeah, no, I really like what Salford have been putting on the field. I look at this St. Clair team, though, and the St. Clair team it's a question mark, man. When they show up, they can absolutely embarrass teams, but sometimes they don't. And like, that's not the story. It's not as simple as it sounds. St. Clair really is one of those squads that can show up, and if Jay has a good day, it's over. And if he's just not feeling it that one day, Rocket League's a rhythmic game, and he's not in the groove, then it just doesn't wind up happening.
Yeah, and Jay was a huge part of their success on day 1. I mean, I don't want to say single-handedly turned that series around to start the day, but pretty darn close. I mean, you know, yeah, Comp and Spoons helped, but Jay was the catalyst for them. Now, if they go down 0-2 today, I don't think they're bringing it back, so they got to have a much better start.
At the end of the day, I think it's really more about this English team. I think the onus is on Salford because they're defending a region here. Like, there's a little bit of Canadian pride with St. Clair, but we've seen a lot of strong teams out of them. So I think Salford has more on their backs. Is that going to help or hurt? I ask y'all at home that very question. Put it in the chat, friends. Hashtag SCC if you think the Saints are going to be able to take it. And Salford, hashtag SAL. We got a European team. We got a European analyst. You know where we're starting.
Well, I am going to go with Salford because they And there's a good reason for this, trust me. You're looking at me very debating.
Yeah,
I understand,
here we go.
they are not just doing it for Salford, guys. They're doing it for Queen and country as well. If you don't know, of course, it's the Platinum Jubilee for Queen Elizabeth. Shout out to you. I know you're watching from home, and I know she's going to get to see Salford put on another fantastic display like we saw up against Kit. Right, what's funny?
It's funny. It's funny because what she was going to watch is another EU team leave the bracket. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Because I'm going St. Clair. Obviously, like we talked about this team, you see the passion, you see the flags going around them, but also, I really wanted to hit on this, is the fact that this man, he may look cool, calm, and collected, but he's ready to get turned up on the field. I talked to him about it. He's locked in going into this matchup. I can't wait to see what they do.
Lacto, I really feel bad for you. Here, have a cookie. Will this make you feel any better? If you just have that, there you go.
Can I get some beans on toast?
I can't do that for you, but look, that's about the only thing that's going to go your way this entire series. Salford is on their way. Oh, my Lord. Salford is on their way out. I've got St. Clair as well. I don't think they fall down 0-2. I certainly don't think they fall down dropping 3 games.
You know, I got to agree here. I think it's going to be all Saints all the way. I think we're going to wind up with Salford because at the end of the day, I look at the European squads. We have seen better European teams come up against worse North American squads. And so the only European winner, I think, is going to be Tylacto with his cookie. And it looks like the fans agree. 62% have put the hashtag STC in the chat. And so one more time, we are going to jump in here. Salford are defending their own. Can they do it for Europe? Why don't we find out? It's the Collegiate Rocket League World Championship right about now.
It is time. Group A gets finalized right here and now. We've got 2 1-1 squads coming together to battle it out. We're sending one home and sending one to tomorrow, Championship Sunday. Lemon, this is going to be a good one.
I'm excited. The crowd's loud out there, and this is all to go to Sunday to face UTA. And out of the 6 European teams that came and flew all the way here, 4 of them, including just Berlin, got eliminated. So it's up to Kiel and Salford to rise for the pride of Europe. St. Clair, they're the best Canadian team here, it sounds like, and I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, after we saw Valleyfield able to, really pull off a miracle after their performance yesterday, really, I mean, so many teams being able to bounce back in incredible fashion. We just got to see if Salford is going to be the next one to do it. I mean, as we stated, we've got 2 squads right here coming into this one 1-1. Both have felt what it's like to win. Both have felt what it's like to take a loss. So it's going to be all about what you've learned coming into this matchup. And St. Clair, I mean, I talked to them. I talked to Comp, Jay, and Spoods. They all said, we're feeling great. We're feeling ready. It's about to go down. We hope the Salford's ready.
And Salford, they know how to punish, and they did exactly that when they went up against Kit, and they won that series 3-1. So they got to play their game, but also be aware of the other team's game and see in the gaps and the mistakes that they make. Already exposing that. Coot going forward. Jiggy in front. Shot towards the net on the backboard. Follow up there from Salford, hoping to drop that up. Arden pushes forward. Salford want this goal real bad, and St. Clair hoping to clear this.
Yeah, the defense is holding true right now for the Saints. And this is exactly what they wanted to do. This is what this squad is all about. They said we want to learn our opponent in the first game. We want to really, figure out what kind of style they want to play, and then we want to punish them for it. Whatever style that ends up being. They said that's what they ended up doing to Kit, and that's how St. Clair ended up taking Kit out in a reverse sweep fashion. And now coming into this one, it seems like St. Clair, they're definitely sticking to their guns on the defensive side right now.
Salford, I mean, it's a tall order already. Close call. Good challenge for Martin. This goes the other way. And St. Clair, I mean, top 6 in North America, 3rd in the Eastern Conference. And Salford came here through the last chance qualifier. But, living longer than some of the EU teams who had who were bigger favorites. And that's what I was saying on the desk, is the underdogs are truly rising up, and you can't underestimate any team who is here.
Yeah, I mean, Tylacto, he predicted 2 teams are going to make it to that bracket play. He said hopefully 3. But I mean, right now, I don't know, man. This is going to be coming down to the wire. Salford understand what is at stake right now. Berlin, Portsmouth already taking losses back-to-back, getting knocked out. Extremely disappointing in EU right now, trying to make things happen. But still, it's going to be the defense, which is going to be pretty solid right now. It is going to be St. Clair trying to press the issue right now on this Salford side.
Just a couple of close calls, but nothing that's getting the crowd real screamy back there.
Yeah.
Jay had a good carry earlier on. Looks like St. Clair have an offense.
that has kept Sulfur trapped just for a few seconds as Jay sets it up. Comp going towards the boost, and no one was mid for St. Clair to follow up.
Yeah, Jay unfortunately not able to put that one in, but a great opportunity right there coming in for the Saints right now as Jiggy just trying to keep this one on St. Clair side. This one is going to start to get cleared out right now. Spoon's going to take it down, but guess what? That's going off the post as yet again, a great opportunity. The counterattack right now coming in for Sulfur.
And Comp at least bought some time for St. Clair defense to get reestablished. That's a great pass to Comp, and at the top, St. Clair, the first goal.
Absolutely beautiful play coming out as Jay takes this one back the other way, says, Comp, I'll leave it up for you right in the midfield, and that's an easy one for Comp. He'll hit those all day long. St. Clair up 1-0.
St. Clair maybe need to start being included in the conversation as at least starting to be on the rise for a top NA team. I mean, just in April, the Midwest Collegiate Invitational, they beat Columbia. They took Northwood to a Game 5. Now, who knows how seriously they take these teams, but St. Clair want that second goal. Comp setting it up in front of the net. That's a tough angle, and Jay executes.
That was absolutely nutty coming from Jay. How was he able to angle this one in? Oh, that is absolutely beautiful as Jiggy barely missing it. That one went perfectly into the upper 90. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
St. Clair feeling good. This is a team with a lot of confidence, and these goals are just going to power them up even more. As we look at this is Jiggy with a response. Double commit. St. Clair, though, it's not in front of the net, but it doesn't matter. Arden still gets it.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of miscommunication coming in from the St. Clair side right there as Comp and Jay both ended up going for it, and that means nobody's going to be there to stop Arden from being able to put that one in. Sulfur able to find their first strike on the board.
And I can kind of read the mouths of St. Clair saying, it's okay.
Yeah.
And you got to forgive yourself for stuff like that because you can't let it get to your head in the game 1 of a best of 5. As St. Clair already rally up an offense. Sulfur trying to clear and having issues just in midfield. All about St. Clair. Is it brought right back to Jay to the backboard? St. Clair maybe not wanting to push up, a bit low on boost, but Comp, he's confident. Spood's not able to receive that pass. Jiggy's not going to let it through. Sulfur just trying to pave that way out of their zone. And finally, this goes to Kood, and this has potential.
As Jiggy is going to be able to dribble this one up. Is he going to be able to guide it in? No! As Comp is going to be there coming in with the big play to keep that one out the net.
Yeah, that was an important challenge, and St. Clair with a quick retaliation, but Jay is bumping an Arden there into the corner, and that kind of stifle of the momentum for St. Clair sends them all the way back.
And with 50 seconds remaining right now, is going to be this Sulfur squad trying to keep it on this St. Clair side as they are able to center it. But guess what? It's going to be Jay able to keep this one up, and this one should be cleared out by Spoods. It's going to be Comp needing to clear that one out. And here we go. Back onto the Sulfur side. Let's see if they're going to be able to get this 3-1 advantage. 30 seconds remaining. Sulfur have to find an answer.
Just getting through the midfield is so challenging for Sulfur. As soon as they get an inch, St. Clair throw them back a mile. Now St. Clair on the defense, and what a good challenge from Comp, beating Jiggy to it.
Nice
now St. Clair hoping to get a third one, but at this point, there's only 16 seconds. Jiggy looking to tie. Jay saves. It's up to Kood to keep this going.
A beautiful save coming out in an extremely fortunate time right here for the Saints. This is the type of clutch defense you need to have. You got to have the ice in your veins. You don't want to let one slip, as this one should be St. Clair 2-1. We'll see if this one get popped up, and yeah, it's going to be staying alive as Jay, he went for the fake. He said, you know, I'm not even going to hit it. I'm not even going to hit it. I don't need to. We got this one 2-1.
A close call, but also a strong start for St. Clair, 2-0, and you started to have that response from, I'm going to be interested to see the shot count, to be honest, because I felt like it was a bit even at the start as both teams were kind of measuring each other out, and then Sulfur just weren't able to leave their half, I feel like, in that second half anyway.
Yeah, I feel like really St. Clair just started to really put their foot down in that game, and they've definitely got a lot of momentum coming into this next one. I mean, a 2-1 victory, it might not seem like all that big of a margin, but I mean, the way that one played out, St. Clair, in my opinion, were definitely the more dominant team in that game one all around. The teamwork was there, the communication was there, the passes were there especially, and I mean, this team is special, let me tell you.
I mean, these goals were not easy, and the one that Sulfur got in this replay was due to that double commit mistake. And kind of comparing the shots, you got 9-6, and I guess I thought that was a bigger gap, but it still doesn't matter. Looking good there for St. Clair, and then you saw behind Sulfur there was their coach Saf, who's, you know, has to keep the team rallied.
Oh, I mean, listen, they're going to be extremely hyped right here, right now. I mean, listen, the big thing for St. Clair is that they won their first game. Like, that is massive in the series. Their last series that they won, they had to do it in reverse sweep fashion. They went down 0-2 0-2. They had to regroup, rekindle themselves, and then came back lit like a fire. And they're trying to start that fire right now as that popcorn is looking oh so good, man. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to the entire crowd out there. And as we head to this one, man, make some noise out there if you guys are rooting for St. Clair Saints. I want to hear the crowd get loud.
Where are my Canadians at?
There we go, Canada represent. Now, if you're here for Salford, I want you to make some noise.
Alive and well.
It's sounding pretty even out there, I'm not going to lie, so that means I'm expecting a Game 5 out of this series.
Yeah, they just have to bury Berlin, though. Let them some time to grieve a little bit.
Right.
But Game 2, St. Clair in the lead in the series. It's already looking good. Spoods hoping to set this up. He's reading the play. This goes back to Comp. St. Clair with midfield control. Cood trying to break through. Jay with a mistouch. Maybe gives Salford a chance to breathe.
Comp going to be back. He's going to need to make a big play. Spoods trying to clear this one. This one is going to get centered. Jay's going to be putting it into the corner. Harden's going to just clear this one out yet again. But you can see right now, St. Clair, they are coming out strong on the attack. But that is what can happen if you come out a little bit too strong. You overcommit, you leave your goal wide open, and Salford made to pay for it.
It's about time that Salford just showed signs of life and off the midfield. I mean, that's tough to predict in that midfield chaos. And St. Clair, I felt like they were controlling a lot of space, at least in Game 1. As soon as Jay missed that touch, you saw that St. Clair weren't holding that real estate anymore, starting to back away, and Salford with a nice shot. And this is, again, St. Clair's small mistakes that Salford can push up upon. Now it's pushed up or bounced back mid, and Jiggy with a demo stops that play from St. Clair.
And now it's going to be St. Clair that need to make some more magic happen as they find themselves at a deficit currently. And I mean, this squad, they've got the ice factor. They've said it. They said that we've got more ice than anyone in this tournament. That's a bold statement. So that means if you're down 0-1, I mean, listen, you got to be able to make a comeback. I mean, I'm expecting it at this point. You talk the talk. Now you got to be able to walk the walk.
Exactly. St. Clair, and you even heard it from the desk. It's all up. It's a great learning experience for all teams, but especially for St. Clair. Not coming in as, like, I'd say, the ultimate favorite of NA, but definitely making that a good discussion with how much they've performed this weekend against all the pressures and even at that midseason invitational that I just spoke about. So Salford might be in a lead. St. Clair, they had to get real creative in Game 1 just to slip by the defenses as Jiggy has someone in front of the net. No, they back away. Jiggy with the double tap. No, couldn't cut it.
And Jiggy, that was almost an insane angle that he was able to pull off right there. As this St. Clair defense barely hanging on right now as they still are in this hole. They've got to be able to find something extremely quick, but I feel like right now St. Clair are a little bit on their heels after overcommitting and giving up that first goal. They don't want to just come out here and do the exact same thing and give up a second one, because then you're in an even worse situation. So this one's going to get put in the middle. This is extremely dangerous. But the save going to be coming in from Jay yet again to keep this one clear. As Comp's going to try to send it the other way, going to be losing that 50, and now it's back on this St. Clair side.
St. Clair, these touches just come in at the last second. They're making me sweat, and I'm sure they're sweating right now on the defense. Finally cleared. It goes to Spoods, who was extended, hoping to make a play off of that. Now Arden just kind of assessing Comp, who leaves that. Jay disrupts it, buying time for St. Clair to rotate back. Salford haven't given up, depositing this almost in front of the net, but Spoods puts it back in the corner. Jay takes that Cood in the midfield, and look at the 3-on-2 for St. Clair, and they want to turn this around.
Oh yeah, and I mean, listen, right now is definitely the time to strike. I mean, Salford seems like they're playing a little bit on their heels. They're a little bit lax right now. They're trying to play safe. That might come back to bite them, and it does, as Jay is going to be able to punch one home, and we got ourselves a tie game.
They are fired up and ready to go. That was Comp 2 beating, I'm not sure who that was, to the ball and setting up Jay for success. Minute 47 tie game. You see how much these goals matter for the confidence. But Salford, they've looked a lot better in Game 2. We can never underestimate the changes that they can make on the fly as Jay carries this, and a good challenge for Cood, but it's right in front of the net, and Jiggy follows up.
Yeah, that was a big play by Jiggy to be able to clear that one out. That very easily could have been another immediate goal coming in for St. Clair's right here, right now. I mean, in this tie game, 90 seconds remaining. See who's going to be able to take control as this one goes to the mid. Jiggy's going to be able to get control of it, but no, it's going to be Jay popping this one up, sending it back to the Salford side. Going to try to air dribble this one down. Is he going to be able to direct it in? No. So yet again, defense coming in strong.
And you saw that coverage from Salford. Did they see that St. Clair in Game 1? A lot of their goals came from these incredible quick passes. So Salford just had so much coverage around St. Clair that knew those long passes were coming and denied every single time. 1 minute left.
to see who will strike back and maybe even up the series if you're a Salford fan, as Cood sets it up for Jiggy. And then that's a double commit from St. Clair just to send it the other way.
Yeah, I mean, solid defense yet again coming out, making all the plays necessary to keep this one deadlocked right here, right now. But it's going the opposite way. Oh, man. That was such a close opportunity for Salford. And right now, St. Clair, they are getting by extremely, like, this is an extremely tight situation for St. Clair. In my opinion, Salford has played a much better game, too, than St. Clair. So the fact that St. Clair is hanging in this one, oh, man, they've got to be very, very happy by their lucky stars.
And, I mean, Salford's only goal just came from a random midfield as St. Clair thought they were on the offense. They got turned around on them so quickly. So St. Clair maybe not hesitating, but just really being sure of when they move down the field. Now, Comp just making sure this ball gets away from Jiggy. St. Clair maybe hoping to go towards an overtime situation. A few more seconds away. Jay keeps this away from Salford. I'm not seeing St. Clair decisively move down as Coot has the ball. Jiggy helps out. It's back on the ground, and we enter overtime.
Here we go. Another beautiful overtime today. I mean, listen, we've had so many overtimes not just today, but this entire weekend. It seems like almost 40% of these games have been like overtime. It's absolutely incredible. I'm loving every single one of them. And now with only one goal to decide it, a golden goal, if you will, who's going to be able to make some magic happen out here on the pitch?
Just not a lot of boost for Salford too, so I'm not sure how long they can keep this up. And Jay knows, just challenging everything, forcing resources. Now with St. Clair on the defense, nothing more that Salford can do but waste time as they rotate back with those resources. Cood and Jiggy in the front. Arden, third man back. Jiggy towards the backboard, saved by Spoods, hoping to go through the left side, make the most out of the situation. Jay off the wall, goes to Comp, but Salford are just making it so difficult for St. Clair to strike.
Hey, you can see right now, St. Clair, they are very, very defensive right now, and they are going for those counterattacks, which can really open up the back end of this Salford roster. And I mean, right here, right now, let's see if Comp's going to be able to do it. He's guiding it down mid, but it's going to be Jiggy being able to win that one as Jay challenges him. Jiggy's going to be able to get the best of it. Is this going to pop on up right in front of the net? Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Nothing. Spoods going to be able to clear this one out. Jay sending it down the other way. Let's see exactly if St. Clair's going to be able to make something happen in this corner, but no, it's going to be Arden there, sending it back the other way. We're going back and forth.
It really is back and forth, and the defenses have just been locking things down. Jay with a bounce to mid, and Spoods in the midfield, just at least keeping the offense going. That opportunity squashed, but another one created. Jay misses that touch. Spood has to follow up, and being careful of how to overextend. You can't afford a mistake. As Cood to Arden, the pass, Comp to the backboard. It's an awkward touch. It'll bounce in front of the net as Jiggy puts it in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, right now, both of these squads, it seems like they're both just playing extremely defensive, not trying to make any mistakes. And really, when it comes to the offensive plays that we've seen so far, it's really just them sending the ball the opposite way, just hoping for it to slip on by. And I mean, right now, both these teams in overtime, you can tell how much this means to them just by the way they're playing it.
Yeah, 2 minutes later. Wait, we had a 5-minute overtime today. I guess we're trying to place a high score. Jiggy getting close, Comp on the back wall. Cood sending somebody up, and Spood shuts that down, not letting the ball cross in front of the net. And Salford have a really threatening offense going on now, but you got 3 people surrounding Jiggy, and St. Clair just turtled up on their half of the field as Salford have to head back.
Playing that beautiful turtle shell defense, if you will, but that's a nice touch coming in from Jay. Spood's going to be able to center this one. Let's see what Comp's going to be able to do as he's going up, is able to get the touch as well. Is this one still going to be on this Salford side? I mean, I like what St. Clair are doing right now.
Oh, it's getting close, and Coot is just playing keep away right now. He don't like sharing his toys, and St. Clair hoping to rob him, and it's been so difficult to do so. The way that Salford just dominate the air as well, still hoping to clear this up. Comp with a good challenge, steals the ball away, turns it on his head, a missed touch will cost the overtime. St. Clair for the series point.
That is having the ice that they spoke about earlier as Comp able to have a beautiful angle right there, sending it off the left post right into the net, and that's exactly what you want to see. The St. Clair Saints coming out strong. I mean, Canada represent.
Hey, y'all, that's why they put me on these games. That's why I stole the interview from F-Dot. Valleyfield on the rise. And I was just talking with all the talent about how the game won, let's say, disappointments.
Yeah.
No, not naming any names. I could expose people like that. Yeah. But the way they bounced back, they went home, thought about it. If they had a coach, they talked about it. Canada in the crowd, I'm sure, is firing up all these teams. Any EU, maybe some jet lag, maybe some nervousness. You're in a new country. I'm sure it's a different environment than you're used to, but everyone has bounced back in the biggest of ways in day 2.
I mean, the way that I see it, shout out to Talacto, we had 2 Canadian teams and 6 European teams. And we might have more Canadian teams making it to the bracket play than European teams. That is very...
He's going to come for you for that
very
one.
Interesting. might come for me, but listen, facts are facts. You can't be mad about them. And the facts of this one is that St. Clair clutched up when they needed to the most, and they are feeling so good. Heading into this game 3 with a 2-0 advantage, but I mean, it's been close. Like, these are close games. I mean, you can't be feeling too bad on the other side.
And I know the stats showed super quickly, but I do believe that it was Salford that had almost double the shots of St. Clair, and then losing that series is kind of rough.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anytime that happens, you just got to be able to make better shots on the goal at the end of the day. I mean, just do better. Exactly. That's all you got to do, Salford. I mean, keep Talacto's hopes alive as St. Clair is trying to douse every bit of hope that Talacto came into this event with. So right now, Arton going to be pushing it back and again, and squad's going to be going back and forth. I'm expecting another extremely close game. I wouldn't be surprised if every single game in this series was a 1-goal game.
It's been 2-1.
Yeah.
It just now it's taking longer to decide that, you know, with the 3-minute overtime we just went through game 2. Expecting a close one, but St. Clair now have a 2-game bumper. So that's where, well, I don't know about taking more risks. Oh, what a shot from Salford. Those have been coming through the midfield, so St. Clair keeping on their toes.
Yeah, beautiful save coming in from Comp, and that's what you want to see is players being able to react like that, because shots like that was an absolute beamer coming to the net.
Oh
my goodness!
My God!
Comp able to air dribble it past everybody and put St. Clair up. What are we witnessing?
I can't even believe
what?
The reset!
The flip reset!
Reset above Jiggy! Oh my, I had to see the replay just to make sure. That is disgusting.
He said, Jiggy, let me show you how to get jiggy with it on the pitch real quick. St. Clair feeling good. They're up 1-0. They're vibing.
How much you vibing for? Here's the response to the upper 90. Who's dancing now?
Jiggy said, you got to dance, I got to dance. We can both have fun out here on the pitches. Jiggy right now able to answer back in extremely quick fashion. This game right here, it's got some fireworks to it.
Oh man, the tango. The most deadly tango I'm witnessing right now. And Salford won't go down without a fight. EU ain't dead yet.
Oh, they are not very well alive in this game. Just got to be able to make the reverse sweep happen. And I mean, listen, St. Clair, they were able to pull off a reverse sweep in day 1. If they get reverse swept in day 2, that would be extremely disappointing. As right now, Comp going to be going for another reset. Oh, not able to put it in. Oh man, as he tried to drop it down, trying to fake out this Salford roster. And I mean, right now, it feels like St. Clair, they're starting to catch a rhythm.
Oh, and Jiggy almost quickly came back with that one, but the difference is Comp, you got to commit 2 defenders to him. Shot, Kood was ready there in the midfield. Now you got to get past Jiggy. Jay, not letting that even go through. Salford trapped on their half, and Jay's even challenging. Spoos regains possession for St. Clair. Kood gets up in the air. He's out of boost. Salford are just drained at this point, and St. Clair can keep this going.
Right now, it is going to be Jiggy trying to press the issue onto the St. Clair side, but I believe anything's going to be able to come out of it as yet again, Comp and Jay are going to be back, holding that line extremely strong for this St. Clair roster. It's going to be a counterattack now coming in as Jay is going to be sending it the other way, but back is going to be Arton. Send this one back, and we're playing a volleyball match right now.
Salford just got a few inches into the blue zone, and St. Clair send them packing right back, just like Comp does again. 2-1, St. Clair.
Comp right now is doing it all. This is what we're talking about when we say ice in the veins. 1-1, I score those easy all day. As Jiggy not able to stop that one from going in, finds the back of the net. St. Clair up 2-1 halfway through.
Kind of deja vu. I don't know, every other game ending 2-1. You see the cheat ups off the kickoff, Salford getting desperate, but they have the time. No, you just can't afford to lose composure. It's sent all the way back. Kood was ready. He's always that third man back, the glue to this team. Salford can keep kicking, but it's been so difficult for St. Clair to score on St. Clair, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, the St. Clair defense, it has been holding extremely true. And as we stated, it seems like the small mistakes from St. Clair are really the only time that Salford's been able to find some success. I mean, yes, we were able to see Jiggy answer back with an extremely quick goal, but really, I mean, I want to see this squad set up some nice passing plays, you know, set up the double touches. Oh, man, that was a beamer coming in yet again from Jay. Trying to line that one up. St. Clair, they are aggressive right now, and they are trying to press the issue. Spoods going to be sending it back to Jay, and they're not going to be able to get a touch on that one, but there's going to be Jay blocking it back, and here we go as they're pressing the issue left, right, and center out here on the pitch with 2 minutes left.
And Sulfur, they even demoed comp. They were on the 3-on-2, and they still can't get out of this defense. Finally, Jiggy has to do it. He's always the spark plug that gets Sulfur going back on these offenses. But can you keep it going? Arden has to get involved. That was a mistouch. Spood has a ball. One-on-one in front of the net, and it's saved, put into the corner, and time bot for Sulfur.
The time bot for how much longer? They've only got 90 seconds remaining before they've got to find an answer. In this St. Clair defense, it has been holding true to the utmost up to this point. Yes, they gave up an extremely quick goal off the kickoff, but they can chalk that up for a mistake. They can say, you know what, it's 2-0 right now without simple mistakes, and we're just going to carry this one ahead, and we're going to keep on playing our aggressive play style, because right now it's been working. This one's going to be going up, sent up top mid. Spoods going to be able to win that 50. Oh man, that was a close call, but Arden's able to clear this one out.
Oh, a few pop-ups, few 50s,
yeah,
and a good clear from Sulfur is all that matters. Jiggy to the corner, Arden there. Everyone from Sulfur on the right side, just bullying St. Clair out of the way. Tie game.
That's what you want to see, is Good's able to put that one in. Absolutely great play coming out, as that was just a misread right there by St. Clair. The demo coming out on the goal line as well. Great teamwork. Sulfur, they're still in this one.
Not out of the woods yet if you're Sulfur. He's still, if you want to go into overtime, it didn't work out last time, and it took several minutes, 48 seconds. Sulfur may be able to outshoot, but it's about the shot place. It's about execution.
Yeah.
Jiggy leading that way. Sulfur just trying to break through the mold. Jay with the challenge, bounces above Arden and gets into the net.
Absolutely incredible right there by Jay. These are the type of incredible plays that you want to see. Lee said, you know what? Got to take this one right off the ground, right over Arden's head. He's not even going to have a chance. You ain't even going to get the chance. Simple as that. St. Clair up 3-2, 35 seconds remaining. This is it.
You saw the W signs from St. Clair on the webcams before the match even started. And they're a confident team, and they are fired up with the 2-0 series lead. 27 seconds before they are the second seed going into Championship Sunday. Sulfur still have a chance to have a response.
And they're going to have to do it extremely quick right here, right now. We know what this team is capable of. We saw what they did in their last series, and now against St. Clair, down by 1, 10 seconds remaining. You've got to make something happen. You got to keep this ball up. You got to keep it alive, as right now Comp going to try to keep anything from happening on this Sulfur side. Here it is right here, right now. Spood's going to be putting this one down, and St. Clair going to be getting a 3-0 victory over Sulfur to move on.
Another EU team bites the dust. Only one remaining, and it's Kiel EU's last hope. Another one's playing, and Canada moves on to Championship Sunday. They will be facing UTA as their first match in the playoffs. So both Northwood and St. Clair make it out of Group A.
St. Clair are a team to look out for. Look at them right there, man. They're feeling so good. They've got the flag on their back. They're representing for Canada. Because, I mean, this is just unfortunate for EU. I mean, just to say the least. I mean, the fact that right now, I mean, Canada, they came in. They are not playing around. Put the flags up, wave them around. Feel good, Canada. You're here.
I'm feeling good. Valley Field, too. They won their match, and St. Clair, I mean, they were, I would say, the favorite Canadian team, but you just can't count out anything. Even St. Clair in the conversation of Northwood and Columbia, the other big NA teams, I mean, St. Clair took them to the distance in just a recent April tournament. So I'm excited to see what St. Clair's going to be doing on Sunday, and Sulfur at least will have more free time on Sunday.
Oh, they will have all the time in the world. They're going to be able to relax, do whatever they want, just vibe out. I mean, right now, that was an incredible match. I gotta say, I wasn't really expecting a 3-0 coming in for St. Clair, but I mean, the fact they were able to pull it off after pulling off a reverse sweep yesterday, I mean, this team has shown they can do it all. They can win 3-0, they can reverse sweep you as well, so that means this team is an extremely scary one. You don't want to face them.
And we got a scary looking guy. It's Corelli on the stage with Jay for an interview.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Jay. I'm here with the Canadian flag behind me. St. Clair coming out on top. Jay, I want to ask you this. Yesterday, a lot of the casters described your performance as unconvincing. You guys came out on top, but maybe not in the way you guys wanted to. What was the prep like coming into this matchup?
Well, we knew that yesterday was definitely an off day, and that sometimes these teams can take us to 5, but I feel like we always come out on top. And during Salford, we just felt like we need to play our game. You know, we looked right in scrims today, so just went into it confident.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys talk about having the ice so much. Game 2, you came out in a 3-minute overtime with the win. How do you guys do that? I know we asked you yesterday, but I want to ask you specifically. How do you guys keep coming out on top in these close matches?
I don't know. We've always been an icy team. I think for as long as we've been a CRL team, I think we're like 11-1 in Game 5s. So, yeah, it's just in the blood, you know?
You're just built that way. Yeah. You're just built a little bit different. It's absolutely true. You guys have been clutch throughout this series and, of course, the series before. Your next matchup will be against UTA. Any thoughts on them?
I love them as people, and I think we're great against them. I feel very confident. Probably 3-1.
Okay. Already calling the score. And, of course, you guys have now played a couple of EU teams. I want to get your perspective on Europe. You guys are the experts now in taking them down. What do you think?
Well, there's only one EU team left, and they're playing a Canadian team. So my prediction is top 8, there's 2 Canadian teams, 0 EU teams.
Wow. Well, Jay, thank you so much for coming on, guys. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more CRL.
I was putting in the
My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, I was black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone.
friends? Welcome back to the CRL World Championship. It's the desk. I'm your friend Thomas. I'm joined here by Tyler, Jolly, and of course, Mr. Achieves. And we have some reflection to do because another sweep came out here, Achieves, and man, I'm really excited. We get to shout out Comp. I thought he was one of the stronger players on the field here, and it's just, I like when positive players perform positively.
Comp as well, putting in a bunch of goals for St. Clair right in front of the net so many times. Mare dribbles and Salford, I was so sad. They felt like they were quite consistent early on in the day, but unfortunately here not able to match up against a more aggressive and dangerous St. Clair with the good pop-off right there.
It looked like he was saying, what are you doing? What are you got nothing. And I mean, these guys really wanted to put up. You see Jay out there who did the high performance yesterday. Today it was all about Comp driving the ball here and really impressive stuff coming out from St. Clair. They go on to live again. We will see them later on. This is what Group A looks like. St. Clair, the runner-up, taking down Salford. So we say goodbye to Salford and Kit SC, and that means we're done and dusted. Northwood and St. Clair will represent their bracket on Championship Sunday. They have punched their ticket. Now, it's Group B's time. We've got Penn State going up against UNLV. Portsmouth was eliminated by the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and now they are here to try and deal with, I called Penn State the RKO. These guys came out of nowhere, Tyler, and looking at the way they've been performing, this was a big question mark because they didn't play in no leagues, they didn't play in anything else, they just bang, showed up at the LCQ and really brought it. A lot of people had, like I said, question marks, but I think they've put an exclamation point down this weekend.
I think Penn State has exceeded expectations by far this whole entire weekend. A lot of people going in, if you ask a lot of analysts, outside of Danger Taco, I mean, everybody else didn't have Penn State doing much of anything, but these young men have been playing exceptionally well. They've made it all the way to this point, and now they're contending for a spot in Championship Sunday. I know that they're going to take, whether they win or whether they lose, I know they will be happy.
Yeah, here, Jolly, I'm going to give you an open-ended question about Penn State because at the end of the day, you know, like I said, this is one of those teams where there's not a lot of stats, there's not a lot of numbers to crunch, and, you know, close your notebooks. What have you seen this weekend?
Honestly, I think that the one thing that everybody can agree on that we've seen is just the performance coming out of Penn State was better than we anticipated. Some of the teams that were coming in that were less of an underdog didn't perform as well as Penn State did yesterday. And sure, we're seeing them in one of these elimination matches, so there is the possibility this is the last time we're going to see them on stage, but this is another team that seems to do quite well when they actually get the presence on there, when they're on the primary broadcast, and this is their last chance to shine, last chance to pop off. I don't think they're going to give in that easily.
Yeah, and their last chance qualifier run was actually pretty good. Had a pretty good set of matches against many of the teams here. Wins over San Diego State, who we often put on a similar pedestal as UNLV throughout the season. 3-4 loss against Oakland, who's still around. Missouri S&T, who we had a lot of faith in throughout the regular season. And, of course, Valleyfield, who's here as well. So I think a lot of good potential for Penn State, even if the matchup on the other side of things, not the easiest thing in the world. UNLV came online earlier. Garen and Nitro really doing a lot of work earlier on in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so Garrett and Nitro have been playing together for a long time. We've repeatedly said that, you know, you got to look out for Garrett. He's the guy. He's the one that they try and play through. But realistically speaking, what I have seen this past weekend has been more of a team approach from the guys here. We saw some late game goals coming out from Tuv, really trying to bring the room together, if you will. And, you know, so really what we've seen here at this weekend, teammates, I think, is a little bit different from what we've seen during the regular season.
Oh, most definitely, because the story of the day, at least, is Tuv.
Yep.
Tuv popped off earlier and really set the tone. He took over for the week from last semester. The week played with Nitrous and Garen. And Garen and Nitrous, we all know, they can always deliver. They're always mechanical. They're always consistent.
Always.
The third on UNLV, when that person steps up, that person being Tuv today, with a couple double touches, a couple counterattack goals, a couple big saves, UNLV actually looks like a dangerous team, unlike yesterday when they lost to UTA.
Absolutely. Something happened. Something clicked over the last 24 hours where this team feels like they're online. And yes, Tuv is definitely the standout for me. We expect Garen and Nitrous to have this synergy, but it was the double touches, like you're saying, T-Bates, the angles that Tuv was able to actually connect and sink in are miraculous. There could be a highlight reel of Tuv's plays from the last series.
Right, and I think also we need something that needs to be touched on is the fact that Portsmouth was pounding the crossbar in the post. And UNLV, I don't believe I saw them panic once.
Nope.
A lot of teams, when you're getting pounded that badly, you start double committing, start panicking, but they really just sat there the whole entire time and said, that's off, that's off. And that comes down to great comms, great cohesion, all CS experience from Garen and everything else in between. UNLV's looking solid right now.
That's what I've seen from both of these squads, Penn State included, is poise with a capital P. UNLV did not look shaky whatsoever. And walking around here, listen, Penn State, they're not buddy-buddy with other these teams. Oh, these teams have played against each other in a league. They've seen each other. Penn State kind of by themselves, still walking around loud and proud. And you got to be able to have that. That's what you need to have in order to make it on here on Sunday. Get a little excited.
On that one. They better show up then.
But I'm going to ask you guys one more time to play predictions with us. Hashtag PSU if you think that Penn State has the power to bring it. And then, of course, hashtag UNLV if it's Nevada, Las Vegas that are going to bring it to paradise. We will start one more time on the far side. Mr. Achieves, Michael, where does your heart lie?
I'd like to take one of the older storied teams in Penn State, but not today. I pick what I know. It's been a long time for Penn State, and I think there's just too much going for UNLV. I think they had a really nice series earlier. I think they pull it out here again.
Yeah, talking day by day, that's what I'm looking at. UNLV's performance today, they're on point. You see the confidence within them sitting up there as well right now. So it's true. I keep wanting to turn towards maybe the more underdog story, the Cinderella stories that we've seen to come to fruition here. But if I had to put my money on a team with UNLV's performance earlier, it's got to be the Runnin' Rebels.
This one's so hard to pick.
It is.
It's so hard to pick simply because UNLV played a more counterattack approach. But I will say that Penn State's day should have been yesterday when they were up 3-2 or 3-1 against UTA, and then that verse happened, and he scored 4 in 26 seconds. That was your opportunity to make it. It felt very V1-ish at the LA Major, where it seemed like you're on your day, and you got capitalized on that day. And now it's a new day, it's a new horizon, and UNLV, they're looking better. They have the stage nerves gone, and they're ready to play. UNLV will take this matchup.
I'm going to come through. I'm not ruining the pattern. I think UNLV, the secret they needed was to find Tuv on the same level as the other two, and this event is where that happened. He has leveled up, he has matched the rest of the team, and that has been the missing piece. Listen, I'm not going to say they're taking it all the way, but this team has leveled up, and in the future, this is a squad that is going to be different than what we've seen.
What is wrong with chat, bro?
56% for the Nittany Lions.
No, if there's a, I need somebody, D-Rect, if you're watching, I need you to crunch the numbers in the chat this whole entire weekend. Chat has to be at least wrong 80% of the time. There's no way.
You know what? I love it. Penn State would be the story, and chat are looking for the story. They're voting with the heart, but you know what? The votes don't matter. Only the gameplay does. One of these teams walks away. Will it be UNLV, or will it be their opposition? Let's find out.
UNLV coming from the CRL, and Penn State squeaking by the last chance qualifier. UNLV had that rough day one, but it's a major bounce back that they had in day two.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, they came out with a lot of energy, and again, the entire desk is talking about every single player on this team stepping up, looking at Nitrous there for the mechanical ability, and even Tuv, who a lot of people don't necessarily rate really highly, again, compared to all of his other teammates. He showed out in the earlier series today. So they're going to need to keep that energy up going against Penn State.
Penn State, I know the desk was all about UNLV, but I don't know if I really want to count them out, although I got so close. And the net bullying UNLV back. Penn State with the first goal.
Yeah, you're right. Don't count Penn State out just yet. They're already starting off with some early offensive pressure. You see Tuv in a really uncomfortable spot, tries to get that out, but it gets sent back in by Brand, and Cam Bam will lock this first one in for Penn State, helping them kind of set the tone here in this series.
Yeah, I don't know how if Penn State even realized they were expected to go this far. I would say they're the North American dark horse of the world. They got an upset in their first match, defeated Portsmouth in Game 5, and then they pushed a top NA CRL team of UTA to a brink of Game 5. So Penn State have made it further than against everyone's expectations, but the gatekeep to Sunday is UNLV.
That's right. They get past this, and you know, talk about dark horse, they're going to be in the conversation moving forward here in the tournament. We need to see how things work in this decider matchup, but right now, UNLV have struggled to really kind of set things up offensively. They haven't seen too many chances here. Keep in mind, it's been the first minute of Game 1, and so far Penn State have had that control, but can they maintain it over the course of this game?
All about that control, and Tuv got His touch messed up, so now possession back over to Penn State. Counterattack off the back wall, and that's a great touch from Tuv. Redirects it, but back to Brand. He was ready for that. Kareem in front of the net. Good challenge from Garen. Can Penn State recover this? Cam Bam above a few defenders, still blocked. UNLV a wall in front of the net.
Yeah, very good touch from Tuv, like you had mentioned in the back end. Much better than the one that ended up leading into a goal that he gave away. And now Tuv also moving downfield, looking for some demos, trying to get in front. You see Bram uncomfortable, needs a little bit of help there. UNLV slowly trying to gain some ground to get back into it. A shot does come through, but it's blocked out from Brand on the goal line.
Nitrous keeps this bag. You see the defenders, they won't be swayed. Goes to Garen. That's a good challenge from Brand. The 50 goes back to the wall. Tuv is there first, but this is just to dump it in and maybe go back for resources. UNLV low on boost. Nitrous rotates back and even takes out Brand in the process. 3-on-2, but UNLV can even move down the field during this time.
And they are trying to. You see just how well they've been working, looking for passes, looking for a lot of bumps and demos, something to try to throw off Penn State. Tuv especially has been really good at just making some solid plays off ball, but they got to get the shots on every time they put one on. Someone from Penn State's been back, but that's a mistouch. It'll go to the side. You saw Garen lurking and waiting, but when he had the opportunity, he just wasn't expecting it to go right in front of his car.
Well, the Band-Aid applied thanks to Brand saving the day in that moment in a dangerous situation. Garen takes out Kareem. 3-on-2 for UNLV in front of the Blues net, but it's sent to waste. The back wall, another great touch from Tuv, but he can't let that land in the middle. And you see Penn State want to make the most out of this situation, but to recover possession is so tricky. So many great touches from UNLV as now they transition to offense.
Yep. Offense hasn't necessarily been something, that has been strongly lived here from UNLV. They can't really keep up the possession too well. They've been giving away the ball a lot, and Cam Bam gets a clean shot, puts it into the top left corner.
Cam Bam, thank you, ma'am. That is all I gotta say. Penn State are looking so good in this game one, and no one home. Garen locked up on the right side. Nitrous too late to the punch.
And when you get a free shot like that from Cam Bam, you got to put it in the right place. He does so, but of course it really goes to Penn State. Even when you see UNLV starting to get some of these counterattacks moving forward, or just even battling back possession, getting Penn State on the back end, they don't necessarily give up on the drives. They kind of know their style, play close to UNLV, try to force a mistake out, and go for the easy goals.
Well, double commit from UNLV, and Penn State had time to rotate back for boost so they can keep this offense going, keep the pressure mounting. Cam Bam might be missing, so Penn State buying time, keeping the midfield occupied until that third man gets back. Penn State, though, losing control as they head back.
Now, in a minute 30 left here in this game, Penn State still with the control, still being able to move the ball around the field any way they want. And even despite UNLV getting a lot of demos and bumps there in the mid, it just seems like once the ball gets kind of past the midfield line, Penn State are on full. I mean, they're full, they're there. There's almost someone back, except for that one. That one, that's a bit of own goal city.
Oh, no.
I believe so.
Let's watch it. Garen, yeah.
Oops.
Not the flip he wanted, but the flip he got. It do be like that sometimes. 2-1 and UNLV back in the picture.
Not the flip he wanted, but the flip UNLV needed. It's a minute left, and they finally get something. But even with this goal, it's not anything for UNLV to really write home, just simply because, okay, their offense itself hasn't necessarily worked too well from that. They get a touch out, and it forces a mistouch, which is great. But I don't think they found the recipe to crack Penn State, at least not off of this opening game. There's 45 seconds left for them to try, though.
Penn State wanting to play their own game, and it's back on the defense, and that's a dangerous challenge. Garen misses the shot placement, not all there, and UNLV can't really recover and make the most out of that. 34 seconds, and Penn State have the ball. And as long as you take that away from UNLV for the next 30 seconds, you are golden for game one.
30 seconds. Tuv looking for the shot. It's blocked out. That one will get sent to midfield. And you see a 50 come out, but not the best place for UNLV. They try to get another pass through. That shot top left from Nitrous. And UNLV tie up the game.
And they tie it up within 15 seconds. Look at the dribble in midair. Tuv touches. It goes to the midfield. And then Nitrous beats Penn State to the challenge. And this goes right into the net. So great job, 2-2. And Penn State, they started this 2-0.
They did. And again, that last drive is all about the speed there. You see UNLV, again, they've been winning some of the challenges out in front, and it's been really good for them just to be able to outspeed Penn State. Now in the final few seconds, ball's still going to be, no, they're actually going to leave this one. Penn State does not want to keep that up. They want to go overtime.
Overtime begins in game one. It's as close as it gets. cheat up off the kickoff there. Penn State with just initial possession. UNLV prioritizing boost as this flings over to the midfield. UNLV towards the backboard, but Brand won't let it happen. UNLV still follow up. Great setup there from Nitrous. UNLV not wanting to push up. Maybe a second time for Tough. And the fake, and Garrett gets it. Overtime broken. UNLV take game 1.
Look at Tough with the setup here. Takes his time. He's going for the bump on Cam Bam and leaves the shot for Garrett. Great communication there for UNLV. Even with the pressure on the line there in the OT, they get things together and they take this first game.
You got to stay composed. Your Penn State. You started the game off 2-0. Had that little own goal situation that happened. And then overtime happened. And then UNLV won. So, gotta talk to the coach, gotta talk to your mom. You know, you ain't got time to call her.
I don't know if you don't got time.
Someone's mom you gotta talk to.
Right, she might be in the crowd. Maybe you gotta look over the monitor and say, hey, wait, I need some help here. Need some support. Mom. Because, you know, we had talked about it when Penn State scored their first goal. I said, okay, they set the tone, but there's a lot of game left. And there's plenty of time for UNLV to kind of get things together. Fortunately for UNLV, they got some help, right? The own goal comes through. But when it comes down to overtime, they all end up working out together. And I think seeing that team play from them really is going to show, because I think that's a statement win from them. They're going to have a lot of momentum going into the next game.
I know you're a big fan of Bates on the desk, and he was shouting out Tough. You love him deep down. I know you love him, but he was shouting out Tough and saying how much, you know, he is the newest player to this roster in quotations, the newest addition, and he's been really stepping up. You know, quiet in the first day. All of UNLV were quiet. They were dead in the water, so quiet. But Tough made a huge comeback, not only in the series but in day 2.
And I think that's really important to notice, because everybody always talks about Nitrous and Garen, but when Tough starts to step up, it kind of gives Garen and Nitrous a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of fresh air for them to have more confidence and kind of going for more riskier plays. You want to see that out of UNLV, because it's those risky plays that can really break down a defense. That being said, they have the lead here in the series. It's going to be up to Penn State here on Aquadome to see whether or not they can strike back.
But at least Penn State, they made them sweat for it. That's a silver lining if you squint hard enough. So, that, like I said, the dark horse, they've gone game 5 after game 5 against UTA, against Portsmouth. Even Tylacto was in shambles over that series, not expecting a last chance qualifier team like Penn State to make it this far. You could tell that UNLV not used to a challenge like this, not competing in the same season as CRL, but UNLV back on the offense, and Tubb wanted to receive that pass. Cam Bam turns it around.
Chance here. You see Brand go up for a quick shot, but it does get knocked away. First minute gone by, a lot of this one in play in favor of Penn State. Good offensive strides, everything's moving forward really well for them. As this one goes off the ceiling straight to Brand. Brand sends this over to the side to Kareem. Only 40 boost here, but still even loses the 50. So now this one's played off the back wall. And a little bit of a miscommunication. And Tom, oh no, he had a good look at the net, but it goes off the post.
The opportunity was there for UNLV, all set up by a great pinch from Garen. And UNLV just fumbled the bag at the goal line. UNLV now all extended forward. They were so desperate for that. Will they get punished? And, well, UNLV bring it back.
Able to set things up again. We're going to see them kind of run through this Penn State defense. The way they like to approach it, I think, is playing the ball high. They've been able to kind of move it around in the air a lot here and try to put it in awkward spots on that side wall and back wall to make Penn State very uncomfortable. As you see, Nitrous trying to go for the wide shot there. Ball in the midfield. The deep third play from Tough doesn't work out. It's going off the back wall. Brand tries to follow up and put a shot on, but his placement's off target.
And that's been an issue for both teams at this point. Only a couple minutes gone by, still time to clean it up. That's when the pressure is really starting to mount, and Tough with the shot. What a placement, UNLV in the driver's seat.
It's a floater of a shot, but it's exactly what they need. Tough, great catch, and just pulls the trigger. Tries to waste no time right under the crossbar. And UNLV now, after 2 minutes, they get the first goal in game 2.
Tough continues to deliver with love, but Penn State, they're always on the phone ready to answer. There's Brand off the back wall, and I think Nitrous got involved. Penn State stifled, but not out of this yet. Tough gets that away from Cam Bam. See Penn State desperate. UNLV clumped up, and Penn State can trap them in. They're going to stay that way. It's about taking this away from Garen, and Brand, it gets past him, and UNLV want to make the most out of it.
Can he get back in time? Oh! You weren't expecting that from that 50. I saw this one. It's a great challenge from Gary. You see Kareem trying to get back, using the speed flip, trying to get the boost, but there was no way, no how that he was making it to that ball. And all it takes is a solid challenge. Penn State, they have to be very careful here because it's a slippery slope, and you can start to see the effects slowly there. There should have been somebody home ready to challenge that ball. And if they don't get things together soon, I can see UNLV running away with this series.
Just got to be careful with those rotations. You can't let all the stress get to you. You got to stay composed, got to talk to each other. Penn State on the defense. It's like UNLV challenge, wanting to have this ball cross in front of the net. Penn State back at full form. There's Brand in the air, crashes down into the laps of UNLV, who now are back on the offense. Penn State rotating back, and UNLV not speedy enough.
An elimination match here can put a lot of pressure on, and sometimes you make mistakes and you start to get into your own head. You have to worry about that for Penn State right now. Again, down by 2. We're seeing a lot of different mistouches, bumps. They're bumping each other on their own back wall. These are things that UNLV are also seeing, and they are taking advantage of every moment they can get. Look at the confidence from Tough on that shot chance. Doesn't really make solid contact, but it's the fact that he goes up for it initially anyways that just shows, hey, you know, even if you have this, we're going to test you to see if you do.
Just every step of the way, UNLV are slowing down the play for Penn State and making these plays a lot more readable for UNLV to defend, shutting them out now in the last minute of play. Penn State can still come back, but at the pace of play we've been seeing, it's looking tough. UNLV are back on the offense, just seconds being drained from the bank that Penn State desperately need to create opportunities, but it's been so difficult.
Yeah, now you're seeing Penn State play the ball lower on the ground. Last time they took it to the air, it was with Tuv trying to go up for a flip reset, and he got pre-jump. Or no, Tuv was the one who pre-jumped. This one goes all the way downfield, but it's not on target. But still, you're seeing another chance, a shot put on from Nitrous. The follow-up will be off, and Penn State will have to try again. They're running out of time. They need this shot, and Brand will put it in, giving them a goal difference with 35 seconds left.
What a clear, and it was about time. Starts with Brandon, and this passes, or it gets passed to Brand, and over to the left side when UNLV defenders were on the right. It's great, and this kind of revitalizes them. 35 seconds. This is now tieable.
See if they have what it takes, if they can get a couple of drives going. Obviously, that one gives them so much momentum.
Yeah, that was a good block there from Guerin. If that pass would have went through, Penn State could have had a quick equalizer. Cam Bam just trying to put out the fire in front of the net. Good challenge from Nitrous. UNLV not getting to the ball really quick enough and kind of whiffed it anyway. But UNLV, they're just kind of disrupting Penn State. They don't really have to force anything. Cam Bam, long clear. Good 50 from Nitrous. Kills the ball down to the ground. Tuv brings UNLV back. Now a few more seconds. Ball on the ground. UNLV seconds away from going to series points. Still up, you hear the crowd, and Penn State desperate to keep the play going. Grant saves it. Kareem in the midfield.
Does he have the boost?
He's got the boost, and it lands on the ground. UNLV take game 2.
And you saw Penn State with a last-second drive. You thought they had something to put things together, but a little bit of miscommunications come in, and now UNLV set the series on match point. They're looking to sweep Penn State. Every time they take the lead, it seems like it's almost impossible for Penn State to get back into the game, even when they get a single goal. If they're down by 2, it's just still that much harder. Penn State have to do what they did in game 1. Kind of, again, set the tone. Force UNLV to play up to them, because playing from behind just does not seem to work.
Tuv had some great setups, and he had that random 50 from Guerin that we were both like, huh? And I looked at you.
So that's it?
When Daz is confused, and I'm concerned about that one. And the stats would be pretty equal across board, minus that UNLV forced more demos.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you look at the shot totals here, Kareem's definitely been putting on a lot himself. But that being said, again, the rotations have to be a little bit more, I'd say, more speedier for Penn State. It seems like they have good ideas, but UNLV is just playing on another level momentum-wise. They're in front of everything. When you see Penn State, oh, this is a perfect time for them to control the ball. Nope. Somebody's there from UNLV to get in front of it, to make them uncomfortable, and it's just been really tough for them to kind of get any consistent offensive pressure going.
It does feel like UNLV are slowing down the play, which is making this look more readable and feasible for UNLV to defend. But when Penn State can connect on those passes, like the one goal they got when Brand shot it, I mean, it looks good, but the one opportunity to look good might not be good enough against the Titan of UNLV. Now we go into maybe the final game. This is the decider for the second seed and a spot going to Championship Sunday. It's off the back wall. Nitrous with the follow-up. No one's home. UNLV with the first goal.
And look at UNLV go. Tov, a great beat. The defense struggling in the back. And Nitrous says, I'm just going to place this. You got to get there in time. It was close, but almost isn't good enough here. UNLV start game 3 off strong.
Penn State haven't had a lead since game 1, and look what happened there. So it's Penn State needing to get past the defenses of UNLV. That was a close one. At least you can come back from one. And it was always a quick start for UNLV. Nitrous can do it again. Off to the corner, Tov pinches it off. You see no one's home on the left side there for UNLV, and Garen tries, but Penn State's still hoping to clear, and they're brought right back.
That was close. I saw what they were going for. Look how confident and comfortable UNLV are right now. They have the ball up in the blue half for most of the game. Even when it's cleared out, you see Nitrous there. That's a great cut. Uses all the boost, has Tov for the follow-up, and they're pushing this on the goal line. They're not being punished at all here for Penn State from using a lot of resources and they know that they're not getting punished. That just builds on the confidence level from them. Penn State are really going to have to make a statement this game if they want to kind of shut UNLV up, because, I mean, it looks like they're playing around with them right now.
Oh, on the goal line. Oh, popped up just like that, though. And Penn State had some good defensive touches. So, I mean, UNLV had a lot of opportunities already at the start of this minute and a half. So the fact that this is 1-0 is there's a silver lining there for Penn State, but it's can you get the equalizer? Seems like for Penn State, gets away from them at the last seconds of the game. A shot, and Kareem can't get there. 2-0, UNLV.
And you can see Garen. He's feeling it right now too. I mean, this is a great pass straight to him, puts it right behind the defense. Kareem trying to wrap around to it, but just can't. And 2 goals here in the first couple of minutes for UNLV. It just feels like this train keeps on going.
I mean, I kind of knew with day 1 for UNLV, it was looking shaky, got 3-0'd by UTA, and UNLV have beaten UTA before. This on the goal line. Penn State still couldn't get it.
They need something, and they need it fast. That's for sure. Seems like it has to be frustrating for them to not be able to get anything here after so many different drives. They're looking for a way in, but UNLV, they're not really leaving that many holes.
And that's the thing, is I don't feel like Penn State are bad on the offense. It's just UNLV are just unstoppable, it feels, on the defense. These touches that slow the play down, the passes that are intercepted. This is in front of the net, double commit from UNLV. Kareem passes it to Brand. By the time he catches it, UNLV have time to react. And that's Tov on the backboard, and now Penn State have lost control. They at least demo Nitrous, 3-on-2 for Penn State. And the shot placement not there.
And you're seeing the ideas, you're seeing the demos come out. Lots of chances there for Penn State. It's just the execution is what's lacking there. Even when we saw that earlier pass, the fact that it was just a little over, I believe that was Bram. He wasn't able to get a solid touch on the ball because of the pass was off. And that's just kind of been the name of the game for the offense here for Penn State. Close, but just not enough.
And UNLV, as I was mentioning earlier, just leveling up every second of the day. Day 1, we forget about day 1. UNLV played day 1? I didn't see that either. But Penn State, I mean, every match they've gone to has been a game 5, 1 win, 1 loss, but they're going to have to go the distance if they hope to turn this around. And so many close calls. Even when you demo Tov, a 3-on-2, you got 2 demos now. Penn State need to get this ball and do something with it, but it's fumbled.
Minute 39, Penn State have tried and tried so many times to break through this UNLV defense, but UNLV are taking it the other way. You saw a quick shot from Nitrous. Tov trying to get this middle. It will go middle. Another shot, and it's blocked out from Bram on the goal line. More shots coming in from UNLV. Tov trying to do it on the solo. Fakes and leaves it for Nitrous. Nitrous plays it into a pass. Is Garen there? He is to pop that one high, but I don't think anyone's there for the follow-up. Nitrous still trying to keep it in. UNLV are burning so much time on the clock. Penn State, they got to get out of this. They don't have that much boost. They finally refilled, but there's only one person in net to end up stopping that ball. A minute remaining, and they're still down by 2.
But these are some incredible defensive touches from Penn State, both from Bran and Kareem in that last play. UNLV could be up 4-0 if it wasn't for this defense of Penn State, but the offense is just lacking. No matter if they have a 3-on-2 or 3-on-1, Penn State can't seem to develop into a threat. As UNLV feeling very comfortable, 2-0 in the series, 36 seconds left. Nitrous is missing as Penn State are going to try to relieve some pressure.
Those clears, not helpful for Penn State. There's the flip reset. Follow-up from Kareem. That one goes off the ceiling. Cambim goes up for it, but still gets beat out. Now in that midfield, here's Nitrous trying to add one more. Won't be able to get that one through, but still, as long as that ball's in the blue half, UNLV, as the time ticks down, they are moving their way forward into the playoff bracket. That clear is gonna do it. If the ball will hit the back of the net, and UNLV, they're gonna take this series in a sweep.
And even we got another kickoff, but what's really kicking off is that UNLV have to face Northwood in their first playoff match. The Northwood that haven't dropped a single game yet. But UNLV, the evolution of them from day one to this point, looking cleaner, looking better as they go, and a formidable defense at this point to shut out Penn State. It was a, what was it, a 3-2 in game one, 2-1 in game two, and a complete shutout in game three. UNLV have done it! They're going to Championship Sunday.
Well done for UNLV. These guys, again, we talked about the start. Wasn't the best, but my oh my, has the resurgence showed up today. They've taken both their series in a really dominant fashion, and it's great to see these guys come together. Now moving on to our playoff bracket. Penn State, they had a strong start here in this event, but it wasn't strong enough as they are on their way home.
It was going to be an upset, I think, if Penn State were to take this series, and I was expecting them to stretch UNLV to their limits, the way that they stretched out Portsmouth and even UTA, who was looking like one of the best NA teams. So the fact that, and I say it again, UNLV, the fact that they have turned this whole tournament around from everyone doubting them on day one to now all smiles, sun's out, guns out. UNLV are looking confident going up against Northwood, though, but I don't know how you're confident against Northwood, who haven't dropped a game yet, though.
Yeah, that's going to be something.
A tomorrow problem.
Right. We're not thinking about that today, but we got through today. Job well done from them. And as we look back at the highlights here from the Nissan replay, I mean, it was just a lot of that. A lot of action there from Nitrous again. He was able to place the ball really well. He was even able to set up his teammates in a bunch of those drives. But again, this was a team effort, as you see Garen and Tuv also getting those points on the board as they were doing time and time again. It was so well done to see from them, and I want to see more of it. I want them to keep it up.
Yeah, me too. And I hope to see Penn State in the CRL because they actually didn't compete in the CRL. They went through the last chance qualifier. Right. And so that's incredible. And I think they still had a really great performance this tournament. The road ends here for them. But I think even Europe was surprised the way Penn State came out swinging, taking out a big EU team in day one to maybe not putting as much of a dent into UNLV, but still a really good performance by Penn State, who also cleaned up their defense. You know, right. A few mistakes, but then those were really capitalized upon. I feel like UNLV could have put up more than 2 goals in that last game.
Absolutely. We want to see more of Penn State in the future, but for now, UNLV's the victors, and we have Stacks with one of them for an interview.
Thank you, Daz. I'm here with Garen from UNLV. What a performance out of you guys, especially you, which of course why we're talking to you. Let's go back to game one. Let's start at the beginning. That one goal, Tuv throws it up to the backboard, he backflips, you follow it up. Is that all calculated?
Absolutely. I yelled at him, told him to fake, and he's my boy. He did it.
Of course. Big turnaround from yesterday. Obviously, things didn't go nearly as well as you would have liked. You came around today. What was the vibe like between day 1 and 2 and between the 2 series today?
When we first got on stage, it was not very good, like the first series, so we kind of knew what it was like now, and we definitely changed it up, and we knew we could sweep both teams, and we did that.
Knew he could sweep both teams. So was there an emphasis on starting strong where yesterday things kind of got away from you early?
Yeah, since we knew exactly what it was like, and the first team we scrimmed, or not scrimmed, we played on match, they didn't have any stage practice, so we knew what it was like, and we just kind of went hard right at the beginning.
Well, now you got plenty of stage practice yourself. You got Northwood coming up in the playoffs. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, they're pretty good, I guess, but Yeah, we're excited to like give it our all and just show them that we can give them a game.
Northwood is pretty good. You heard it from Garen. Any shout-outs you want to give here as your last match of the day?
I love this whole crowd. They're just yelling for everybody. That's all.
All right, there's Garen from UNLV. They are victorious. They go on to Championship Sunday. We've got more coming your way. Kiel and Valleyfield right after this.
I was putting in the
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch. I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
She told me don't worry. Told me don't worry.
searching for with a break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
I was putting in the I was putting in the hours.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to the Collegiate Rocket League World Championship driven by Nissan. We are live in Dallas, Texas, and we are just a couple of moments away from the final moments here in day number 2. A couple of matches still remaining for sure, but of course, front and center, I want to introduce you to an esteemed member of the CRL Collegiate World. Too Fast, welcome. Now, you guys didn't make it to the main stage, but we are more than happy to have your talents here on the desk.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure to be here.
Why don't you introduce yourself to the fans at home, tell us a little bit about the team you play for, and et cetera.
Yeah, so I'm Too Fast. I used to play in CRL from 2019 to 2021. I graduated a year ago and have since pursued competition. Would love to hit RLCS at some point and also do content creation on the side. And I also actually coach the UNC guys. So the team I used to play for, I've turned around and I'm now coaching them.
Really cool stuff. A lot of teams out of Texas here. It's coincidental that we wind up in Dallas here, but Texas has traditionally been a strong state when it comes down to the CRL, Bates.
They've been a really good, strong state, probably one of the best states. You know, I just want to touch on something. Isn't it a historic moment to have a UNT player sat next to an LSU player at a national, world championship at the moment? That's crazy. This has never happened. This has never happened at a land stage, and I'm just so happy to see my boy here, man. This is history right here. LSU and UNT side by side. I can't be happier.
Well, it's a passing of the torch. I talk a lot about the maturation of the esport in general, Jorby. I mean, you've been here since day number 1, and we're getting a chance to see the players graduate quite literally onto the broadcasting stage, the way you see in different sports and things like that. And it's an awesome moment to see everything sort of level up.
You know, I feel like I've watched Too Fast play for years, and I literally have. I've watched you play this game for years, and I was thinking, he's never going to graduate from college. I'm going to watch him play forever. But it's awesome to have you on the desk here with us, man. I mean, it's great. It's been great watching you play and great having you here. It's awesome.
Well, we just got finished with one of our matches here saying goodbye to some of these teams. Rome, you know what? Why don't you walk us through the UNLV and Penn State matchup that we just got a chance to see? Taking a look right now at the Nissan replay.
Listen, I mean, you want me to break it down. There's really not much to break down. I thought Penn State was going to be able to come in and really keep the ball rolling from yesterday, but UNLV are just looking like a different squad today. They woke up, they had their Wheaties, they are good to go. I believe this is their second 30 of the day. Like, this is unheard of. I mean, this squad really bounced back in incredible fashion.
I was really impressed with UNLV, especially in games 2 and 3. Game 1, Penn State, they had good possession. They had control, and I wanted Penn State to make it a little closer. But UNLV's defense was the difference maker in that series, and major props to them for that.
I got to agree there. I mean, Penn State seemed to have a lot of the momentum coming in. They had some of that plot armor thanks to the LCQ, you know, the Matt Christopher story. But I think after that, after day number 1, if they didn't do it then, they weren't going to get it done.
Yeah, I do think that they're going to be a pretty tough contender coming into the hopefully final bracket for them. It'll be interesting to see how they perform.
That's really the thought process. Everybody wants to see what we've got to unfold here because UNLV, I think, showed us a different side of themselves here today. And as we turn the page on a Sunday, we're going to see that continue, or at least we hope that their fans do as well. Now we move on to group letter C. Valleyfield and Hamburg went down. Hamburg is gone, and so that brings up the Canadian team Valleyfield to go head-to-head against the European remainder in Kiel. Too Fast, I want to come to you one more time. You spent a long time playing, obviously, on the North American side. This is the first ever World Championship in CRL, and so we get a chance to see this Kiel squad really represent Europe. You've got a chance to see these guys over one day. What's your take on the European CRL sort of way to play Rocket League?
I think that it's definitely an interesting contrast to NA. I think with EU, there's a lot more controlled, possession-based, more fundamental in team play. Versus NA, it's very much more mechanical, a lot more boom ball, playing things fast. So I think it's very much contrasting play styles. However, I do think that the skill is actually relatively close, even though the results of EU so far today haven't been up to par. I think that what most people would expect or hope. I do think that Kiel is an underdog in this. I think that even with them 3-0ing Valleyfield was a major statement coming into today. And so if they perform like they did before, then they should be able to take it.
I got a follow-up for you, actually. You mentioned that you've graduated from playing. Now you're looking at coaching and other sort of avenues here. Put in your coach hat. Pretend you're coaching Kiel. What do you say to them? How do they beat Valleyfield? What are you telling the boys?
I mean, I think that on LAN, it's always a different story. A lot of it's making sure that you have your composure and that you're confident in your own play. Don't second guess yourself. If you think you're going to challenge a ball, go for it. I think that one of the things that will set them apart is sticking to their play style. It seems like overall they do a good job with that possession type of play versus Valleyfield does play that same type of way. So that's, I think, where a lot of the confidence comes in, especially being on LAN.
Yep.
But like I said, they already 3-0'd them. I think that they already have that coming into this, so they'll just have to keep the momentum.
And I've been impressed with Kiel. I think that them and Berlin were probably the most impressive EU RRC teams that came into this tournament. But Kiel actually surprised me with how well they did. Obviously, Valleyfield with Tokyo and company, I thought they looked good earlier today as a good confidence builder for them. Because Kiel, I think they're going to be a tough out.
These team are grinders when it comes down to it, Valleyfield, and that might make the difference here. Listen, one of the big deals when it comes down to LAN, we love to talk about jitters, we love to talk about nerves, but one of the things that we tend to leave off the docket a lot of times is fatigue. These guys have been playing for hours at this point in time. A lot of hurry up and wait as well. You remember sitting, T-Bays, you remember sitting and waiting for your chance to finally play. You get out there. You know, that's a big deal. I'm not even knocking you. I'm just talking about the player experience here, man.
Oh, no, most definitely.
That is a big deal. These guys, you got to be able to pull it out now.
Oh, most definitely. I still haven't forgiven Corey for making me play for a national championship bid at 2 a.m. in the morning. Trust me, I know what fatigue is like. I know it can be cruel, it can be unusual sometimes, but hey, he's got to take it. You got to be able to deal with it. Arizona dope with it back in the day, and killing Valleyfield, they got to deal with it now. Valleyfield, they're going to recoup hopefully for themselves, and then it'll be a pretty close matchup, I believe.
That's what we're looking forward to. Again, our final, or what could be our final international matchup. It's all up to Kiel. And now I want to ask you guys the question out there. Hashtag KEE if you think the team from England are going to be able to make it happen, or hashtag CDV if it's going to be all about Quebec. Again, Tylacto is standing off camera, so I don't want to put my prediction out just yet. I'm going to go ahead one more time.
You see the mean stare he's giving F-Dot right now.
You running from Lacto?
No, I'm actually going to go for England, but I wanted to build up some dramatic tension. So let's start up on the other side here. One more time, Mr. Tan-Suit, give it to us clean.
Listen.
He's been wrong a lot
this
today.
one right here.
Listening.
Kiel versus Valleyfield, the final European team remaining. Are they going to clutch up? That's the big question. Right now, Valleyfield, this is a squad that is known for going on Cinderella runs. They did it to be able to be here at this event right now, and guess what? It seems like the sleep for a lot of teams, it's been paying off, and Valleyfield, it seems like the sleep helped them a whole lot in the earlier match. So I got Valleyfield taking out Kiel. I don't think that it's going to be a Worlds by tomorrow.
You know, well, we don't have our EU representative here on the desk to hype up Kiel. So that's what I'm going to do, okay? Kiel, they made it this far. Nobody expected them to be better than Berlin, yet here they are, farther in the tournament than Berlin. You know what? It's going to Kiel and peel their way into the final match of the day. It's going to be amazing.
I'll give it to you.
EU. It says
amazing.
EU. You're welcome, Tylacto. I got you.
Too fast. All you.
I gotta say, I really want to root for Kiel. I do think, at least from experience, having that momentum coming through, lowers already having played today, is so underrated, and it does so much for a team. I normally would go with Kiel, but because of that, I gotta give the edge to Valleyfield.
All right, that's a good player take.
Wow. Okay, well, all I gotta say is, first off, EU cost me my perfect record early, and also, man, is this even a World Championship at this point?
Yeah.
Is this even a World Championship at this point? You already know where I'm going, man. It's wraps. It's all NA tomorrow, bro. All NA. Sorry, EU. You gotta go home.
I got a question. Didn't Kiel and Valleyfield already play?
Yeah.
And how did that one go? Anybody got to remember?
I think I remember. They got peeled.
Oh, was it 3-0? Was it 3-0?
Yeah. Nobody can even see that scripture you got
I
over
think
there.
there's a big deal about that momentum run, but at the end of the day, we already saw the show, folks. Kiel got the 3-0. I think we're going to see a repeat one more time. I'm England all the way, baby. I really think that we are going to continue and see some English Rocket League.
Chat is wrong again.
But it all has to happen on the pitch. You bunch of knuckleheads, we're going to have some fun to watch the game. I invite you guys to do the same. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, and enemies, one last time, potentially international CRL matchups. Let's go for it.
EU's last chance comes right here, achieves, and we got another banger best of 5 coming up.
A very tight matchup yesterday, a couple close games, and today I think we've both been talking a little bit about how we've seen some improvements from Valleyfield as well, so all bets are off on terms of whether Kiel can stem the tide of the Valleyfield comeback today.
Game number 1 is definitely going to set the stage for how this series goes. I can't even finish a sentence because Potty comes out swinging.
Wow, that's just a sick pinch. Doesn't even hesitate, jumps straight for it. And you can't really fault Valleyfield. It's like, yep, fair enough. Good shot.
Yeah, I just did that. That's going to keep happening, all right? So keep an eye on Potty, who, from Talacto, of course, who is our EU caster, the EU representative that we have here. No way. I can't finish a sentence here. Come on, guys.
Not allowed to have any opinions, bring up anything relevant. We're just going to score goals. Huge dunk from Vegas. Been talking a little bit how they struggled a little bit yesterday, him and Tokyo, and Vegas opening up the scoring for Valleyfield, getting things right back into the game. We're starting at 0-0. That's okay.
I think the craziest part of all of this actually is the player that I have not really seen show up that I was expecting to potentially carry the team is Broken. And yes, yesterday Tokyo and Vegas were having some struggles here. Nice little drop down right there, but it gets cleared out. Broken was kind of behind the pack. However, today, we saw synergy earlier when Valleyfield had played in a previous series. Tokyo and Vegas had this duality between them. They were doing passing plays. There were non-stop assists between these two members. But on the other side, Kiel, Potty has been known as the really stalwart, resolute player. Even under pressure, this is the guy that can save face with the team.
Kiel doing a really nice job being patient on defense here at the start of game 1 as well. Not rushing too much with Valleyfield pressing.
It was a slow start, right?
It became a slow one, thankfully. We've taken a step back after the insanity of the first 15 seconds.
And that's kind of the expectation, right? It's not being too slow. It's not being scared. It's maybe a little bit of trepidation moving forward because when you have a goal aside in the first 8 seconds of the game, you have to take a step back, right? You have to reevaluate where both of the teams are at and say, okay, we can't continue to allow this to happen because this is going to become ping pong at the end of the day.
It is indeed a little bit of ping pong here. Potty just trying to take it on a dribble, forced possession. It actually does appear to be Kiel's approach to the game right now. Possession of the ball more important than just flinging it up there, seeing if you get it dumped out to Vegas. That one towards the net. Nice save from K3.
I love how T-Bates was, talking up K3 so hard yesterday, and now he's making signs against people. This is what happens when you get on the bad side of T-Bates, okay? You will have cards, you will have permanent marker, and he will likely save those and put them in a scrapbook.
Ooh, good pressure as well from Valleyfield. To be fair, they do hold a slight edge here at the moment. Just a forced punt from Kiel just to get a little bit of extra operating room on their own half here, so should have a decent structure in the midfield line. See if they can stop Valleyfield from getting over onto the blue half for a little bit.
Nice play there by Potty. It's going to be disrupted, of course, by Tokyo. And the reversal, it's not an open net, though. Once again, K3 comes in clutch on the defensive side. Can he transition it? He doesn't get the following touch, but Dooz is going to, and the tie is broken.
Thought this one was going to be a broken play with the miss from K3 here with the second touch, but came off the wall, smashes broken to the floor, and Dooz, thank you very much you'll be more than happy to take the uncontested shot on target. Really nice recovery from K3.
Absolutely. That was a chef's kiss kind of situation right there. And you're right. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a K3 play. Instead, it turned into the K3 disruption. Now we're going to see if Valleyfield can snap back as quickly as they did against the first. And oh my! All right, see, this is the opposite of a caster curse. I don't think I've experienced this before in my life, Chiefs.
You wield great and terrible power, Jolly.
It's a big responsibility, I'll tell you that.
It must be terrifying. I certainly would not want to have that ability. But Tokyo, more than happy to collect 2-2 game 1. Not willing to give too much back for free, that's for sure.
And we're about halfway through regulation on this. We're looking essentially at a 0-0 scoreline. Of course, 2-2. You can't discount the fact that those are secures that have been locked down. But whoever breaks the equalizer, now that we're towards the second half, is going to be looking to just maintain the scoreline. And I think the speed needs to pick up here in the last couple of minutes of the game.
Valleyfield definitely trying right now. Dump towards net. Potty with a clear. Tokyo going to be stuck in that net. Has to have a lot of time bought for him from Broken in Vegas, and Deuce has a chance, but he doesn't have any options out in the midfield. This one's going to ricochet off the backboard, though. Potty going to come back and drill one top right.
It's these upper 90 shots that are coming in clutch right now for Kiel. Valleyfield not really able to get the momentum. They're either hanging on the ground or they're hanging on the wall waiting for a drop shot, and they haven't had the opportunity to defend it either time. So now just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Kiel has a decision to make. Do we play defensively? Do we continue doing what we're doing? Or do we try to be more aggressive and put some extra nails in the coffin?
And I did like the recognition from Kiel there as well. Don't try and force it towards the goal. You don't have an option. You're not going fast enough to get it around the guy who's on the goal line. Just throw it off the wall one more time, see what happens. You never know, and indeed they find a goal.
And once again, I gotta say, you know, Broken not showing up as much as I would think. He does have assists, right? He's got some of these setups. This is a player, though, when we're talking about stats, he has almost double the goals per game of the rest of his team on average. Same with the rest of the stats. He tops pretty much all of them. Woo-wee! And there's a beautiful save from Tokyo. Oh, it doesn't matter, though. K3 will lock it in. Back-to-back.
Punished with a weak touch from Vegas, was kind of stuck in the net with not a lot of boost, was trying to get it all the way out to the corner, just didn't come off with enough power, trying to recover on the second opportunity from Kiel, but not enough. No time to get all the way back, and Kiel happy to jump all over that. 4-2, you asked if they were going to put more nails in the coffin. Absolutely.
There it is. See, now I have to give it a 50-50. Will this or will this happen, right? Not we'll see if this does happen, because apparently I wield that power and I cannot abuse it here. But with 60 seconds left on the clock, Valleyfield has got to be feeling a bit of the pressure here. They might actually. Broken has a potential setup. That was an awkward angle to pinch, maybe to secure it, and Broken can't follow that one up either.
It's a difficult plays to make for the Kiel defense on rotation, but I don't know if it's really going to matter with only 40 left. Indeed, Deuce is going to come right through everybody. 5-2, you can write game 1 off. Kiel going to throw away Valleyfield after an intense first couple minutes of the game. It became a fairly comfortable win for him.
Yeah, a lot of these plays, too, their rebound, right, their second touch plays. And almost every single time, it's been the initiator going up, breaking off to disrupt the defender, and then somebody following it up. And if it ain't broke, no need to fix it. They're going to continue to do this. A demo coming out of Tokyo, taking down K3, but only 30 seconds left on the clock, and Valleyfield needs to more than double their score to catch up.
I'm sure if they're going to be able to do it, but they might get 1 or 2 here if they keep this amount of pressure up. Finally, probably one of their most extended stays on offense. That one's going to be off the post. That one's going to sting a little bit for Tokyo. You'd like to feel like even if your goals that you put in here aren't going to matter, you're at least shooting well. And unfortunately for them, no dice at the end of game 1. But you were talking a lot about Broken and how he hasn't necessarily been playing up to the standard that you may expect. And a lot of that does come from Broken capitalizes a lot of the setup a lot from Vegas. Vegas by far and away perhaps the most mechanical player on that Valleyfield team, and he has the highest assist per game rating for all of his team, or at least coming into the weekend, I should say.
Yeah.
So Vegas, generally you're looking for a guy to break down the defense, and he tends to be that player more often than not. And Broken and Tokyo tend to support quite nicely and have strong follow-up, and Broken really just looking for that effectiveness of the drive from Vegas a little bit more perhaps going forward.
Tokyo has really been showing up in terms of not just the shots, but actually some pretty miraculous saves as well here. We're going to have to see if it's enough to stand up to them, though, of course. We can see extra stats coming through from Valleyfield. Kiel feeling very confident, though, going into game number 2. they managed to make about 3 goals in just under a minute there towards the latter half of the series. So as the final stand for EU, if there's EU fans out there, you guys had better be cheering this team on, because my goodness, I want to see International. I want T-Bates to eat his words once again. I want to see International tomorrow.
You would like to see it for sure. And right now, Kiel definitely putting on the show good enough to make that happen. They are having some fairly consistent defense, very well structured. Even if they get themselves into some tight spots, not a lot of double commits. Allowing extra opportunities from Valleyfield has not been something that Kiel has allowed. That structure and discipline on defense is important when you have a team like Valleyfield who can press as hard as they do.
And that's a really good point, too, because you're bringing up Broken and his ability to follow up on a lot of these plays. And it's coming. The power is here. The power exists, all right? Broken in the follow-ups. That's what I was going to say, is there's not a lot of space, right? They've been very narrow in terms of their options to engage, because Kiel has been very reactive, very quick on their reactions. And right there we see it. All you need is a quick breakaway, and Broken will follow it up.
And Vegas, I don't know how he got all the way back for that second touch. Somehow off the ceiling and able to use every boost in the tank somehow. Just take that away from the defense. Massive setup from him.
Let's see if Tokyo can stack this one away from Pooty. No, clear across. Still, Valleyfield is on the aggression. Pooty's going to transition that, get it past one. Can he get it past Broken? Doesn't matter. Tokyo is the one that has some interference. K3 bouncing it off the back wall. Deuce following that one up, and Valleyfield stuck on the defense until Vegas decides to carry it over.
Good attempt from Valleyfield, but possession as well, ball control, something that Kiel in general I feel has had the better approach with. Very focused on the quality of that first touch, sticking it close to the car, making sure they bring possession in their favor, forcing Valleyfield to come and take the ball away from them. And then Valleyfield also start to have that same approach. It would be a little more difficult for Kiel, that ball going in their favor, because Valleyfield also has pretty solid defensive structure and support from whoever's on the ball.
A lot of these times, too. Oh, what a shot! Broken! What was that?
Just came in out of the midfield, took a little bit of a risk. Vegas here is stuck in the midfield, has to rotate back, but he realizes he's going to beat the guy coming out of the net, understands the spacing and the timing, says, yeah, I can get to that one. Go and see if you can put it in under the crossbar. Nails a shot. Risk-reward pays off. Valleyfield up 2-0.
Still 3:35 left on the clock. We just saw Kiel sink 3 in less than a minute in the previous game, but does kind of feel like they've been set, back onto their heels.
Yes.
And that's something I was going to say. Valleyfield, when you say Kiel looks like they've got more control of the ball, right? They've got better possession. Valleyfield doesn't necessarily have to look at it as, what are we doing?
What?
No way! Come on! That was just silly. I honestly didn't think that was going to happen.
What's going on? Okay, Broken goes out to grab some booze. Oh, and the awkward half flip, and okay, that's just weird. I don't know. I think Broken literally just caught going like 4 feet for 112 boost pad, and then he's just like, I can't make it back.
And just like that, I mean, how many seconds did it take for at least 1 point to be put on the board? But say at Kiel, it's not necessarily what can we do to improve. Sometimes it's where are the chinks in the armor? What can we take advantage of maybe that we're noticing a little bit of faltering occurring here in the opposition? And while that might not be the case for that previous goal, it's still an option here that Valleyfield has on to Kiel, especially now that the game is much closer.
Punishment has always been an important part of pretty much every CRL season to date. People like to forget, CRL has improved a lot over the course of its lifetime. The skill has definitely improved, but they're not pros. They're not perfect, and you can absolutely jump on some mistakes from time to time.
Even pros aren't perfect.
That's
all right,
true.
Hold on. They might like to believe that they are Chiefs, but they absolutely are not. Maybe Broken with another great touch. This is what I wanted to see out of Broken. This is what we were kind of lacking yesterday, even a little bit earlier in the previous series that Valleyfield had today. And once these 3 players are on the same page, that's when they get scary.
Valleyfield's starting to miss the ball on a couple of approaches as well. There's a double commit, and thankfully that clear is strong enough that they should have time to recover, but be careful. Biggest thing for Valleyfield is they like to have that pace of play, and if you're missing the touch, then you're going to throw off that sense of timing that everyone on your team has, and that can lead to some extra problems like double commits, running into your own teammates, putting yourselves in positions where Kiel has that space to capitalize.
Yep. And sometimes there are moments where you need to communicate something, but you literally can't within the time that you have.
Time, yeah.
And generally that has to do with a mistake that you've made, right? You've whiffed the ball, you've accidentally flipped the wrong direction, you've gotten the wrong touch or the wrong angle on something, missed the boost pad, whatever it is. where you need that cohesion within the team, that synergy kind of already taking place so that there can be recovery here. We are seeing it out of Kiel. Valleyfield has showed us quite a bit of that, though, and they are continuing to improve minute by minute.
Monster, a couple of saves from Dews now. Missed third touch, but it's okay. K3 over on the offensive side. Kiel finding the right time to put their foot down on the gas pedal. Are pressing nicely here under the Valleyfield. Have to catch 2 players a little far forward, but again, nice safety, deep back rotation for K3. They know they can't afford to concede one back, but they've got the space. They will absolutely press.
And it seems like Valleyfield has that recognition too. They're like, we're up 2-1. Let's just
Don't
keep
do anything stupid.
Right? Keep 2 defenders on the tight side. We can still make some aggressive plays, but we're looking for these big, strong clears that can't be countered at the midfield.
Yep. Waste time, the long clear game, or the soft dribble. Got to make him come get it. May work out. Tokyo takes his time in the corner here. Is going to weave his way through everybody.
And he just bounces this off the bumper of Dews. Says, thank you very much for being a wall to provide me a little bit of counterbalance on this one. It was a good attempt by Dews. K3 has been fantastic on these saves, but they just can't get there in time, and the speed is currently in favor of Valleyfield.
You can't save everything. Valleyfield are going to find their way back, very likely, I should say, to a Game 2 win, tie the series up, barring a miracle from K3 and co. Kiel just stuck here on their own half.
Hit up around the corner. Let's see if Potty can follow this one up. The momentum was in their favor, but it was stalled immediately by Tokyo and Vegas, trying to make another collaborative play on their side. Clear in favor of Kiel, gets stopped out at the midfield line, just like they're working on, almost with a shot on goal. K3 gets there in time, misses out on the challenge. Maybe a chance for a nail in the coffin coming out of Valleyfield this time, Achieves.
This time they will get the job done as the last hurrah turned aside, smashed into the floor. Valleyfield tied things up, and I think it's fair to say that you could probably expect this one to go the distance considering how tight yesterday's series was. Even if it was 0-3 in favor of Kiel, they were 1-goal games in general. I think only the first one went like 3-1 or something in favor of Kiel, but this has been a hotly contested matchup between these two pretty much all weekend long, so not surprised to see this one equalize back the other way. You start to see a little bit more consistency coming out of Valleyfield and taking away some of those opportunities, minimizing their mistakes mostly, I think was the biggest improvement here in Game 2.
And when things even out as a 1-to-1 series in a best-of-5, you're basically like, all right, so we're moving forward with a best-of-3, and we got some warm-up. That's kind of what the situation is here. The next team to take the game out of this game number 3 is going to be moving forward at match point. So that's something both of these teams want, and not something they want to allow, because again, these are the elimination matches. This is where things really come in. If these teams want to come back tomorrow and play, they want to show up on stage, they need to perform right now.
Small shot edge to Kiel in that last game, 6-4 in favor of Kiel. So that does bode well. They are still getting, in general, the majority. Not much more of a majority, but a little extra time over on that orange half, so it is something to keep your eye on. You'd like to see Valleyfield, if they want to be successful here, minimize, at least equalize shot pressure, making sure that they don't put themselves in those positions, as we talked about. If they start making mistakes over on that defensive half, double commits, out of position, gets real dicey there. So Valleyfield likes to drive pace of play, not react to it.
And I do think that there were a couple of those moments in the previous game, but they were immediately acknowledged and they were immediately adapted upon, right? They made a move. They said, okay, we need to change it now. It only lasted about 10 seconds, a little bit of faulty play maybe for just a tiny bit. So the adaptability, I always come back to that, especially with these collegiate teams. It's something we need to see, and we're seeing it particularly out of Valleyfield today compared to how they were playing yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Kiel's feeling pretty consistent, though, compared to their yesterday's games.
Yeah, in general, really liking Kiel's approach. I believe Tylacto told us, Kiel in general, very consistent. It's really a 3-man threat. Nobody is outstanding in any particular category. Like we talk about, Vegas here generally tends to be the can opener. Well, Kiel's got all 3 people who are capable of that. Maybe not to the same extent, but it is a consistent level of threat you can expect.
And the stats, the numbers across the board, the goals, the saves, the shots, the assists, all relatively even between these two teams, which makes it an even more exciting match. Dews with a nice drop down from the crossbar. Pootie's going to follow that one up as well. No double commits coming out of Kiel to ensure that goal doesn't go through.
And Valleyfield right here kind of fighting for the ball with not a lot of boost in the corner. Vegas and Tokyo trying to get things through somewhere, and they're focused on making sure that they don't give up a counterattack to Kiel for free. More focused on possession than trying to score, and Brogan's just going to pop one off the wall. Everybody's going to miss. That is punishment 101.
And I just said no double commits from Kiel, but watch this setup. Both Dues and Potty, they 180, and they both move forward to the ball instead of one member trying to take that front post positioning, which needs to take place when you got a ball moving at that speed.
Do you think Dues expecting Potty to come up with a touch? Either way, big miss. That one hurts to start off, especially in a game like you were talking about. Game 3 here, a lot of pressure if you come out on top against your opponents. Can't really afford to just give away free goals that you're going to have to work hard to make it back, because one goal advantage is not a lot by any stretch of the imagination. But when you know you don't have to make something happen, there's a certain level of confidence you play with on the defensive half.
And especially with a lot of that possession this game, absolutely going in favor of Valleyfield. No, barely not hitting. That wasn't even a shot on goal, if I'm not mistaken. Too far down, too far to the left still. A lot of shots actually coming out from both of these teams. And the momentum has been picking up in general for the plays. It does feel like Valleyfield is kind of on an uphill curve, whereas Kiel has sort of plateaued, though. And so that's why we're spending this game in particular so much time on the blue side of the field.
Yeah, I was like, you'd like to see Valleyfield at least equalize the shot pressure. Right now, they're just absolutely crushing it in terms of that. Kiel has yet to have an extended stay over on the orange half in Game 3. So Valleyfield executing on everything they could possibly hope for here. Potty with a little poke towards the back wall and maybe some time on target. And a nice save from Valleyfield.
Tokyo, really a standout player today. I gotta say, Tokyo's, one of those that is a little more lackluster in terms of high stats. More towards the middle of the pack, maybe even towards the lower third, I would say, of a lot of these players. But when it matters most on stage, when you've got that presence available, he is absolutely coming in clutch right here. Wow. Nice plays on the orange side. K3 getting into position to defend this one, but Potty sends it away before he has to.
Vegas making some real tough reads over his shoulder on the backboard. Some scary touches required. Here's a pass down to Broken, and that was it. He's actually going to get back to it. 2-0 for Valleyfield.
Oh, this is pretty. This is highlight reel worthy. If I'm one of these players, this is going in the books. The double touch from Broken. And you can see, I can't see his face. I can see the panic in the vehicle, right? Am I going too fast? Nope, I've got the touch.
Real nice pass from Vegas. Split the defense perfectly, gave Brogan a chance at it. I'm sure if you asked him, he'd tell you he'd like to score it on the first try, but they'll take the second one on the double tap. Yeah, it looks a lot better.
It's cooler. You take those where you can get them, especially when the pressure is on. And the pressure is particularly on for Kiel here as we're getting closer and closer to just 60 seconds left in this game number 3. And it's more pressure on the blue side of the field. Kiel is really struggling to maintain boost and to get these big clears that Valleyfield was having trouble with in the early part of the series.
And a big part of that, how aggressive Valleyfield willing to play out of the midfield. I mean, they'll go up there and fight you for the ball, and that's pretty dangerous strategy, I will say, because if you're late on even one of those challenges, you're leaving your third man hanging out to dry in a 2-on-1 or a 1-on-1 scenario. So Valleyfield just willing to play a little more aggressive to try and exert that extra amount of pressure on that Kiel defense, and it's been working so far in Game 3.
Oop. Dude's trying to take that one up and over. It's definitely working for them. Kiel trying to figure out exactly what they need to do here, and the pace of the game on their side has slowed tremendously, not just because of the boost, beautiful save coming out of Dudes there to ensure it's not another one for Valleyfield, but this one kind of feels gone, right? 20 seconds now. Going to be heading into game number 4. You got to prep your mentality for that, okay? You get a 0-0 reset. You get another 5 minutes on the clock. Kiel has looked really good, but this round was not indicative of improvement based on the first 2.
Yes, in terms of improvement, this was absolutely the Valleyfield. That adaptability that you were talking about, this was Valleyfield's game. To be like, yep, this is what we're going to do. And Kiel's like, step back, hang on. Really got pushed off the pace there for that one. And an excellent game for Valleyfield there in Game 3. Right time to try and put a little extra pressure on them. Worked out beautifully. Very aggressive out of the midfield. And answer for how you handle that going into Game 4, because you can't expect Valleyfield to change the game plan. It's already worked once. It's on you to prove that you can handle it. If you're Kiel, a lot of that just stems from, okay, your mindset has to shift from how you take those challenges on defense. We're not trying to win the ball. You're trying to control the ball against that challenge. Because if you know Valleyfield's going to be coming hard at you from that midfield line, you can't be thinking, okay, I got to go over. You got to be thinking, I got to be going left. I got to be able to stalemate it, drop it back down and recover quickly and take it out on a dribble. And that sort of mindset shift is a very tough thing to actually materialize in real time, but if you understand that I'm not trying to win the ball, I'm trying to control it, you'll have a little more success.
7 shots coming out of Valleyfield on that one, and that's certainly something that Kiel can at least move forward with, saying, hey, we've got a game plan. Like you said, they know what kind of went wrong towards the end. And I think another part of that actually in their inability really for that game to get the ball out of their own half of the field has a lot to do with some of these not quite double commits, but more a bit of miscommunication in terms of I'm going for the ball, you go for either the defensive play or you go for the vehicle disruption. We saw a lot of that in games 1 and 2. We saw 1 or 2 demos come out of Valleyfield this game, but very lackluster in those terms as we head into game number 4.
Always curious to see what a team chooses to do on tournament point. Lose here, you're done. Europe's last hope here in Kiel. Fading light, Valleyfield trying to put more pressure on early at the start of game 4.
Has seemed like one of those series where the first goal tends to lead towards momentum. There is our first demo of the game, the first 30 seconds. It is, of course, broken, and Valleyfield has not slowed down from that game number 3. We can see even their clears have target acquisition.
Really nice job from Dooz controlling that ball. Forces, this is what you're talking about. You get aggressive in the midfield, you force Tokyo. Okay, you're in a one-on-one. You have to buy a lot of time here. And at the same time, you're also probably going to have to end up giving possession right back to Kiel. And that's kind of where you see that backfire from Valleyfield. It doesn't materialize to anything for Kiel, but it does mean that if you start winning that challenge game out of the midfield with how aggressive they like to play it, you can find yourself in some more advantageous positions.
Any control is good. Whether or not you actually get a goal off of it, whether you get a really powerful play off of it, it is still control, and it should still boost the ego a little bit. The mentality says, hey, we're still in this, we can still do it. And these two teams are so even-keeled. even
I'll give you that one.
Even-keeled across the board, really, that it is still anyone's game. Yes, it is match point currently for Valleyfield, but Kiel has been showing up, and this is where it matters. When the pressure is on, can they outperform?
Vegas a little bit frustrated there. Would have liked to skim that one more directly across the middle of the pitch. Unfortunately, no shot opportunities for either team. Potty getting that one taken away. And over Dooz's head as well, but that's actually a well-controlled touch. It puts Potty in kind of an awkward position, but at the same time, you'd rather back pass it to your team than just fight for a ball in the corner.
It almost feels like Kiel, when they do get some of these offensive plays, they slow down. They don't have a lot of confidence in themselves. K3 has been making some incredible saves. Dooz has been making some great redirects. Potty's been trying to carry it up and over, but it feels like he doesn't have a ton of confidence in himself on those plays. There's not really follow-up from the team either. I love the defense. Defense is incredible from Kiel, but it needs to transition into some offensive plays. Otherwise, eventually, after barrage of shots from Valleyfield, one's going to come through.
Oh, and there we go. That's a big block from K3. Stalls out that Valleyfield press in the midfield, gets it onto the orange half, and here's where your own challenge game, like you're talking about, needs to come online. You have to start fighting for possession at that midfield line, because now they've allowed Valleyfield right back into the blue half. They're getting that pressure going, and they're saying, this is how you're supposed to be doing it.
And Kiel almost feels like they're a little bit scared to use a bunch of their boost on some of these plays. They've had some risky moves, right, where they move too far forward. They're not able to get back to the goal line in time in the previous games. K3's been doing a great job. Their defense is good. They don't need to continue to improve or focus on that. You need to adapt in the game, though. I'll bring it back to that. And I haven't really seen much adaptation out of Kiel. They still have the possibility. They have it in them. I've seen it before. I need it right now.
Same time, though, they have kept it 0-0. Still manageable. Nice little fake from Tokyo, trying to skim that one in the bottom left corner. Popped off the wall. Well controlled from Potty. That's a gorgeous catch. If I could do that every time, I would. Oh, man.
I mean, there's a lot of things these players do. I'm like, if I could do that just once, I would feel fantastic about myself. But yes, I mean, Valleyfield still has control of this ball, and that's what we were talking about at the end of the day. Even though it is 0-0, even though the defense is very strong on Kiel, if the transition doesn't come through, eventually the offensive team is going to be the one to find those goals.
Rocket League, definitely a game. Offense is the way forward.
Definitely a game, yes.
Yes, it is definitely a game. Defense only gets you so far, though. But at the same time, if it's 0-0, defense got you into a winnable spot. And right now, Valleyfield kind of in a real awkward position here defensively. And thankfully, Tokyo not under any amount of pressure, but this may be the best chance Kiel has had at keeping possession here for the final minute. Right time to come online.
A lot of pressure moving forward, too. One member at the midfield line. K, maybe with an attempted pass over to Dews, who was not in the right position. You got to split your sides on the field.
Could have been out of boost or something, but that's when you're just disappointed that you found the pass into the space, and that's why that communication about what you can and can't do is so important. You just try and make something happen. Vegas with a flip reset denied at the top of the goal. And K3 just trying to find a way to poke it down the seam. He's actually through everybody. K3 into the right-hand side. Keel is going to fight their way back.
I actually thought this was a Valleyfield goal. I thought it was going to be a Valleyfield goal, and that's what happens when you are too confident on your offense. You leave an open net. That was a slow roll into the goal, okay? I think K3 was just as shocked as us. It's like, I got this one. I got it, guys. We're good.
It's only grass? What? It's amazing. And every now and again, that's what defense gets you. If you can hold on, you may just get them a little bit flustered on the offensive side. Find your way through one time is all you need.
There was that confidence that was kind of lacking beforehand, though, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. Maybe the last second shot. No, it bounced. It bounced, actually, off of Tokyo. It's not going to hit the ground. They're still up in the air by Broken, but Vegas and Tokyo, I don't know if they're in the right position to keep this one alive. Vegas is off onto Tokyo. Dews dunks it to the ground, though, and it is going to be match point in favor here at Valleyfield.
You couldn't have it any other way. You thought maybe Valleyfield going to bounce out all of Europe in game 4, but not this time. Keel going to hold on tight. White knuckle ride to the finish for Europe. And I don't know, I believe it. I think Valleyfield still had a pretty solid approach, but like you were talking about, that consistency in defense is definitely there. And I don't know, here's where you really have to trust your own instincts as yourselves. You don't really feel like you may have the space or the opportunity to really go on the attack that often, and you might just fall back into what you know the best, which is you've got a strong, consistent defense, your communication is there, you're not getting in each other's way, and you just prove that you can play 5 minutes and play a tight one and come out on top. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a wash, rinse, repeat in game 5.
And ball touches pretty much straight down the middle on
there's Calix. Hi, Cal. That's all of Hamburg. Hi.
All of Hamburg. We got European support out here. Feel the keel. I love it. Like I said, this is the last shot for EU, right? So all these EU fans, players, family members, doesn't matter what, this is what this is the team they're living through now. Not only that, not really the team that was expected to actually make it this far in the day and be the last team to be surviving here for EU. But again, I mean, nothing feels better than T-Bates being wrong. The confidence this man has whenever he is right, it feels so good to make him wrong. And this is one that EU is going to shove down his throat for the rest of his life if they're able to come in clutch for this game number 5.
They certainly would like to, but we already know T-Bates is sitting there. Yeah, he's still got to win the game.
Yeah, he's confident up until he's wrong. Up until the very moment that it is solidified that he is wrong here. And now we can see actually the players going into that game number 4. The players on the other side did not look as confident, but this is it. Champions Field, the Chiefs.
Driven by Nissan. It's time to get it underway. We will see which team comes out on top. Does Europe have a team in Day 3 Championship Sunday? Or does it become the CRL National Championship once again?
I don't want to see that smugness. It's got to be you. They got to take it home. I love my NA. I do, but I love Worlds even more, and I want to keep it that way. What a touch by Broken to send that out of the box. Keel coming out with a lot of heat behind their hits.
Nice catch from Dews. A little dicey there in the midfield. Going for the bump, and he will turn it in himself. Dews transitions end-to-end, coast to coast, and they will open up the scoring for Keel.
Beautiful pop. The timing on that. Oh my God, the demo. Again, these are highlight reel plays, right? That doesn't happen often with teams like this. Just over 30 seconds is all it took for Keel to put one on the board. And hey, this is it. No more match points, right? This is a best of 1 at this point, and Keel has at least got enough.
That might be 2.
Oh my God!
Huge pass play from Keel. Potty able to snipe this one. K3 dumped off the wall. Tokyo thinking it was going to roll up. Instead, it bounces out, allows his K3 to get back to it, dishes it across the pitch. Keel starting off strong in Valleyfield. Kind of got caught by the haymaker.
so much control in the 40 seconds that we have seen in this
3?
game. No way, dudes. Oh my God. I was going to say, don't do them like that, man. They have families to go to at the end of this. All right. Keel has this control. When we're talking about these pops, these flips coming through every single time, if you're able to, as an individual player, get it over 2 to 3 defenders, you feel so good about that. And when it results in 2 goals, you got to feel even better.
Oh, and you love to see dudes right there all over that passing lane, stalls out Valleyfield here in the midfield, forces Vegas to play a 1-on-3, and actually a necessary smash off his backboard. He couldn't trap that and dribble it. Keel would have had all of those dribble lines covered and just put even more pressure on him, so took a chance, smashed it off the wall, and Valleyfield has at least equalized the field position.
This is, you know, part of the game where you also consider the nerves of some teams, some players. Everybody's different. Right? This is either the chance to move on to tomorrow or be knocked out in this elimination round after facing at least 1 failure yesterday, 1 loss yesterday. Tokyo gonna find Demo there. Transition back over to the Valleyfield side, though, means that it's just gonna be a respawn into defense. Tokyo pass to Vegas, maybe a hit over to Broken.
No
Does
boost.
not have the boost available, though, to get skyward.
Unlucky. Would have liked to see him find the transition all the way over the defense. Probably would have worked. I think they had him beat if he had anything. But and again, it goes back to that communication. Do you know what your teammates can and can't do? And that's one of those intangible things you were talking about. You don't have the time necessarily to communicate. You just got to know. Unfortunately, Valleyfield, you've already hit the halfway point here in Game 5, and you're still looking for your first one.
Still more than half the match in regulation, right? Coming through here, oh my God, hey, you know,
still half the match.
Still half the match, but it's 3-0 now.
It's not looking good. Potty with a beauty to the left-hand side. No chance for the defense. Huge goal. That absolutely could be the nail in the coffin.
And the changes in faces here, all right? Going into game number 4, the confidence that we saw on the side of Valleyfield, I mean, it was palpable. So was kind of the fear or the hesitation that we were seeing from Keel. Now it's exactly flip-flop. Valleyfield says there's no way we're going to let this fall through our fingers. It seemed so close. We were at match point 2 games ago. Ooh. And Keel says, yeah, that's still not enough.
Starting to see a little bit of frustration or perhaps just pure old miscommunication from Valleyfield, not knowing exactly where they want to place the ball, how to find each other through the passing lanes, and looking to open up a little extra space. You got to get out in front, and K3 putting the big part of the car behind center of the ball. Buy extra time here and waste even more off the clock, and now we go back into what we saw in Game 1. If you're Keel, smash the ball as hard as you can, force Valleyfield to cover all that distance and get through as many people as possible if they want to tie things up.
Demos, vehicle disruptions, definitely things that are akin going back to the first couple of games when we had a tied-up series before, as we've got a tied-up series, of course, right now. But the clock is ticking down. Valleyfield does not have a lot of time. Again, we've seen multiple goals come through in a minute, but when you got a minute and a half and Keel is performing this well, this consistently on both offense and defense, something needs to change for Valleyfield, and it needs to happen right now. Potty with another carry up and over. Can Tokyo get there in time? He has the boost to do so, but boost has been a major struggle for Valleyfield. They're going to keep it out.
Huge save, but already close to under a minute. You need something right now. Scoring 3 in a minute is tough enough, and Vegas didn't even believe that Potty was actually going to miss. K3 misses as well, and that's why Broken's not flying for it, because why would they?
That's an unfortunate transition right there.
They might get it.
Oh, they're going to get that one in. All right, point on board for Valleyfield. It's Broken coming through for his team. Just under a minute, though.
What a touch from Vegas out of the corner, driving all the way back. I think that caught everybody for a loop. Deuce was at least in the right position, but Valleyfield knows they're going to dive at it all the way and just try and make it work. They've squeezed one in. You're in an okay spot. 56 seconds is doable, but you need all the pressure.
It's doable. Deuce wants to say it's not doable, though. You know, at that point, Keel is very confident, right? We saw it in their faces just a moment ago. They absolutely should be. At this point, too, they can just play defensively. It is a risky strategy to take that, though. You have to find that middle ground of, we want to keep the scoreline at what it is, but we can't just be on the blue side of the field.
Certainly. At the same time, they're happy to play 4 minutes on the blue side of the field and make it work. Ooh. Dump towards the net, nice save. And that one's poked again into the middle. Vegas trying to get it. He's gonna be, what a save! They come out of the corner. Huge bailout
for Kiel. That might just be it. Thrown and broken up one more time. Valleyfield could not break him down. Dumped into the middle again. Then with 12 seconds, you've got one chance if you're Valleyfield.
45 seconds, though, and they've been able to sink in 2 goals. They have 12 more on docket. That's just about a third of that time right here. So if there's ever a time to show up for NA, it's Valleyfield right here, right now, to not get knocked out of the elimination rounds. 10 seconds, Vegas trying to make the shot! No way! No way!
You gotta be kidding me. Pop straight up, they go for the aggressive cheat up option on Kiel, and it is literally the worst case scenario.
I have another day. I'm gonna lose my voice on one series. This one series is going to absolutely kill my throat, but it's so worth it. Last couple of seconds, can the tie be broken, or are we going to be seeing OT? Extra base, it was so close! No!
Oh, I was ready for disaster. I thought they just gave it up at 0 seconds. Valleyfield do indeed pull off a miracle. We go to overtime, and Kiel, oh, you got to be reeling.
Yeah, you gotta be reeling. I mean, come on. No, we kind of thought it was over. We like to say it's possible. There's still a chance. Honestly, wasn't expecting 3 goals out of Valleyfield. Oh, no way, Tokyo! He's got the cleanup, though. He's gonna turn it away. It's still an aggressive play here for Kiel. Transitions back over to the blue side of the field. K3, it's a passing play. It goes over to Deuce. Nope. The defenders on Valleyfield get there just in time. It's not an open net. K3 once again finds himself a halo.
Oh, nice touches from Kiel there, forcing Valleyfield to make sure to respect the long game. They know you can't get too aggressive. They may just poke it over your shoulder. You won't be able to do anything about it. Huge reset there in overtime for everybody. Scary one for both teams, but I think everyone is able to settle down with the first minute in OT going by. Deuce again gonna cross the net, make a nice solid save. Dumped into the middle. K3's there to break it up, and that's a nice block from Vegas to buy some time for Valleyfield to recover here on defense.
Got the demo coming out from Tokyo. Might allow Broken to get a bit of a transition here, taking it up and around the corner. Body tries to turn it away. Tokyo's right behind him, and that's gonna be it! The tie is broken, and he moves on!
You have gotta be joking. Elation for Valleyfield. Confusion, devastation, frustration, sadness for the opposition. What a comeback.
Geez, I could die tomorrow and I'd die happy. Yeah. I will tell you that. This series was an absolute banger. And you know what? It's sad to say goodbye to EU. That is, unfortunately, last team out in the elimination match, meaning teammates was right. It's going to be a national day. CRL National, however, of course, we still got support. We still got those European fans and players who are going to be out on the field. And do not discount this field team. They were not even one of the expected teams to make it this far, and yet they did. They took us by surprise. They showed up today, but it is, of course, Valleyfield that's going to make it out in overtime.
What a turnaround from the black and gold. Oh my goodness. that has got to be one of very, very, very few 3-goal comebacks with under a minute.
I can't believe it.
That's Dialacto.
Dialacto. Oh no, okay, you know what?
Does it show another one of them after they start losing?
I don't want to see the reaction now at the end of this with that overtime goal. 1 minute, 20 seconds. It was a great overtime too. We had several shots coming from both sides of the field. It was very back and forth, but when we're taking a look at the stats, it seems like everything is in favor of that orange team. Valleyfield again. NA takes it home.
Woo! I need a moment.
I need a lozenge.
Yeah.
I need a lozenge. I need a big cup of water. To be honest, I need some blood pressure pills or something. I think if I was on a seat, I'd be working the crap out of the edge of that thing. But my goodness, what a series to behold. And again, it's sad to say goodbye to a region, right? It's sad to say goodbye to our international friends. But man, did they put on a show for us.
Absolutely
We do have an interview, of course. F-Dot is on the stage. He's going to be breaking down some of those plays with Vegas.
Thanks a lot, Jolly. F-Dot here, hanging out on the stage right here. Straight up and down, this was a passion play for you guys. I hear everybody in the crowd. They almost jumped up on stage. You're representing a lot of people. Easy question, man. What does it feel like?
I honestly have no words to describe what we just did. was just insane. Insane comeback.
So there's a lot of conversation about Europe versus North America, but as a Canadian team, that means something completely different than just EU, NA. There's something different when it comes down to Canada. What does it mean to represent your specific nation here?
It's just insane. Like, we're just better than them, I guess.
All right, you want to go into it? Let's do it. The first time you guys faced off against this Kiel team, it was a 3-0 sweep. Now, you're the ones on the good side. How did you turn that around?
Well, we did like LCQ. We lost against a bad team, and we just went straight to the win. That's what we did.
All right, now we got to look towards the future, man. Great job getting to this point, but now you got to deal with it. Now you've got to think towards tomorrow. Sunday championship. How do you make it all the way? What's the key for your team here?
Just score more goals than the opponents and just go all the way, baby!
That's it. Congratulations to Valley Field and the boys. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back with the CRL World Championship.
I was putting in the
by your eyes, and I think that I'm right, that I'm right, that I'm right, but you were always on my mind, and you were never far away, and though you'd always take your time.
I was putting in the
Hello and welcome back to beautiful Dallas, Texas. One more time, it's your boy F-Tot, and I've got Tyler Bates here next to me as per usual. We've got one more match coming up to end day 2, but first, again, we have new friends. Say hello to Asfura representing the UCF Knights. What's good, bro?
What's up, what's up?
Chillin', man. Glad to have you here. Always good to have some player insight into what's going on. So don't worry, we're going to pick your brain about what's going on the stage in just a little bit. As usual, oh, I see what's going on here.
To really get the message out.
All right, let's reflect on that last one. So we have Valleyfield going 5 games here against Kiel. I showed up and said, listen, we've already seen this game. Kiel had went 3-0 the first time this team played together, but now the other way, it did take all 5 games. Asfura, I'm coming to you right away. As a player, what did Valleyfield do differently here to find the dub as opposed to last time when they found the L?
I mean, I think they just kept going. Like they didn't put themselves down when they went 2, went down 3. They just kept going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about the momentum, continuing to drive forward. What is this? Okay.
Listen, he's really scary when he comes after you like that.
Oh, he's not scary no more. EU. Oh, look at Valleyfield, the Canadians. That's so. Hey,
that was payback.
I think we gotta get a chant. Ole, 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 ole. EU.
Oh, wait.
Where are you?
Okay, I got rotated. I'm supposed to be the one that reels people in, and so that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to go to the most professional one on the desk here with us real quick. Lemon Kiwi, why don't you talk to us about Valleyfield and how they were able to bring the game home for Canada?
2 words, suck it.
I thought you were the professional one.
I never doubted Valleyfield. You know what? I even, they were up 2-1 in the series. I went to grab some popcorn, fix up some makeup, came back. It was game 5. I'm like, okay, we like to give the people the content. And then we made it close. We were even down 0-3. We gave them hope. But then we came back. We were like, all right, we're done. We want to go Sunday. And then there we are.
Corelli.
Yeah.
Are you the professional one here on the desk?
I can try to be.
All right.
I can try.
The voice of reason,
Sure,
Corelli here. Looking at Valleyfield, we have said goodbye to Kiel. That is absolutely true. But I do kind of want to give a swan song out to the European squads. Looking at Kiel, strong stuff. We've gotten a look for the first time at our first World Championship of the collegiate competition from across the pond. I mean, what's your analyst take here of what England has been able to show?
Well, I do think there have been some major upsets. Like I do think like a team like Berlin might have looked like the most organized team out of a lot of the teams that we've seen, especially out of Europe, and against a lot of the CRL teams as well, the North American teams, but couldn't come out with a win. And I don't know if that's just the stage. What?
No, I'll tell you what the problem is. I blame Asper right here.
Oh, my goodness.
UCF choked it up in the LCQ. They ended up in Group D.
That is
they
true.
ended up in Group D. The group of them. No,
but it's not about him.
I'm putting a 2 in for a national championship bid. There's 25 teams here. No excuses. If you had played well, then Berlin, you, and Stockton win them in the same group, and at least you would have had one team.
Listen, I didn't make the groups. I'm just playing in them.
Hey, that's a good mentality. That's a good mentality.
That's the truest thing I've ever heard. Please give me a graphic. Let's take a look at Group D over here. Oakland and Stockton are the ones that have to play head-to-head. Stockton were the ones that took down Berlin and sent them back on home. So it's Stockton versus Oakland. And again, Asphira, I'm coming right to you because we've talked these teams a lot here on the desk, but when you are on the field, playing on the pitch, it's a lot different than just looking in a notebook. So right here, we've got Drapino and the squad. What can you say about these guys?
I mean, they're a lot better than to what they're playing as right now. I'll be honest. Like when we scrim them, they're a lot better. But I think on land, they get used to the environment. That's all I see.
You think it's kind of like the spotlight is kind of shaking up the nerves?
They need more land experience, in my personal opinion. But they did good against Berlin, and now they got Oakland now. I think they're gonna sweep. To be honest, I'll be completely honest. I love the Oakland boys, but I can't see them losing. They got momentum from Berlin, and it's gonna keep going.
Tyler.
Man, I just want to say, you're talking a whole bunch of nonsense. Stockton, they almost beat you in Game 5. You barely got by him, Alex.
Yeah, but we still won.
And that's what matters. What does it say at the end? Does it say W or L, Bates?
That's what what does it say, Bates? Tell me.
I don't know, Alex. I never went on his land.
Top cheese over here representing his squad. Real talk, Stockton. I think this is an impressive team as well. I asked for the players, so I'll give you what's coming out of the notebook. Listen, this is #1 in shots per game. They just keep firing on all cylinders, and at some point, it's got to wind up landing. Across the way, though, we've got Oakland here, Corelli, and this is a team that has done a good job this weekend. They looked pretty all right going on against some of their opposition, but it's going to take another level to find the W and wind up on Sunday.
And it's going to take another level for two reasons. One, because of the pressure and being last chance, but also because of Stockton and the way they played against Berlin. They felt so much pressure, so many shots coming out of Berlin, and they didn't crack under that pressure. It went the distance, but Stockton came out on top, and I feel like Oakland's the same type of team where they're going to put on a lot of shots. It might not be as pretty as the way Berlin does it, but they're going to put on a lot of shots. They're going to be high attacking, and I feel like that Stockton defense has been tough to break.
Here's my bit. Here's my take. Here is what I'm putting out there on the table. When it comes down to this Oakland team, they're strong. I'm not saying they're weak, but J-Cubed peaked. That was an anime moment. He did the story arc.
I said the same thing. I didn't want to discredit them, but that's like a 1 in a million series.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like sometimes you just wind up in the Matt Christopher novel, right? Like it just happens the way it's supposed to. And I just don't know, Lemon, if it's going to happen twice.
And you just got to also look at the history of even before Worlds. I mean, these two teams come from the Eastern Conference. They've played against each other even in the regular season, and Oakland got decimated. It wasn't close. 3-0, 2-0, 5-0, and 2-1 were the game scores. And although Oakland did make it to the conference playoffs, they actually never met in that bracket. But I think this is going to be more of Stockton delivering that pain. And although the land environment is different in Oakland, this is the best they've looked in terms of Rocket League. They both beat Berlin. They both suffered against UCF. But Stockton had a better showing against UCF. So even the results are translating at land.
You feel that? I heard you laughing.
He's like, yeah, I'm UCF, so.
Yeah, we gave the business. Come on. Listen. At the end of the day, I think this fan vote is going to be really, really close. I think that Oakland has a lot of fans out there. I think Stockton does as well, so let us know. Hashtag SU if you think it's going to be the Super Users in Stockton, or hashtag OU if you think Oakland University are going to be able to take it. And again, I think there's a lot of fans and supporters out there, but at the end of the day, we got to see what y'all thinking. So let's go down here. Teammates.
Oh, you'd like me to go first this time?
Start us off, sir.
Okay, I do believe that Oakland got a little fortunate yesterday against Berlin. I do think that J-Wiz is just as good as Top Cheese, though. I think a lot of people sleep on J-Wiz. With that being said, I do think Stockton's a little bit better. They have rolling momentum against Berlin right now. Oakland haven't played all day. They've been waiting all day. Wow, all day. Just say, I woke up at 9 a.m. I'm taking Stockton to beat them in 4.
All right. We're going to come back to you, Esfira. I want you to go last so we can get the last bit. Lemon Kiwi, you're up.
Stockton, easy.
Nice. Corelli.
Stockton, easy.
Okay. All right. Listen, I am also going to go Stockton easy, but I'll back it up with just Stockton easy. I think we've already talked about it. This is the team. I think it's going to take a miracle for Oakland to kind of come around here. Esfira, I'm not going to let you off that simple. I need you to show your work. Who's winning and why?
Listen, Stockton, I want to say 3-1 just because I like Oakland. I want to get in the one game. But, like, realistically, it would be a sweep from Stockton.
I respect that. Yeah, no, I respect that because that's the thing up here. All of us nobody wants to dunk on this Oakland team. But at the end of the day, listen, it's a job. We're professional opinion havers. Yep. And I just think the opinion is that Stockton is the better team. But it's all just chat. It's all just chat. We got to find out what happens on the actual pitch. Put up or shut up. It's time to play Rocket League, folks. The last game of Day 2 of the CRL World Championship happens now.
The reward for surviving and advancing from here, Columbia College. Good luck. Daz, what's it gonna take for Oakland to keep the magic going?
Well, you heard the desk. They think J-Cube was peaking when Oakland was doing well. We're gonna need to see it again. I think that you got to look at the games. You got to look at the energy. You got to see exactly if Oakland are coming in prepared. Obviously, they played against this Stockton team, but have they been doing their homework? I heard that they scrimmed Valleyfield, and we know how Valleyfield handled their series, but has that translated to Oakland? As we get things going already, they've already come out with a lot of offensive pressure as they got the ball on Stockton's half.
We've seen an unusual number of bizarre finishes and teams leaving unfinished business until the final moment. I don't think Oakland can afford to do that against Stockton. There's too much on the line. There's too much preparation that Stockton has put into this for that strategy to work. But you never know. J-Cube with the initial save, Busty to follow, and Roz coming in from the back to kill the play for the moment. Top G's trying to get a piece of J-Cube. He could not, and Drip will keep the play alive, but everybody else kind of backing out for another trip into the zone as Roz right down the middle. That's not going to get the job done. Here comes Stockton again. They are not letting Oakland rest at all. The shot just a little wide there.
Yeah, there's enough room, though, for Oakland to be able to respond to that shot, so no real danger for them just yet. As Stockton's trying to get things going offensively, you see that off the backboard, and Roz, a little rough getting to that ball. Will trade possession, but he is there with the 50s. You talked about Oakland being a team that probably shouldn't have to turn it on too late, but that doesn't mean that they haven't done it before. Again, we saw them with their win against Berlin do that same thing. If they can bring that energy to Berlin, they can certainly do it to Stockton.
The team that has played more deciders than anybody else in North America, they are comfortable being in those do-or-die situations as Busty comes across. And he's got Top Cheese in the middle of the field. He's going to have to get on his horse to beat J-Cube to the punch. There's Jay Wismont back around the boards and out of the zone as Busty will have to collect.
Well, you see Top Cheese missing that corner boost. He'll go back to collect. Busty tries to play it off to the side, but does lose a little bit of possession there. So a little shaky there from Stockton on that play. But Oakland, you got to talk about them. You know, the desk was so big on this being a very dominant series from Stockton. They said it's easy. So far, it's still 0-0. We're approaching the halfway point during this game, and it looks like Oakland's the team that has most of the pressure.
Drip waiting for this ball out of J-Cube. He's got it. And he could argue he beat Jay Wismont, but couldn't keep possession. And Top Cheese and Busty double commit, trying to send this ball downfield. So that's not going to help them out at all. Oakland trying to work better as a team than Stockton. They're going to have to. Roz. Ooh. Got through here, but nobody else to pass to. Jay Wismont and J-Cube kind of both in the same area. Jay Wismont takes over. J-Cube demolished before he could get involved in the play.
Yeah, and that one looked like a really good chance. I believe when Jay-Wiz went up earlier for the air dribble, he got past 2 on that, but Oakland couldn't get the ball midfield, couldn't set up a good shot opportunity. They're holding Stockton, though, into their own half. They haven't let them get too many shots this game. It's been pretty low. Top Cheese hasn't even gotten 1 shot on the board as he's just in the air for no reason. The ball goes back to Drip.
A lot of ambitious plays out of Stockton. They're hoping to open up some opportunities. It's just not there for them. Top Cheese with Drip running to his left. He's up. He's a decoy for Bussy, and it works out perfectly for the Ospreys.
And look at this. Top Cheese with the carry. I mean, it's a good 54. Drip misses, but everybody was playing high. They need someone to play low in the net. Otherwise, it's a clean live drive, and Stockton will score that goal every step of the way.
That dummy play has worked perfectly for so many teams this weekend. We saw it especially with UNLV a couple of times in their win that got them into the playoff bracket. As Top Cheese looking to open it up now. Drip is there, and it's 2-0.
Oh, boy, and now it's back-to-back scoring. Here we go. Stockton may have found the answer here. Look at this simple touch from Top Cheese. It's an open look at the net. Bussy could have went for it, but he decided to leave it for Drip. And 2-0 as a minute 24. Stockton completely have turned the momentum into their favor.
Oakland tried to hold the line as long as they could, and now they have to kick it into overdrive. And they're demolished at the back. It's Jay Wismont taking off the field, so too was Top Cheese. And then Jay Cube had his pocket picked. It's Drip with a lot to line up, and Roz just barely got there along the crossbar for the save that at least keeps Oakland alive in this game. And a big win from Jay Cube. Oh! He got it!
It was close, it was close. It was on target. Good follow-up there from Jay Cube to bring Oakland back into the game. He gets a really big beat, has low boost, but has a good read on where the bounce is going. Oakland getting one, but they need one more in the final minute.
Well, they've given themselves a lot more time than Valleyfield gave themselves, just over a minute. And it's going to be Top Cheese that they've got to stop here. Try to go underneath Jay Wismont. That's a good win. And now Drip to the backboard. Roz got to get to it, and he does. Jay Cube, though, not in the area. Roz with a full tank of boost. He's going to try to get around one. He does, but Top Cheese right there. That kills the play as he beats Jay Cube. But now Jay Wismont to the backboard. Got to be swept away. Roz is waiting for it. And now in front. No, swept away again by Drip. Oh, the opportunities are there, Daz, but nobody forward.
Yeah, you can see them trying to pass it around, but no, not enough boost. J-Cube goes up for that, can't make a play on it. So now Roz is trying to keep this one in. They have the rotations. They're getting the boost grabs, but it seems like the execution is just a second or two delayed from Oakland. Now with less than 20 seconds left, they got to get a drive downfield.
I think Stockton has kind of put themselves in a spot, though, where one bad challenge could spell certain doom. Holding a one-goal lead with 5 seconds left now. Bussy trying to play it where they ain't. Keep it on the ground, and they will do just that. The Stockton Ospreys hang on for game one.
Stockton, great awareness. They see the times ticking down. They're very manageable of the clock. And of course, you see Bussy playing it away from Oakland. Just keep away. Let's not try to play this into a favorable position because, again, Oakland is a team that can score late. They just didn't want to give them the opportunity. So very well done here from Stockton on the opener. But that being said, this was still a one-goal game, and Oakland had most of the possession here at the start. I think that if Oakland can keep this up and not get in their own heads, we may have a series on our hands.
As we look at the Nissan replay here from game one, we see a lot of talent on display from Stockton, and talent will give you those individual moments, but it's the hard work and preparation that goes into it before the series. That's kind of been Stockton's MO, try to outwork everybody, especially in the Eastern Conference. It's what got them as far as they went in the CRL spring season, and it's got them on the verge of Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and you know, of course, there's still that pressure, right? Playing on the stage in front of everybody, you can see it either make or break a team like Oakland. The way that they've been able to work with the crowd in day one worked really well for them, but of course, they also start to kind of falter off towards the end. It can be a double-edged sword sometimes. Now for them, they're down in the series, they have to kind of get locked in and regroup because, again, the opportunities are there. The plays that we've seen them come up with have been there as well. The passes and this boost steals, everything's been working for them except that final execution that they're going to try to see if they can get here in game two.
Tried to cheat one in off the kickoff, but Jay Wismont shot and never got on target. So Jay Cube will try and set up Wismont, but it's Top Cheese who gets there first. And Roz will be out of control, watching Jay Cube take over, but he's going to run out of control as well. So Stockton wins that initial surge. They had to fight for possession early on, but they've got it. And what else can they do with the ball? They have to play it from their own back line first with Jay Cube coming on. That was an easy win, but Jay Wismont there on the backup. Good bump against Bussy. Jay Cube waiting to see if Roz can center. He can't, so he's got to come into action on the far side. And Drip just going to take this one low, but let that first touch get away. And those incremental advantages, while Stockton may have them early, they could go away in a hurry.
You see Oakland playing a more, I'd say, preserved game. not getting too aggressive in the Stockton half. They want to kind of keep control, possession, and not really give up opportunities. Look at this low boost challenges there as Ross brought that one into the corner. He's now going to pick up some boost. As this one sits in the midfield. It's a good challenge from J-Wiz. Top Cheese is able to get there before Ross can jump on it, and now Ross will be forced to take it into the corner. This is really good here from Oakland. They're able to keep the ball in because they haven't necessarily sent that second and third man up. They've been playing more delayed and just reactive to what Stockton are doing.
I wonder if Oakland has kind of picked up on the fact that, you know what, if they can win one good challenge, they could beat Stockton.
Ooh.
Oh, a shot on an otherwise open net, just a little bit wide. I don't know that Wismont was going to be able to catch it if the shot was on target. And he made the save there again against Bussy. Stockton had 2 golden opportunities, but they have not converted, and Wismont will clear away where there is seemingly nobody waiting. Top Cheese a little late to the play, and Oakland might be able to make something out of this if not for the efforts of Bussy.
Yeah, low boost there too.
Oh, he got him.
He's not going to be able to get there in time. J-Cubed a little too late, and Stockton picked the pockets of Oakland.
Yeah, we talk about maybe Oakland needing one good challenge to break Stockton's defense. There's a big win at midfield that Oakland could not rotate back and recover from. I think all of Stockton still kind of wondering, I don't know how we got it, but sure, we'll take a 1-0 lead. And now here goes Drip. Looking to add to it. They got a quick second goal in game 1. This time held at bay on the initial surge. Top Cheese gonna have a look. Up to Bussy, drop down, nobody there.
Yeah, Drip sitting a little far back there on the play. Doesn't need to overcommit here. I think it's important that Stockton know they got to keep it locked in, as this is a fragile 1-goal lead when you're playing a team like Oakland. J-Wiz, no, I thought it was a free ball. He took the bait and he got punished. It's gonna be Drip putting in the second goal for Stockton.
Low-hanging fruit, and it got yoinked away. Drip, long bomb, 2-0, right at the halfway mark. Oakland have got caught giving up a couple of open nets. Actually, 3 open nets in this series so far. And we're a game and a half in.
Situations like this, Stacks, can be a slippery slope, especially for Oakland. And you got to think, it's a tournament deciding match here for them. They lose, they go home. And with that pressure, sometimes mistakes, you kind of get into your own head a little bit. We'll see if they can kind of regroup and recover here, as it has not been the same performance from them offensively as we saw from game 1. Not a lot of really dangerous shots on the Stockton end. Stockton fully in control here, up by 2 with less than 2 minutes to go.
This is similar to what we saw near the end of yesterday. I mean, obviously, the incredible comeback from Oakland against Berlin, and you thought, okay, there's something here. They're going to do something special again. And then it just didn't happen against UCF. The Knights came out and dominated from start to finish. And we're seeing something similar here. It's not nearly as one-sided, at least in game 1, as yesterday's series with UCF was. But now we're seeing Stockton controlling, it's got to be about 80% of the possession in this second game.
Yeah, and this win is also going to, you talk about controlling that, it's going to control so much more. Oakland are going to get put against the wall. Having to reverse sweep a team like Stockton is a tall task, and that's looking like the direction that they're heading. As look, another play moves forward. Top Cheese takes out 2. Drip's going to play this one high, not going to be able to follow it up though. And Oakland will try for a counterattack. A minute remaining, and JQ does find the back of the net.
Hey, they'll take it any way they can get it, right? This is about the same time they scored to get within 1 last time. Just on the other side of the 1-minute mark. And J-Cubed from Roz. Roz getting his first tally on the board. They got to get something from somebody other than J-Cubed, though. Jay Wismont has been the Iceman for Oakland through this incredible playoff run, or this postseason run for the Golden Grizzlies. He's got to step it up here, as J-Cube got the challenge at midfield, but there's the follow-up again from Stockton. And it never really is that first challenge from the Ospreys. It's the second or third that you have to worry about. As Drip out of the corner almost gave that ball away. Jay Wismont desperately trying to get one out to J-Cube. Now take it himself, and J-Cube tried to get it deep into the corner, but Jay Wismont was in the way.
Top Cheese takes that one straight to Bussy. It's going to go all the way back downfield. It's a minute remaining. Oakland have to keep the confidence up when they drive downfield. Here's the chance here for Top Cheese. Shot, it's in! Stockton take a lead 3-1.
And it's such a relief to see that shot go exactly where it needed to go. So many players we've seen this weekend will just go, all right, I'll just lazily hit it and let Jay Wismont make a save and maybe start a counterattack. No, that had to be there in the bottom left corner. He put it perfectly. And Stockton up 2. They pull away late. And Top G's has all day to just kind of play around with the ball. Busty can roll this one out. Only 5 seconds left. Oakland need a goal with at least a second on the clock, and they're not going to get it. The Stockton Ospreys are 1 win away from another date with the Columbia Cougars.
Well done here from Stockton on game 2. And now they have the series on match point stacks. Looking at this team, when everybody seems to be in form, it just looks like they're just so dominant over on their matches. I mean, we expected them to kind of make it out of their group in day 1, but they'll take this route if they need to. And looking at Oakland, backs against the wall. They're going to need some magic here if they want to have a chance to reverse sweep Stockton. It hasn't been looking good for them. The scoring has always been late in the game. It just seems like the energy that we saw from them in the opening matchups for them is just almost gone.
You could see a moment ago kind of a defiant yet confident look from the coach behind the Oakland Golden Grizzlies. He knows what the task is. The players, of course, know what the task is. They got 5 minutes to turn it around as we queue it up for DFH Stadium. And meanwhile, Dark and the Stockton Ospreys, he's got his guys 5 minutes away from Championship Sunday. They go on to day 3, and they would go against a Columbia team that they're not exactly a mismatch against. I mean, they've split against Columbia when everybody else seemed to just kind of bend the knee to the Cougars. So I'm sure Stockton would love to get that matchup, but they can't look forward to it just yet. They still have some business to take care of here. They've got to get through Jay Wismont, JQ, Roz, and the plot armor of the Oakland Grizzlies. And here we go with game 3.
Starting off as a physical one, you see JQ get a demo on Drip. Stockton with a clean start. But again, can't let the foot off the gas. JQ's gonna find one for Oakland, and this time they score first.
And a little more subdued than before. Like, you know, we saw when things got going for Oakland yesterday, they were popping off on the stage. No, they realized it is a long, long, long road. 1 goal, 15 seconds into a game means nothing. They've got to put together the full 5 minutes before they can get really amped up. They have to stop Drip here, and they can't!
Look at that from Drip. You see the confidence, too, in the cams. He gets some free space, says, oh, I got this all day. Musty time right over JQ.
And all smiles on the side of Stockton. Now they lock back in. They know they still need to finish the job. After the demo, Busty had the ball taken away, but it's given right back to Drip. Drip, maybe the last guy they want to see on the ball, got a demo, Busty scores!
Here we go, Stockton turning things up here. You see Drip, everyone talks about, oh, how's Drip gonna play? Well, he's having a real good game here in game 3, being able to cut through the defense, scoring himself, 100% goal participation in the first 30 seconds or so. But I mean, hey, Stockton with the lead right now, and they're on match point. Is this a fake kickoff? Are they gonna?
Oh, no.
There's the pass.
Ah, let them too far.
Yep.
But they still have possession. I mean, they'll take this, as Oakland has to burn a lot of boost just to get to the ball. Roz,
that's open. That's open.
Drip is there, and the legend continues for Drip, his 4th goal of the series.
You see this touch out, Roz in a tough spot. That's a really hard read to make off the ceiling and the corner there. He ends up missing that. And when you're last back, you can't afford to miss those types of touches. You see why. It's a wide open look. Oakland, they started things off strong. They set the tone. But Stockton, I mean, they hit back twice as hard.
Being on that stage, you know, I can't speak from experience, of course, but talking to other players, it does make a big difference. We can actually see J-Cube a couple of times looking at the camera, and maybe the focus just rattled a little bit, knowing that they've got a monumental task ahead of them, and things are not going well. Busty to the corner. Top G's trying to follow. That win by Roz will beat 2. It's only Drip at the back, but Drip will delay long enough for his teammates to get back in position.
Saw Roz throw out a little musty there. Able to connect it. Still kind of showing he's keeping the confidence up. And Oakland need to. They can't afford to second guess themselves at this point. 3 minutes, 27 seconds left on the clock. There's still plenty of time for them to bring this game back into their own hands. They just have to get their own selves under control not leave open opportunities for Stockton, because Stockton have just been taking advantage of Oakland misplays.
Most of Stockton's goals have come from setups from right out in front. And if they start lobbing them in from the wings and putting shots on target, I think Oakland could be in even more trouble. There's so much going against the Golden Grizzlies right now, but still only a 2-goal deficit, just inside 3 minutes left. Roz is waiting for a misplay. None coming from Top G's. Jay Wismont got beat. So too did the entire Oakland defense.
And we've seen this happen time and time again. We saw it happen in game 2. Jay Wiz goes up for something as last man back. He gets beat out, and it's a clear lane for Stockton. Now with a 3-goal lead, 2 minutes and 47 seconds left. What do you do when your back is against the wall, when you're down monumentally against a team like Stockton? Do you have anything left to give? That's the question Oakland's trying to answer.
Well, they got the double demo, but didn't amount to anything. J Cube to the backboard, Drip already there. And that's been the big difference. The backboard's been defended so much better by Stockton than Oakland. Top Cheese trying to weave around, he got obliterated. Roz coming in, beaten out by Drip. And this is the sad reality for Oakland now. It doesn't matter how much defense you play, you need goals. You're down 3 with just over 2 to go. Roz right at Drip, and you could almost sense the shoulders kind of slumping when he realized, I can't get to this.
That's a good clear, though, all the way downfield. Top Cheese in a really tough spot, but lack of follow-up here from Oakland. Roz tries to slot that through, but again, comes down to it. Okay, we're looking at the clock. If Oakland are going to start scoring, it's
trying to do too much.
And JQ not able to connect with that one, but it gets sent away every single time one of these drives doesn't work out. All the Oakland fans, it just hurts that much more.
Oh, this got through, and there's nobody there. Roz just a little late to the play.
Pain.
I mean, there have been a couple windows there in the last 15 seconds alone where Oakland could have at least got a quality look on net. Instead, you had Wismont maybe trying to do too much. J Cube, I don't know who would have called who off there. And then, of course, that play thrown in front. Nobody was in front of the net in time. Just over a minute to go now. Top Cheese and Drip will combine to keep this deep in the zone. And Top Cheese again with a win, and every time this ball slams that Oakland back wall, it just gets a little bit tougher. And if they put one in here, it is game over. But Jay Wismont will clear away and keep the hope alive.
For Stockton, though, this is everything you've wanted to see out of the Ospreys. Up by 3, 45 seconds left. These guys know how to control the ball. You talk about their coach, Dark. He's been in these situations before. It's just about managing the game clock and making Oakland have to work that much harder on these plays. So far, it's been working. Roz gets the flip reset, but the defense is just so set here. Stockton have this lead held down tight, and I don't think they plan on letting it go.
Well, as the European teams, no lead is safe. And there's still at least a hope if they can get a goal, but they got to kick it into overdrive right about now, and they're not going to be able to, as this is going the wrong way for the Golden Grizzlies. Stockton will close in on it here. The final 5 seconds, little more than a formality, as Top Cheese makes one last save. And with no time on the clock, it is official. The Ospreys are on parade to Championship Sunday.
Look at them go. There's Stockton, who takes the series in a sweep against Oakland. These guys are locked in, and boy, oh boy, when they play their game, it just looks like no one can get anything through. They ended up limiting Oakland. So I would say fewer than 3 goals in the series, if not 3.
Exactly 3, all from J Cubed. And they're all kind of cheap ones. I'll be honest. You know, you talk about a dominant effort from Stockton. They realize exactly what the situation was. There's the victorious Valleyfield squad from earlier. Hey, to the victors go the spoils. They will be playing tomorrow as well. So too will Stockton. I mean, you just look at the scoring. I mean, we saw signs of hope in game 1 that this wouldn't be like their previous encounters. And then as the series went on, I don't think Stockton realized necessarily that was game 3 and the series was over. They're all just kind of sitting there at their computers for a moment like, we're done? Really? Can we just keep going? Can we play the playoffs right now?
Listen,
I think they would want to.
If you heard Busty talk yesterday, he didn't even think he was supposed to be playing today, okay? That was the whole thing. He thought he had a bye. But that being said here, for Oakland, this is obviously very unfortunate. Yeah, they had a monumental start, and they showed their potential. And I think as we move forward with Collegiate Rocket League, we want to see how far that potential goes from them, as they will be exiting the tournament following this loss. But for Stockton, I mean, they're still going all the way through, and you want to look at these numbers. You want to see this type of win for a team going into the playoffs because, man, oh man, no lives left. You got to leave it all out there.
Yeah, no lives left at all. It is all single elimination from here on out. We have our top 8 teams, and of course, one of them is now the Stockton Ospreys, and what a recovery from them. You know they had to be so disappointed to drop that series on day 1, had to be incredibly upset. They had to play 2 today. They've won 2 today, and now Top Cheese is standing by with the Chiefs.
Thank you very much, Stacks. We are indeed standing here with Top Cheese. As he just said, he's been putting them top cheddar all day, and what a road it has been to get here, man. Some ups and downs. Talk to me about a little bit of that road that it took to get to this point.
So we played UCF yesterday. Had a tough match. It's like pretty close series every time we play them. But today we pulled out the ice, beat Berlin, and as expected, took down Oakland as well.
And you say, speaking about Oakland, did you feel like you got what you were expecting out of Oakland? Did you want a little bit more? Did it feel pretty comfortable, or what was going on?
I mean, that's usually how the series go. You know, I didn't bring my sweat rag with me, but I know Jake Cube had one.
Definitely a good series, but you do have to look forward to tomorrow as well. Don't need the sweat rag today. You may need it versus Columbia tomorrow. Any thoughts on them?
I think we know what's happening tomorrow. Stockton on top, baby.
Definitely looking forward to it. Do you have any shout-outs, anything you'd like to say to anybody here, at home, anywhere in the world for anything for you?
Just shout out to the boys at Stockton.
Thank you so much, Top Cheese. Really appreciate it. Tell you what, let's go ahead, head back on deck. Let's head back to the desk. We'll close out the day. Thank you very much, Top Cheese. Thank you.
Achieves, my main man, standing there with Top Cheese. Little tongue-tied, but nothing tied up here. The obvious victor being Stockton as they take their dub above Oakland in emphatic fashion. A nice end to the day of Elimination Saturday. And one more time, I welcome you back to the desk here in Dallas, Texas. Final time today on Saturday. I'm Tom, that's Tyler, this is Lemon Kiwi, and of course, Jack Corelli all the way down there. And all the way up here is Stockton finding a victory against Phoenix, which was hard. That's Berlin, baby. And then this one against Oakland, which, like we said, if you heard Bussy, he knew this one was going to happen.
Hey, if you heard the desk, it was Stockton easy. And that's exactly what we saw. Some of the games were a little bit closer, but, you know, as Vera said on the desk, the series that we saw from Oakland, especially early on, it was kind of like, I don't know, can you do that again, right? And obviously here Stockton, much more in control. I think that Berlin squad really warmed them up, got them into this type of series.
This was a big deal. I look at this. I look at Drip and what he was able to do, and there's been a lot of commentary about how there's 2 and then Drip. And today he stepped up. Points not always the best indicator of what went on the field, but when you top that points, that kind of matters here. And that's what Drip did, Tyler, in that last game.
Yeah, people are just saying Drip was not playing as well, and he's the third wheel and all this nonsense. So far today, I thought he's played just as good as anybody on Stockton. Maybe Top Cheese played a little bit better than him a little bit, but him and Busty have been neck and neck. I think Drip's been popping off, been playing really well, and he's a key contributor as to why they just ran over Oakland so effortlessly.
And that's huge. And if I can contest your knowledge real quick, I won't say that it's nonsense, because throughout the regular season, that has been the kind of take. But I think it's been a phenomenal step up from Drip here to achieve what he did, and now this team looks a little bit more whole.
Absolutely. I mean, this was all to our expectations, and Stockton, even in the CRL, are on a big rise. And maybe I had a slight question mark if they were going to have the clean 3-0 series like they did in the regular season, but here's how it turned out.
Well, we've got all 4 groups done and dusted. Our group stage started on Saturday. Our elimination end of group stage was all today, and now we've got it locked in. The teams with the 2-0s are the teams, or the teams with the 2 wins are the squads that we'll see in the bracket, and this is how it all went down. Group A winds up with St. Clair on the good side, and Northwood. We say goodbye to England's Salford and goodbye to Germany's Kit. Turning the page over to Group B, we say goodbye to Penn State and Portsmouth from England and keep UTA and UNLV. The third group over here for Group C, we saw Columbia do work. And unfortunately for Chilacto, Kiel is a team that gets eliminated alongside Hamburg. And then finally, Group D leaves us with Stockton and UCF saying farewell to the final European squad in Berlin. And so, teammates, you were making some memes, but there's no memes. It's only NA teams.
That's right. North America only. Welcome to the CRL North American Championship, sponsored by Psyonix. Let me tell you something right now. Listen, we were just going through prelims. Now we're actually on the main event. The main event's tomorrow, and we all knew that North America was going to be represented. EU's had a great showing. They had a great showing for the first time ever competing on the CRL, but it's a whole different level. There's a reason we started in 2017. There's a reason you're just now starting up now, and we're poised, and now, tomorrow's going to be a show. I think we actually got the 8 best teams here on Inform. No doubt about that.
Something really interesting as we take a last look at these quarterfinals, this Northwood team at the top and that Columbia team at the bottom. That could just be our finals matchup, Corelli.
I was looking at that. I was about to point that out. Yeah, that's the matchup that I think everyone's looking forward to.
Oh, yeah.
That's the matchup that we expect just by the seeding, just by the quality of teams, Columbia and, of course, Northwood. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get it. Honestly, I really don't. I feel like there are a lot of teams here in CRL that are just stepping up at an event like this. And there are teams that I think that just generally will step up in an event like this where you're in front of a crowd, when you're at a world championship. I feel like you just go to a different level. You're not just sitting in your dorm room playing. So I don't think it's as straightforward as it might look.
Well, that wraps up day number 2, and I think we've got a nice little desk here. I want to touch everybody because we have 3 very different perspectives. Tyler, once upon a time on the field. Corelli's been here since day number 1, and Lemon, we're pretty new to the squad. So we've got 3 different looks at how this CRL World Championship group stage has gone down. Tyler, put on the player hat. Let's start with you.
Player hat, if you're EU representative, you're a little disappointed. You're a little disappointed because you expected at least one of your teams to make it out. You didn't. For NA, you did what you came here to do. You've had a whole bunch of practice, a whole bunch of repetition. You probably got more scrims than all EU teams combined. There's more money pumped into it, which means some more programs. The university supported more. NA's represented well. And going into that, I'm really looking for the first match tomorrow. Columbia, well, I don't know if it's first match tomorrow, but it's one of the first matches. Columbia versus Stockton. That, I think whoever wins that matchup goes all the way to the final on the lower side of the bracket. Woo, that's going to be a show. That's going to be a show. That's all I got to say. I'm ready for that.
Lemon, we're newbies here. You brought some poise to the desk at times. And now it's time, you know, looking at this giant land. Group stage is over. Championship Sunday is tomorrow. What are your feelings?
I came in as a proud Canadian. I get to at least leave as a proud Canadian. I was very worried about how St. Clair and Valleyfield were going to do against some of the toughest EU teams that are here, and that was a big question mark. You know, I don't think you scrim teams from across the lake like that and with the ping, right? So you come into this line not knowing their play style, not knowing what they're like, and they have a lot of experience and a lot of veteranship over there, and I'm actually very surprised to see not a single EU team tomorrow.
F-Dot, let me tell you something.
Tell me something.
As a guy who's been here since the beginning, the player take is propaganda.
Propaganda?
The C in CRL stands for crossbar, and we're going to see a lot of balls bouncing off the crossbar over the next 24 hours. And honestly, as I was mentioning before, anything can happen. We saw earlier, yeah, give me that. I need that.
Oh.
Yeah, Crossbar Rocket League. And that really is what the C stands for. But as I was whispering in Tylacto's ear as he watched Kiel fall, anything can happen in CRL. You cannot count any team. You don't know who's going to be hot. It really is random at times. Some players just pop off. That is CRL. It's not like the professional league where there's perfection. That's not this. CRL, there's randomness, there's a little bit of some crazy action, there's comebacks, there's lost leads. It's crazy how it goes in CRL. You really just don't know, even if you're confident in your best teams.
Expect the unexpected.
Yes.
I can speak about that because I would know. I experienced it firsthand.
Hey, man, listen, it's like a deck of cards. You can't complain about the variance. It's all about dealing with the variance and just finding it to work out on your side. Be your own weather pattern and be a great Rocket League fan because you guys have just continued to do it. That does it for our day number 2. The group stage is over. We invite you to join us tomorrow for Championship Sunday, a single elimination 8-team bracket. Do they win or do they lose? It's just that simple. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. And that's it. Farewell.
ashes dropping down, we step aside. I'll run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside.